Welcome to the Board of Education meeting. My name is Nikki George. I'm the board president. Today is Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. Present with me are all board members, as well as our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Dr. Michael Anderson, our business administrator, Mr. John Larson, and our board attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen. We will go ahead and get started with a review of our gifted and talented evaluation report. We'll invite Ms. Carolyn Goff and Ms. Rebecca Smith up to the table.
Thank you. We are happy to be here. We haven't talked a lot about our gifted and talented programs in Jordan School District for a while. And one of the expectations of our most recent application funds that come from USBE has asked us to have an opportunity to visit with you and to share a little bit about how those funds are being spent. And so we've provided a few slides. You'll have them in board docs there. And I'm going to turn the time to Rebecca Smith to take us through those slides just to give the board an update on how things are going in Jordan.
Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you, Board of Education. Good afternoon. It's very nice to be here. As Carolyn said, we receive a grant from the Utah State Board of Education. It's called the Enhancement for Accelerated Students Grant. And part of that grant application requires us to outline how the funds will be spent. It also, as Carolyn said, requires us to give a review to you as well. Approximately $350,000 is the grant total each year. It does fluctuate from year to year, but for the past few years, it's been right around $350,000. A full summary of the narrative that comes directly from the grant application can be found at that link. So if you wanted to read the full summary of the narrative from the actual application, you're certainly welcome to do that. Tonight, we'll share some highlights of how the grant supports gifted and talented education in Jordan School District. Specifically, we'll talk about the ALPS program, or the Advanced Learning Placement for Students program, professional development for all teachers, and then enrichment opportunities for all students. Before we get to those three areas, though, I just wanted to make note that our purposes are tied directly to Jordan's strategic plan, in particular, the high-quality instruction for all students and opportunities for every learner. This is the mission statement that we have on our website, and you'll see that our mission statement also ties directly to the strategic plan and the portrait of the graduate. And this mission statement really drives all the work that we do. It's our objectives and our purpose. So we strive to have opportunities for all students to extend their learning, targeted services for identified students, and that, of course, goes to the ALPS program, but also to all students who need that little extra, that differentiation, no matter what school they're in. Ongoing professional development, both for ALPS teachers and for teachers in Jordan School District. Engaging learning environments for all students that include real-world applications. And of course, our objective is to have universal access to all of those types of education, all of those, all that the strategic plan outlines, and all that we, as in our objectives, for all students, no matter where they attend school. So first of all, we'll talk a little bit about the ALPS program. Again, that's an acronym for the Advanced Learning Placement for Students. The ALPS program is a long-standing program in Jordan School District. It's been in Jordan School District for over 30 years, and it is designed to meet those unique learning needs of those students who would benefit by a different pace or some going into depth with the content, or having a little extra challenge. And we test for every grade every year. We do have some key entry grades. For kindergarten to fifth grade, it's by application. So we advertise in multiple ways, and then parents who want those or are seeking those opportunities for students, then they complete the application, and then we do the testing and the identification process from there. In sixth grade, we do a universal testing, and that is where we test all students in sixth grade, and then we actually send out invitations for students to participate in the middle schools. Our grant supplements the cost of the testing licenses and the testing proctors. We also provide ongoing professional development for teachers on all levels in the ALPS program, and our grant provides the substitutes, stipends, in-service rate pay for after-hours PD, and those professional development opportunities also allow us opportunity for the ALPS teachers to collaborate with each other, to meet in PLCs, and to work with each other to refine their practice as well. And then our grant also provides supplemental resources for the ALPS classrooms to help meet the objectives of the ALPS program. Just of note, the schools that currently house the ALPS program in Jordan School District include Jordan Hills, Riverton, and Westland Elementary Schools, and then Elk Ridge, Hidden Valley, and Joel P. Jensen Middle Schools. We usually have between about 900 and 1,000 students in the ALPS program at any given time. It looks like our numbers this year will land at right around 950. So, of course, when you think about gifted and talented programming in Jordan School District, you think about the ALPS program, and it is a large part of what we do, but it's not the only thing we do. As stated in our mission statement, we are looking for opportunities for all students and to help support all teachers. One of the ways that we did this year with professional development for all teachers, with the implementation of Wit and Wisdom, a large part of Wit and Wisdom is to have a lot of classroom discussions, to have Socratic seminars, and to have small classroom discussions that build up to those Socratic seminars. And those rigorous classroom discussions and Socratic seminars have long been a key strategy in gifted and talented education. And so we wanted to help support the implementation of Wit and Wisdom. So we collaborated with our English language arts staff and also our social studies staff in teaching and learning. And we asked them to partner with us to develop a professional development opportunity that we could provide with our funding. And we called it Sparking Minds, Transform Your Teaching with Engaging Questions, Socratic Seminars, and Dynamic Dialogue. We ended up offering about 30 sessions last fall, and we offered it to all teachers in grades K through 6, and then to all ELA or English Language Arts teachers and social studies teachers in the middle school. And we really enjoyed doing that. We really enjoyed working with our colleagues in teaching and learning, and we really enjoyed meeting teachers from all over the district with that professional development. And every session of those more than 30 sessions, we tied what we were doing to the strategic plan and to the portrait of the graduate. As you can see, those Socratic seminars and those rich discussions foster curious thinkers and empathetic communicators. Another way that we offer professional development for all teachers in Jordan School District is we teach gifted and talented teaching endorsement classes. These are 500 level classes that we teach in partnership with Southern Utah University. We offer them right here in Jordan School District, free of charge to Jordan School District teachers. It can be used for college credit and also, of course, for salary placement credit. And of particular note, most of the participants in our GT endorsement classes are general education teachers who are looking to enrich their curriculum and differentiate for their advanced learners. And we really enjoy teaching those classes, my team and I, and we really enjoy working with teachers from all over the district with those classes. We also offer other professional development offerings for all teachers in Jordan District. Right now we have 2 self-paced Canvas classes on Canvas Catalog. One is the art of quality questioning, and the other one goes into a framework with how to teach with depth and complexity. We also offer site-based professional development for when principals request us to come to their schools, and PLC support, and that's also one of our favorite things to do. And again, those are for all teachers, all students, all schools. Another thing that we do, the last thing that we'd like to highlight today is enrichment opportunities for all students. Part of our grant talks about having funding for academic competitions, and of course that is wide scale on the high school level, but not as much on the elementary or middle school level. But there are some things that we do to support opportunities like that on the middle school and elementary level. One is STEM Fair. We partner with our science specialist in teaching and learning and help provide funding for the Jordan District STEM Fair, and then also funding. I'm going to step back just a moment and share these, and then go on to STEM Fair. So STEM Fair, History Day, Debate, Story Weavers, Monster Math, and Math Olympiad and math tournaments are some of those opportunities that we offer for all students. So now for STEM Fair. So we partner again with our science specialist in teaching and learning, and we provide funding from our grant to help them run the Jordan School District STEM Fair, and then also help with busing to take students to the Central Utah STEM Fair at BYU. And this picture is from the Central Utah STEM Fair at BYU this year. Our science specialist told me that Jordan District took about a third of the awards at the Utah Central STEM Fair at BYU this year. Another one is History Day. History Day isn't quite as known what it is about, but it is a national organization that has an annual theme, and then students choose anything in history that appeals to them that connects with that theme. And then they share their learning in various ways. There's 5 different ways that they can share their learning. One of the ways is to do an information board similar to a STEM Fair type board. So I've shared a few pictures of those with you this evening. And again, we support teachers in their efforts to share this with their students. We also support busing to the regional and state tournaments and competitions. So this is one example that was submitted this year to History Day that went on to the regional competition. And these are 2 others that were submissions this year from Jordan School District for History Day. And then we also provide debate opportunities. This is really fun to see 6th grade students all dressed up, sharing their speeches. And we provide support for the teachers who choose to do debate with their students. And then we also sponsor and facilitate 2 debate meets, one for elementary and one for middle school students. We also provide stipends to the teachers who come to those competitions with their students. And of course, awards for the top debaters and top speakers. Math Olympiads and Math Tournaments is the last one that we wanted to highlight this evening. Math Olympiads comes from the MOMS organization, which is Math Olympiads for elementary and middle schools. And it is a year-long competition that is done at the site level. And so we help with the registration for the schools who participate with that. And that runs from about October to March. And then at the end of the year, in April and May, we sponsor culminating math tournaments. This picture here is from our math tournament at Daybreak Elementary. And it is so fun to watch those kids work together. There's an individual portion, then a team portion. And it's just a really fun day to watch those kids who love math just be able to just bask in math all day long. So this is the middle school tournament from this year. We hold that at the ASB, and we just started that tournament a couple of years ago, and we've done that in collaboration with the math department in teaching and learning, and it's been fun to watch that tournament grow. This picture comes from, this picture is the 2 math teams that Hidden Valley brought to the tournament this year. I love how they've put a little halo over their teacher and their coach right there in the middle. And they were one of our top teams this year. One of their teams was one of the top teams this year in the math tournament. I couldn't decide which pictures to bring on these, so I had to bring them all. Every year we really look forward to the t-shirts that the students come to the math tournaments with, because they always make us smile. And I probably should have narrowed it down to 2 slides, but I couldn't. So here they are. Math is the only subject that counts. This one, to the man who invented zero, thanks for nothing. Come to the math side, we have pi. And then what part of this don't you understand?
Why is it that math has more puns than any other subject?
It's so true.
They do the math, they do the monster math. Okay, go back. Yes.
Speaking of puns. Oh, and then this one, math, the only subject where you can buy 64 watermelons and no one asks why. And then we divide and conquer. So those are some of our favorite days of the year to hold these tournaments and to see the students come with their coaches and to see all the smiles there. So our last slide is just a thank you. There are many hands that contribute to the opportunities and services that fall under that gifted and talented umbrella. There's parents who bring their students to the ALPS schools and spend a lot of time in cars doing that, but do so gladly. The principals that have the ALPS program in their schools, and also the principals who help us. Leslie Yule over at Daybreak They always host the math tournament, and she and her staff work with the other schools in the area and the district office to bring in all those tables so that we can have those math tournaments. Counselors, psychologists, teacher specialists, various departments, administrative assistants, Camille Karchner, administrative assistant, as you can imagine, with all of that we do for the ALPS program and all that we do for professional development and the enrichment activities. There are a lot of parts and pieces that need to be put in place to be able to execute all of that, and she just does a wonderful job for us. And so we're very grateful for all of those who lend a hand to make what we do possible, and we thank you very much for your support of gifted and talented education in Jordan School District.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
I have a couple. A couple years ago, when we were moving Alps out of Jordan Ridge and moving it to, was it which?
Jordan Hills.
Yeah, I had forgotten. I called around to different districts, and different districts do Alps different than us, and they kind of do an Alps in every school approach. And it seems like when we were testing sixth graders, a lot more kids qualify, but not too many are interested, especially in my area, are interested in tracking their kids across the district. What's the barriers that expands our ALP program? Is it a lack of interest? Is it a lack of money? Is it, what are the barriers to giving more kids opportunities in this?
So there's a few facets to my answer. First of all, with the ALPS program, a magnet type program, most of the districts on the Wasatch Front do have a magnet type program. Some of the districts, namely Granite and Salt Lake District, also have site-based programs that are called cluster programs, and so they have a cluster of their higher students in every grade level be in one class, and then that teacher can address the needs as a group rather than individuals in every class. I think there's a lot of pros and cons to a cluster model. As far as a magnet program, it would be hard to duplicate the services in a magnet program in every school, because a lot of what happens in a magnet program is the pacing and the supplementary curriculum that because of all the students in an ALPS type program or a magnet type program being identified and having gone through that identification process, the teacher is able to go at a faster pace and go deeper into that curriculum. And so while I certainly agree that services are needed at every school, and to another part of your question, I believe that most parents would love to have more services at the local level, because life is busy. Traffic is very congested right now, and so more services at the local level is something that I think that most parents are seeking, and that is one of the reasons why we don't have as much interest as we might have in the ALPS program if the ALPS program was in more centrally located locations in the district, I should say. So,
I mean, we talked about at that time at least maybe doing a one magnet for each feeder. I mean, it's nearly impossible to ever get out of Harriman, and to do that every day to take your kid to school is a heroic feat. And I know a lot of people that would be in it if the program was nearer to us.
Yes, I field a few calls every year from families who are wondering if we would have a program in Harriman. We do. In order to begin a new program, of course, you would have to have space for that program, and our schools are also very full in Harriman. And any other comments of that from Superintendent or from...
Good news,
Tyler?
we have 3 schools on the watch list of losing students, so we
Okay.
now have room in Harriman.
Yeah, I think in addition to the traffic, it's a lift because students don't want to leave their friends, leave their school.
Mm-hmm.
So even though the cluster approach might not be it, what we did do at Jordan Ridge when we moved ALPS out is we had a specialist there that would help provide support to teachers. So I think the key is that we don't just say, hey, we should offer this, which is not what anyone here is saying, and then not provide the support or the professional development to do that. And so it's complex to make all of your teaching, adapt all of your teaching to meet those diverse needs. There's a lot of personalized learning that's already going on, but we're talking about students who are very advanced. So I think that more resources would allow for different models to be put in place. The board has expanded the number of at least secondary options and has provided busing and provided specialists. So we can. There are
think
great
we took
things
some
going
of
on, as you
the-
can see, but
We took some of the busing away too, I think.
we
'cause-
reduced some of the busing because it wasn't being used.
And that's the other
So when you say what are the obstacles, one obstacle is transportation, but sometimes even if you can get a ride, even if it's easy, you just don't want to have to receive that instruction at a school other than your neighborhood school.
But you may want to do it in a feeder system school, like
But that gets it closer. That
Yeah.
reduces the negative impact of having to leave your
Would-
school if it's close by. And
would a cluster of parents who are interested in this, would they approach it like we do our dual language immersion, where they go to their school community council meetings and start asking for it? How would they go about getting a program if they wanted to get one closer?
well, we wouldn't want to put that out there unless we were ready to fund
I'm not
the
putting that out there, but I do get asked a lot.
No. We talk about it. I'm just saying we wouldn't want to formally offer that unless we were ready to put the resources in place to train teachers and make that available. Every time, this will sound negative and it will turn into a positive. Every time we offer another option, another choice within a school, it takes more resources and it adds a layer of complexity that sometimes requires a greater level of staffing. DLI is one of those examples. It's a great program, but the number of students that you have being distributed into more different kinds of classes, you don't just have K-6, now you have K-6 and then another strand of K-6 that is dual immersion or 1 through 6. Now, with that added complication, sometimes class sizes are off, staffing is off, and you need to add resources to do that. So if we wanted to put it out there, first of all, we would need to make sure we had the resources to provide a robust program. Second of all, it's different from DLI in that you don't simply apply and you're chosen based on a lottery. It really would be an application process based on some assessments that are done to determine whether that is the proper placement for a student.
The board stepped up and offered, and we offered to have every sixth grader tested, and we found out that we have a lot of kids, and we have done zero in moving the needle to allow more options since I've been on the board. And so that's like, I just think we're missing something.
You did expand the secondary locations.
One to every 2 feeders, right?
And we added special.
One to every 3, and
Oh, is
you
it
did
3
add the
feeders?
specialist. So
That's worse than I
it's
thought.
short of the ideal that you have described, but it would be inaccurate to say that you haven't done anything. You moved the needle and you moved forward with more opportunities. But I would say that even if students test and qualify, they may decide not to participate because they have to leave their school in order to do so. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. We send about 600 invitations to students to participate in the middle school, and about a third of them accept those invitations for the schools because most of them, again, want those resources at their neighborhood school. They don't want to leave their friends, and so there is a need, there is an interest. But as the superintendent said, there's many families who wish to stay with their neighborhood peers and in their neighborhood, in their local schools.
Can I ask, what I picture once you get to a secondary setting is advanced class offerings. Why would you want a magnet school for secondary students?
When you say secondary students, are you referring to middle school students?
Mm-hmm.
There aren't as many advanced class options in the middle schools in the 7th and 8th grade, and 7th and 8th grade in ALPS. Those are there are some schools that offer advanced options plus ALPS. And every school is different in what they're offering, but ALPS does offer those advanced options in 7th and 8th grade. It's specific to English language arts, social studies, and science, and then math. The math placement is completely separate. It works with the math department for the students and families work with the math department for the math placement. So it does provide those advanced options for those 3 areas.
So I'm just going to throw out something crazy here. But if we are working to increase the number of advanced class offerings at local middle schools, would that meet the needs to the point that we could defer the funds that are now going to middle schools for advanced placement into our elementaries and get them a little closer to home? Like, do we need both, I guess, is my real question at the middle school level.
I wouldn't be the one to completely answer that question, but we would certainly be glad to help support anything that the board and the district determines in that regard.
I'll ask these two to give more detail, but it's a different track from honors and AP. It actually, you end up taking classes at a more rapid rate, and when you get to the high school, if you are in an ALPS program, you're actually genuinely accelerated to where you have more credits and you have passed classes that normally a sophomore would have taken. So it is a distinct track.
So we're giving them high school credit as middle
ninth
school
grade.
students?
In ninth grade, yes.
Ninth grade
Right.
is a high school student.
Right.
So I don't know if I followed that.
Students who come into
Hey,
ALPS.
really slow.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Students that come through the ALPS program will come into as 10th graders taking 11th grade English.
Okay.
And I think also like, well, I remember that they also, 9th graders would be in secondary to math also,
Many
which
of
is
them,
what
yes.
people usually take in
Yeah.
10th grade.
So I guess my question is, we're already offering those classes, maybe not for those students, but we're already offering those classes. So couldn't they just take that class at their local school? Beyond that track
It's a good
there.
question. Where she is pointing out is that specifically in grades 7 and 8, in 7 and 8, that's where it's been a little bit, we don't have a lot of offerings to have them skip forward until they are able to take those ALPS classes. That is what actually projects them and propels them on this path to get into those higher placements later on. So 7th and 8th grade is really kind of a key area where there aren't AP classes, there aren't concurrent classes, there aren't, specialized CTE classes that move students forward. And that's where the ALPS classes really do the bulk of the work for those grades. Now, there might be an honors class or some offerings like that, but in this situation where she's talking where the students have tested, we're talking about probably the 5 to 10% of the students that are probably even beyond our honors classes.
So this is different than, I know we have a math track that says, okay, you take a test at the end of 6th grade. Now you're going to take 8th grade honors and 7th grade. And then you just jump forward in that way. It's not like a special ALPS program, but students are just they skipped a step. So they're advanced and receiving higher level classes by the time they get to high school. How is this different than that?
That does exist as an option for math, but we have in the past done that skipping part. Now we have tried to go back and actually make it more like what she's talking about, where it's an accelerated path where students are doing 2 grades in 1. So students that were participating, perhaps they have choices. They could go into the 7-8 combo math class. Because before, when they were skipping the whole entire class itself, they were skipping important core steps. So now we've tried to make it more like the ALPS program where it's accelerated. So you have a 7 and 8 that is taught at the same time, and that's a very rigorous class. And if students can do that 7-8 together, or if they want to even demonstrate competency and are able to demonstrate that they know that, they're able to move forward. And that is available to more students than just ALPS students. It's just primarily in English, there are not as many options. In science, there's not as many options, but math does have some options like that. And so I think to answer your question, would it be possible to divert more resources that we're currently spending I think the majority of the money that comes from this grant is actually spent in elementary. We aren't expending that many dollars of this grant in our middle levels, but definitely in an attempt to help with some of these. Probably the greatest amount is the programs that you saw, the tournament opportunities, which are available to all students, because the resources in classes are happening. Those things are happening and are available to a lot of other students. But being able to test and being able to provide that test to students to see where they fall, that is a resource that takes time. But I'll still suggest that the majority of that funds is spent K-6.
Did we answer your question?
Enough for now.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question? So those enrichment opportunities, is that left to the teachers to implement, saying, oh, I want to do the math monsters, you know, because you say that it's available to all students, but I don't recall seeing an opportunity at my child's school for that, and I know he'd be interested in fun math activities. So how is it offered to every student, or is it up to the teacher or the principal to implement at that school?
It is up to the teacher and the principal to implement. And we provide support if teachers are interested, then we provide support to the teachers.
Okay. I was also curious, do we have a wait list for kids to get into ALPS?
We do on the elementary level, and actually on the middle school level too. We now have a wait list at 2 of our schools. The wait list for the middle school is not very long, and the wait list for the elementary is also not enough that would necessitate a complete other class. There's usually a few from each of the schools who, each of the 3 schools, let me rephrase that, families who would like Jordan Hills and Westland and Riverton are on the waiting list. And so it's not enough of any one school that would necessitate a second class.
While those kids are waiting, is there anything that we can do for them at their local school?
Yes, in fact, one of our teacher specialists, that's one of her primary responsibilities, to go to when by request, sometimes by parents, sometimes by principals, sometimes by teachers, to go to the school and work with the teacher with some strategies that will help keep those students learning and growing. Ultimately, that ends up being what the teacher does as well, but we do offer those supports.
And just to add to that, you know, her slides that talked about specifically the professional development for all teachers, the hope is that they're differentiating for students that they see. Like, if students already know the curriculum, what do we do if they've already learned it? That is a common question that we ask teachers to ask in their PLCs. What do we do for students who have already learned this material? So we hope that the training that we're providing for all teachers would help them to, first of all, identify that that's happening with students. And then second, what is every teacher doing within their classroom space to say, these kids already know this. How do I move them further along? Programs like Walk to Read, where we have students who are engaged in trying to catch up with reading. What are the students doing that already get it? That's definitely part of what our specialists are working with teachers to understand and to move other teachers forward in that process of differentiation.
That's great. And I was happy to see that all the teachers have the opportunity to learn those extra skills. So thank you.
And to the earlier question about our middle schools, the only other cost is 1 FTE for each of the middle schools that has ALPS, so that they are able to staff. It's kind of like what I described. When you add another layer of complexity, sometimes you just need the flexibility of staffing to offer more varied classes. So
1 FTE per school or per subject offered?
per school, so that you can offer an extra section of this or an extra section of that. With elementary, you have to have 1 through 6, so you have to have 6 teachers that are dedicated to ALPS at each elementary site. But at the middle school sites, you're able to use partial FTE and say, okay, you teach 1 or 2 or 3 classes of ALPS. So they're able, and it doesn't cover all of the classes, because those classes are funded by the fact that there are students in them. But sometimes you have to have a smaller class in order to offer those distinct classes within the schedule. So it makes it easier to do that.
So This was very informative for me, this presentation. Thank you for all the information. And I share the general sentiment that I've heard today, which is really wanting to challenge every student and help them to reach their potential. So where my mind keeps going on this is, how well are we reaching all of these eligible elementary students? And what do next steps look like? Are we content with where we are? What do you need from the board? I'm really curious what's next for us. And along with that is, what about these elementary school students who maybe their parent doesn't apply? Does the teacher ever initiate outreach to parents or initiate and say, here's a student who could use more challenge, like was described?
One of the things that we do in the fall is we send a flyer to all teachers in elementary schools, and the flyer has some key characteristics to look for those outlying students. And then we also send a paper that has 4 pass-along cards that they can cut out. And we do this both in English and in Spanish. So during that first parent conference, the teachers can say, you know, we might be interested in the ALPS program. It might be beneficial for your student, and give them that pass along card that has our website and a link to the application and our contact information on it. So that's one of the ways that we advertise. From the universal testing that we do in 6th grade, and we can with confidence say that that could be duplicated in other grades. We know that we have many students who would qualify for ALPS at high levels who do choose to stay in their elementary schools or in their local schools. And so, of course, we would want to meet those needs wherever they are. As Carolyn said, the PLC process and looking at that 4th question, the Walk to Read program, those are ways that those needs can be met. And I believe the new curriculum that's been introduced in the past few years with Wit and Wisdom, and now with Open Up Math, I believe that those programs will also, the curriculum for those programs will also be beneficial because they increase the rigor for all students and provide more opportunities for that depth of thought and that deep questioning as well. So those are some of the ways that, those are some of the things that are in place, but it is always something that we're looking at because we do know that there are many students out there, and we would love to keep all of them learning and growing and having a productive year.
Along the lines of the 6th grade test, when is it administered?
It's administered generally in November. We open the window at the end of October, and then it closes the first part of December. So the bulk of the testing is in November. Mm-hmm.
So as a board member, I'm looking for recommendations from administration or for you on what would be a great next step. Would you recommend earlier testing of elementary students? Would you recommend more locations? Are we to a point to have that discussion, or are we good with where we are?
We aren't good with where we are, but we're pleased with all of the great efforts that are being done by the people who are in place.
With the direction and the movement that I've learned about tonight.
With the resources we have, I have a great level of confidence that we're making a lot of those opportunities. We have wonderful specialists and consultants in place. Mm-hmm. We have great ALPS teachers. We have great students, parents, great teachers who are choosing to provide these opportunities and to get the extended learning that's available to be sure they're differentiating for their students. So by saying that I would love to do more, that's not taking away from any of those efforts. Things are happening every day, all the time, to make sure we're meeting the needs of advanced learners. Anytime we have other opportunities and resources, though, we can expand that. We can bring it closer to the neighborhood school. And bringing it closer to the neighborhood school helps us overcome the hurdles that Mr. Robinson described. That's really it. We have students who are advanced. We have educators who want to provide a great experience every time for every kid. So how do we make that match up? And the more resources we have, the better we're able to do that. So if the board wanted us to come back with some ideas, even some different stages for how we could expand that, we would be happy to come back with some ideas. It's not that I think this shows that we're making the most of the resources that we have, and you can always continue to work on professional development, but for broad change, more resources are needed. I don't want to make it sound like, well, as long as we have more money, we can do more things. We're always working to see how we can do better and better. But I think to see a sea change rather than incremental shifts, the next step would be to say, how would you use this much? Or you can either say, if we had this much, how would you use it? Or you can say, we would like to provide something in every feeder for middle school students and elementary students to have dedicated programs. What would that cost? So you can go either direction. This is our goal. What would it take? This is what we have available. What could you do? I think you could take either path.
Okay. Thank you.
Would you agree with that, or would you say that another way?
I absolutely do, and I think that was better spoken than I could. But just basically, yes. We have the ideas that are available. It's just dependent upon what the board would like to see us do.
I'd personally like to see us expand it, at least at the elementary level, to have ALPS in every feeder system. And I speak as a kid who fell through the cracks because I was under-challenged. And so because I was under-challenged, I became a behavior problem. And I thought I was dumb because I was smart, and nobody ever could point that out. And so it took until I got to college before I figured out that I was actually brighter than I thought. But had they had an ALPS program and challenged me a little bit, my story could be way different. And so I just calculated from my house, the 3 elementaries are 7 or 8 miles away. You know, that's just, to me, a program this valuable, at least we ought to have one in every feeder system at the elementary level. And then if we have, I never want a kid turned away. So if we have a waiting list, my next question would be, how many are we turning away? Are all those wait list kids getting in? But you don't have to tell me that today, but I'd like to see more resources in the ALPS program.
That information might help us understand where to prioritize the next one if the board approves for the resources, right?
I know a lot of people in my community have just given up on the program because they're not interested to drive to Riverton. It's a hard drive, and especially with the traffic problems that we have getting in and out of our city. So I don't know. I just feel sorry that kids could qualify for this, but they don't. They would go to their neighborhood school like we do in DLI if the neighborhood school, or the cluster school, if the cluster school is close. But I just don't know if they want to go across the district to it. But anyways, you know my feeling. ALPS in every feeder.
Can I summarize what I thought I heard just to make sure that I heard it correctly? So having cluster classrooms at each school, while it may be convenient for families and provide more access, would not be your recommendation?
It would. There are pros and cons to it, and so I think it would require a thoughtful and consider a very thoughtful conversation with that to outline what are some of the benefits and what are some of the challenges, and have many eyes look at that, look at the benefits and the challenges to a cluster type program.
While we don't want to rule that out, I think we could find some creative ways to organize classes in a way that wouldn't draw all advanced students into one, but could still meet their needs at every school.
That's what Granite does. I think that they have one at every school. They put them all in one class and backfill it with other kids, and then they pull them out like we would for remediation. They pull the gifted kids out. But I'm not saying their way is the best, but I don't know. I hope kids aren't missing opportunities.
I had one more question. So a student, we pay for every student to take a test in 6th grade. How does a student qualify prior to 6th grade? Does a parent have to seek that out? Do we send out a suggestion to a parent that maybe they look into it? How does that work?
So yes, it is by parent application, and we do send information to the teachers and ask them to pass along information to the parents. We also put a flyer with information in Peach Jar, and we also send home a hard copy flyer in Spanish and in English to every student in elementary. And we also hold multiple parent information meetings, some in person, some over Zoom, so parents who are interested can learn a little bit more about the program.
We did a one-time third grade testing years ago. All third graders we tested, didn't we? I remember proving that years ago.
I believe that was for the 6th grade. We haven't done a universal test with the elementary ages, up to my knowledge, and since I've been in this position.
Could have sworn we did a.
I thought we did too.
I thought we did a
We had-
younger
When I
grade.
came on and we did that study, the book study.
There was a recommendation from the study that the board asked us to do several years ago. The recommendation was to do a universal testing at a few different time periods. The one that we have been doing is with the 6th grade, and that stemmed from when the ALPS program was moved from Oker Hills Middle School to Joel P. Jensen. And those discussions, that was when the universal testing was suggested and then approved by the board.
Do we remember why it was 6th grade? How that was chosen?
That was because of the middle school program. It had been at Oker Hills for many years, and then due to the multiple boundary changes a few years back, the program needed to move from Oker Hills, and so it was going to move to Joel P. Jensen. But the parents in the south end of the valley asked if we could please have a program both in the north and the south end of the valley. We were working with Mike Anderson at the time, and one of the recommendations was to do universal testing to look at the need and then to make a decision from there. And so we did the testing that year, and we've been doing it ever since. And then and that was when the middle school options were expanded to 3 schools instead of 1 school. And since then, we've been doing that universal testing at 6th grade and then sending invitations to families.
So the purpose was to get students right before they went into middle school.
Yes. The original purpose was to assess the need and how many students we would have that would in those qualifying ranges, and then see and just take a look and see about expanding the programs at the middle school level, which was the outcome with that.
Okay.
We don't have resources for families whose students they take the universal test, they get in, but the parents both work. They can't drive their kid we don't have any resources to provide to those families.
So it depends on the middle school that they attend, and so so depending on the middle school that they attend, there's the resources that are in that middle school. So there's always the advanced math option if math is their forte and something that they're interested in. And then we do have the resources at the school, and again, we're happy to support any teacher request at the school as well. But it would just largely depend on the school itself.
Is there any way, or are we flagging students, I guess, so that if they can't get to an ALPS program, their local counselor sees that they are good at these areas and can help encourage them and the parents to be like, hey, they did well on this ALPS test. We encourage you to take these classes to help challenge them. Do we do things like that?
We have not done that thus far. It is something that we could certainly take a look at doing. There have been a few instances, particularly with students who are multilanguage learners who I've noticed that they have some very high scoring in certain areas that I have contacted the counselor and just said, hey, I just want you to be aware of this student and be aware of these skills that we're seeing on this assessment and keep them in your scope. So I have done that personally with a few students, but we haven't done it on a large scale.
One question.
Yes.
Do we know, or do you know what the total budget allocation is for gifted and talented? How much is the district spending across the board for gifted and talented stuff, all the stuff that was in this presentation?
So most that we gave in the presentation was from the budget the grant that we get from the USBE. However, there are some elements that the district pays for. Dr. Godfrey spoke of the FTE, the additional FTE that we give to the middle schools. And Dr. Godfrey or Carolyn, would you like to address that?
It didn't seem possible to do all that with 350,000, so that's why
We don't.
I'm asking.
There are a number of salaries that do come from a district budget that take care of several people that are paid for. A couple of our specialists, our consultant, the FTE that he spoke of, and then we also help with the cost, even though partly it is paid for out of that grant. We also help with the cost of the universal testing. So I would have to take those pieces, and of course it changes depending on the person that's in the role, but we could take those pieces and we could add them up and find out a total.
Yeah, that would be helpful for me if I understood how much we're currently spending on gifted and talented, just in general. Is that too big of an ask?
We can pull that together and we'll email the whole board that
Be
information.
helpful for me if, in addition to that, we could say, this is what it costs to fund an elementary program. This is what it costs to fund a middle school program.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Part of that will include an estimate of how much additional FTE is used at the elementary level. Mostly that's covered. I think mostly that works out okay.
Yes.
But we'll list personnel, we'll break it down. And there was something else that I wanted to add there. We'll pull all the costs together for you on that. The testing, everything else, how much of that comes from the state, how much of that is personnel. And we do use test scores. Counselors use test scores to help place students in appropriate classes. So we are doing that just on a counselor by counselor basis, looking through that. That's part of the advising that they do when they're counseling with families and with students and doing their planning, just to make sure that students aren't underselling themselves. And that's it's part of our strategic plan and portrait of a graduate, to make sure that students are in the challenging classes that are appropriate for them, and counselors are a key part of that.
So that means what we're paying for the testing is not strictly to benefit the ALPS program. It also has other benefits.
It has
to
other
all
benefits.
students.
That's right.
Okay.
That and other testing as well. It's all available in Skyward. Counselors are able to access that. So it's really everyone. Everyone is focused on matching students up with the right opportunities. But as the board talks about making those opportunities more widely available, then we can match students up with those options more easily.
Did I understand you correctly in that the counselors do have access to the test scores, the ALP test scores, so that they can direct?
That's in Skyward, if I'm not mistaken.
It is in Skyward.
Okay.
Yes, they do
so
have
they
access.
are kind of flagged in a way, so the counselors should be able to see all that information,
Right.
help direct
So you score
students
well.
to challenging classes.
Right.
Okay.
You score well, you qualify for ALPS, but you choose not to go into ALPS, but you hadn't thought of yourself as maybe an honor student or that sort of thing, and you don't really want to go to another school. Hey, the results, we talk with your teacher, you really are capable of more than you think.
Okay.
And let's get you into some classes that can challenge you, help you discover what you're capable
Okay,
of.
great.
So would a parent expect to learn about test results during a conference with a counselor as a general rule, or only if, like, whoa, you scored really high?
I think that would mostly be if you scored high, and as a result, there are some class choices that ought to reflect that high score. You wouldn't say, now let's look through your ALPS testing. Oh, looks like you didn't quite make that. I think it would be more around, hey, this is one reason that you might want to consider these other classes, but I don't think it would be reviewed as a matter of course.
We send a copy of the assessment results in our invitation letters, and so parents do have a copy of the test results for those that we send the invitation letters. And just
Only to students who qualify.
only to the students who qualify, yes.
So I do feel like that's something we don't do very well, is let parents know their kids do all this testing. I don't think we have many conversations after the test.
One of the other things that we do as well is we send copies of all the results to the schools. We send a copy to the principal and then also to the teachers. So the teachers do have, the 6th grade teachers themselves have access to it. And I know that some of them do share some of the outcome at parent conferences in the spring.
I think what I'd also like to know is 6th grade the best time to do the testing?
That's a very good question. Most of the off times in other districts that do universal testing, they do it in 2nd or 3rd grade so that they catch the students at a younger age. One of the things that of consideration with that is I would anticipate that we would identify between 200 and 300 students who are at that very top level in any given grade. Maybe even more like we do in 6th grade, but if depending on the parameter that we were looking at. And when you identify a student and you tell a parent we've identified your child, then we would want to have a placement for that child, which is a little bit trickier in the elementary grades. In middle school, they have enough of a cushion that we can say, we're sending you a few hundred more students, and they have enough cushion and room to be able to incorporate those students in their schools because the school's large. And on the elementary side of that, you just have to keep that in consideration of if we're going to identify them, what are we going to offer? Because I am very confident that we would identify many. And then if we had a plan in place, that would be awesome. So
by that statement, though, you're stating there's a lot of kids that are missing out.
There are students all over our school district, as I said earlier, that we know would qualify for ALPS at very high levels who choose to stay in their neighborhood school. And so we would, and some of them are very happy there and love being there and feel like their needs are met there. And some of them we know would benefit from a teacher who had that training to take the students to the next level and to help them go deeper in that, go deeper in the curriculum with a quickened pace. And so there's many individuals out there, and for one, something would work really well, and for another, something else would work really well. But the bottom line is we do know that we have many very high students who would benefit by advanced opportunities, whether that be in the general education classroom or in an ALPS classroom all throughout our district.
There's also a benefit being around other students who may think like you do and have be similarly situated. I was a middle school ALPS principal, and we found that was the case.
That's one of the common feedback that we get from ALPS families is they appreciate their students finding new friends and having that opportunity to be around, as Dr. Godfrey said, others who I think on those similar lines and like to attack problems in the same way.
Anything else? All right, we sure appreciate you being here. It's something that is eye-opening to realize how much good is happening in the district that we have to learn more about. So thank you for your time. All right, let's move on to our next agenda item, which is a review of open house for Frog Street curriculum approval. We'll invite Ms. Lisa Robinson, Kim Lloyd, and Christy Whiteside to the table.
All right. Thank you, President George and board members, for having us back. We were here 2 weeks ago to talk about the process that was looked at to identify additional or new curriculum for our preschool programs, specifically those that are 3 to 5 year old programs that are housed in our elementary schools for special education purposes. So Christy Whiteside is here to share that information with you, and with the hope that if we can answer all of your questions and have things covered well, that we might be able to have that RFP reviewed tonight during the business meeting and approved. So I'll turn the time over to Christy.
Thank you. So we held our open house last week, the online portion that parents could go in and review. And just to back up, we sent invitations out to all the principals that have preschool classes, as well as parents and incoming parents for next year. and our staff. So we held that open house. It was there was an online version where they can go in and look at the curriculum. That was held all last week, so the 19th through the 23rd. And then on the 20th and 21st, we did an in-person open house and had the curriculum available for people to review. We ended up having 20 people show up for the in-person. 4 of them were parents, and the rest were staff and faculty. Does anyone have any questions?
Is it beneficial to have these open houses? I feel like our numbers are always so low, and like I'm glad we're trying, but is there like a back end cost to us having these open houses that don't reach a lot of people?
No, I mean I just set it up in our conference room and just had it available and was there. Made sure I was there all day to answer questions if there were any questions specifically to the curriculum.
And that's a legal requirement, if I'm not mistaken.
The cost is if we don't.
Yeah, and I think the limited cost, but the availability, even if it's a small number, and most of the time we don't have a way to track who's actually going in and looking at it online, because it's usually through the company and they're hosting the website for us. So you could go in, we could all go in and take a look at that information, see what's in the materials. But this just offers another opportunity for people that want to get their hands on it and kind of look through it. And there's really very limited cost to doing that. So
I will say I went and I got all of my questions answered. I had several and enjoyed being able to just hold and flip through the curriculum. And there was a lot of stuff in that room. So I'm excited about this curriculum.
thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for us?
Can you remind me the cost of the curriculum?
Will it be in the bid or?
It's in the
Should be,
I
yeah.
don't think it was listed in the bid.
Item E.
249 964, and that's a 5-year cost. So that would be over the course of 5 years. Total, it would be the 249 964.
That's right. It was listed. It was the other prices that weren't. So I didn't know how to compare what was the cost savings, but I thought I recalled this being very affordable in your initial presentation.
Yes, it was. It was within the budget.
I recently received an email, actually from a student, which I appreciated, that reminded me of the importance of play-based learning. How does this curriculum provide opportunities for play?
So this curriculum is very much based around play. We have to have so many minutes we have a grant. We have to have so many minutes of play, and this curriculum actually meets exactly what we need. So there's at least 60 minutes of play where this curriculum provides different areas that the kids can choose to go play, but it's part of it. And also, the kids learn from the teacher, and then they go and they can have that playtime and implement what they're learning. So it very much fits what we need for that play-based piece. Our preschools are very much that way.
So maybe like centers of different kinds of play, but it is still unstructured. Like it's not directed play.
They can
right?
choose where they want to go.
Right.
So there's like a block area. There's different areas that they can choose to go.
But there's not a teacher there facilitating. And now we're going
Yep.
to do this and we're going to play with
Correct.
it.
There's teachers there to help as far as like
Right.
social interactions, but does that answer your question? Okay.
All right. Does anyone need anything in order to feel comfortable voting on this tonight in our business meeting? Great. We sure appreciate you being here and the work that you do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much.
Up next, we'll have a discussion on the adoption of Wayfinder curriculum. And we will turn it to Dr. Godfrey and Ms. Worthen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stacy Worthen, for being here tonight.
You're welcome.
Wayfinder is a curriculum that we are considering that is focused around Portrait of a Graduate. It is available K-12, but we are focused on providing it for our elementary school counselors as a curriculum to cover, as shown on the screen, future-ready core skills. And the idea is that they have a pre- and post-assessment for each of 4,100 lessons that they have available. But don't worry, we won't have an open house for 4,100 lessons. This will be a subset of lessons that is curated specifically to meet the goals of our Portrait of a Graduate and strategic plan. So the idea is that this would provide a customized curriculum that is centered around our Portrait of a Graduate and provides, as I said, pre and post assessments so that we have another way of measuring the progress that we're making toward those goals, especially at the elementary level. This fills a few different needs. One is that elementary counselors have been eager for a curriculum that can accomplish just this. And also it answers a question for me, what can we do at the elementary level to be very intentional about moving students toward Portrait of a Graduate goals? And how do we know whether that's happening? And this is a curriculum we've looked at for a couple of years, and I think this is the right timing to consider it. So we're coming to the board tonight to say, should we have the company put together a collection of lessons around our Portrait of a Graduate and go through that open house process? All of this is online, although we would provide in-person availability as well. We would email this out as we do on other curriculum, district-wide curriculum options, and get your input as well. Like I said, it provides material that will help elementary counselors as we're providing that Tier 1 instruction, and it gives us some measurable steps that we can take with students at the elementary level. I'm really excited about the focus that the board has taken in putting resources at the elementary level to make sure that kids get a great start toward the goals that we've set as a district. And I think this is an additional component to make sure that we're making the most of those opportunities that you've created. They focus on the future-ready core skills, and if you scroll down a bit, we can see that they're focused around 6 core skills, and that's purpose, self-awareness, adaptability, empathy, collaboration, and agency. And these are they're called essential skills, core skills, soft skills, depending on who you talk to. And I think this is an area where it's going to be important to take a close look at the curriculum itself. But I also think it's important for us to have some materials that are explicitly focused on the goals of Portrait of a Graduate. So we're not looking for approval of a bid or anything tonight. It's just beginning that process like we did with Frog Street, Frog Leap, Frog Street, yes.
Is there room in the budget for this, or would you be asking for additional funds?
Thank you. I would be using funds already allocated by the board.
So no additional funds needed?
Existing budgets.
Is there, every time we do anything for SEL, there's a resistance by some people, and then they start digging in, and then they find bits and pieces that are morally questionable.
Sure.
Broadly speaking, what would you guess we're going to all of a sudden be faced with in terms of that opposition? Are there morally questionable units that they would come back? You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Every time we move forward with any type of SEL curriculum, we get an opposition, and I understand that. I totally understand that. I want to know what we're walking into before we walk into it.
I'm not aware of any national controversy around this curriculum, which is something we've experienced previously. What I
Would you
like-
have known at this point in other curriculums that, yes, we're walking into that?
What I want to say next is that I'm not completely plugged into every potential controversy. There's none that I know of for now. But I think that's why this process is important and it works, because if there are broad concerns that come forward, then we're able to address those. I also like that there are so many lessons to choose from. So with previous programs that we adopted, we had to work pretty hard to substitute and say, oh, this book isn't one that we feel comfortable with. How are we going to substitute that? With over 4,000 lessons to choose from, I think we're going to be able to initially customize around our expectations.
Jordanize it.
Jordanize it, yes, well said, and then adapt it from there. It's used across the country. It's not used widely in Utah at this point. But I'm optimistic that we have choices, but that's partially why I like the process the board has set up. It's because if there is something controversial, we're able to pull that out. And this is very focused on school. It's very focused on having a sense of efficacy, really being able to manage yourself at school. Our job is to educate students, and this is not, this is helping students be more effective at school and get the most out of school, interact with each other effectively. This is a partnership with families. This is not a replacement for the education that families provide as outlined in the Constitution. They're number one. This is a support. This is making sure we're moving toward those agreed upon goals in Portrait of a Graduate. So we'll be very focused on that. It'll be Jordanized specifically to the Portrait of a Graduate. And if approved, I think it will be a great part of launching Portrait of a Graduate.
Right. Thank you. I'm very supportive.
What would if Wayfinder were adopted, what would it displace in the schools? You know what I mean? If we're going to teach something, we only have a limited number of hours that we can teach.
Right.
Something's going to have to leave. What would it displace?
I think it would provide more structured, unified curriculum for the time that elementary counselors are already spending with students. So in other words, they would all be teaching from the same curriculum rather than pulling things together on their own to try to meet the expectations of Portrait of a Graduate. So I don't think it wouldn't take additional time. It's just that the time counselors do spend with a full class instruction, as was described recently, would be more unified and universal across schools so that students are receiving the same information wherever they are. And so it's just kind of an enhancement of that. Counselors are doing a great job, but they're doing it cobbling things together on their own. And the experience varies from school to school. As a result, this would just systematize the way that we approach that.
Elementary school counselors already have a set schedule where they have some time with students, either a class or a larger group, and they would not use the stuff they're currently using and start using this. Is that the idea?
This would be an enhancement to what they're already doing. But it doesn't mean that, okay, now we're going to take an hour out of every week to do this, where there's a cost in that way. It's a support to counselors, and it's making sure that we're consistently providing lessons that support Portrait of a Graduate. Is that, would you say that's accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
You're doing a great job.
Along
Always
those-
have to fact check with the people at the end of the room here.
Along those same lines, I know there are a few schools in my area who, and maybe this is different, I don't know, but they have like that emotional behavior curriculum that their specific SECs have chosen for their schools or something. Not the SEC necessarily, but I had seen like a presentation about the social emotional curriculum that they have at their school. Is this replacing that so every school has the same thing, or is that something different that elementary schools are doing? Do you know what I'm talking about when
Schools do have a choice sometimes they will do a district-wide, they'll put a district-wide program in place. We're not saying you can't do what you've planned as a school. And I think that we'll have to see what happens with that over time. It might be that the school says, hey, we don't have to pay for this anymore. There's something else that we can do. So I think it would be a support where schools don't have to pay for that and individual counselors don't have to plan for it. But we're also not saying whatever you've paid for, you can't use anymore. This is it. We will train everyone on this. There might be questions about individual schools about how this fits in with what they're doing currently. But I think at least initially there would still be room for programs that schools and school community councils felt strongly about.
Well, I've noticed with some of the other curriculum discussions, there's often a committee of professionals who will be utilizing it or different stakeholders. Is that true with this curriculum as well, or will that happen if it hasn't happened already?
I know that elementary counselors have had the opportunity to review this. Maybe Ms. Worthen can talk about that.
Yep. And we also have our counselor collaborative that we can involve in making this decision as well.
Okay. Because I think if it's been reviewed by a committee and they're all supportive, it makes sense that the next step would be the board. Just a quick clarification, because I understand we have a couple of board members who were on a Portrait of a Graduate committee. This is beyond the scope of that particular committee? Okay.
But trying to be in harmony.
Yes.
Finding a tool that they use that matches the Portrait of the Graduate's philosophies and goals.
I think this is exactly what we want. We want to provide the Portrait of a Graduate, the high level, and then we're hoping that, as I mentioned a few weeks ago, district adopts it as their own and starts doing things just like this. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. I'm excited for it. I feel like it can answer a lot of questions of why are so many kids seeing the counselors in elementary schools that you had presented to us before, because it has those assessments. So we could kind of break it down maybe and say these are the big reasons we're seeing in elementary school. And so I have a lot of high hopes for this.
We do too.
And those assessments, will they help us track progress with Portrait of a Graduate and those measurements that we have built in? We can say we implemented the curriculum at this time and we can already see progress, or year after year? How does the assessment work?
Well, with the pre and post testing, hopefully we can start to see that. And I would love to see that third graders, for example, once they've had this curriculum in first and second grade, then in third grade, our pre and post test scores are higher than previous cohorts coming through. We've done so many innovative things that I think have been well thought through and are around a plan. It's going to be exciting to see over the years the impact of full implementation. A student that's gone all the way through these new programs has had Walk to Read and Wit and Wisdom and these other supports in place for their whole time in elementary school. I think we will be able to measure that. I think that's one of the advantages here, is that we're able to measure that.
And help me understand how these assessments are going to work, because don't we have assessments in Portrait of a Graduate itself, and now here's another assessment? Are we going to be over-assessing, or will there be too much redundancy? Do we know yet, or is this a work in
It's going to be a little bit of a work in progress, how it fits in, but it's pretty unique. In fact, we were able to, we've gone through the sole source process because it's unique to have assessments that are, focused around Portrait of a Graduate specifically. So it's a little bit new. I don't think it will be over-assessment because it will be, to your earlier question, part of what we're already doing. It's just including an assessment in that lesson that's consistent district-wide. So the comparisons, we can make comparisons and say, hey, from school to school, how are we doing?
Or if a student changes a school and that assessment changes.
Right. And if they change schools, but now there's consistency in what we're providing. So it's exciting.
So, when we're talking about social and emotional learning and assessments of that, is that a survey? And do we need to provide opportunities for opting out?
We'll absolutely provide opportunity. Anyone can opt out of any portion of any day. That's in the law, and we'll communicate well with parents about this. We'll email all elementary parents about the opportunity to review this curriculum. And we will have our assessment team look very closely at whether these materials would require that survey permission. But fortunately, we do that right at the beginning of the year, so we know who can participate and who can't. And that would, so there's a separate question on whether they can take the assessment and whether they participate in the lesson. And parents can opt out of the assessment or opt out of both if they choose.
Other questions? Okay.
We'll put together that communication and make sure you're invited, and you can ask any questions of me or of Ms. Worthen in the meantime. So,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Up next, we'll invite Mr. Scott Thomas, Mr. Dave Rostrom to the table so we can have a discussion on an update on the West Jordan High School remodel progress. And this is prior to a potential bid vote, so.
Yeah. Thank you. We appreciate the invite back. I just wanted to bring to your attention, we added a couple of things to the board docs, and one was the draft of the West Jordan High School remodel options that were presented to the board in November. It's been some time now, and it was approved in December. We wanted to update you and provide you with, we thought instead of modifying this, we'd just give you a whole new sheet with some updated timelines. So that's what we attempted to do here. In choosing the 4-year option, we still believe in working with the architect, which is MHTN, that they can deliver on this project in 4 years or less. We're being cautious in saying 4 years, but they say right now they can probably do it in less than 4 years. What we're going to do is we're still going to bring in the 10 to 12 portables to house the different content areas that are under construction. If you've driven by, you see how we've ripped up the whole front there, and we're now converting the front grass into parking, future parking and portable staging. And it'll revert back to parking after the completion of the project. And so we still have the estimated costs are about the same. And in just a moment, I'm going to turn some time over to Dave so he can explain to you the CMGC process, which is really new, and it's not unique, but it's new to Jordan School District. So it's kind of important that we all understand what we're jumping into here and why. The timeline, we're going to say that, and so we've modified this just a little bit. The board selected the 4-year option in December of 24. We actually started the design process. So MHTN was brought in April to begin the initial design process. And we've been able to take some tours of some high schools with them. We've also done a visioning exercise. And I think last week they actually met, it was Thursday. It's Thursday they met with the department heads at West Jordan High just to get some ideas, thoughts, feedback, and that was a real positive experience. Tonight, we'll be presenting to you for the potential approval of the general contractor. And so, like I said, in just a moment, Dave will kind of explain that process to you. So that we would hire the CMGC potentially tonight. May, we begin preparing the asphalt in the grass area. We plan to move the portables to that area. All of the utilities and infrastructure will be complete, and then by the end of August, so around the 1st of September, we'll be moving those portables in. And by December of 25, January of 26, we'll begin construction. So the idea would still be to have the school ready by the fall of 2029. So those are our goals. Any questions on the timeline?
Is September too late to move portables in? Because the classes will have already started, so are people going to have to start moving once class has started?
Correct. Yeah, it won't be too late. I mean, basically, by then, it's going to take a while to begin. So they'll sit empty for a while, because what we'll probably do is And when we understand the design process a little better, what's going to happen is we're going to move probably students out in November, December, so they can begin in the classrooms in December, January, probably right after Christmas. So what's going to happen is during the school year, they'll be working on the classroom sections, and then during the summers when they'll hit the bigger areas like the cafeteria and the gym and commons area and some of those things. So, Dave, do you want to take a minute and just explain the CMGC process?
It's a common practice that's used in construction with a lot of the other school districts as well as a lot of the state agencies. Like Mr. Thomas said, this will be the first experience for us. In my personal opinion, I think there's a time and a place for it. I don't think on all of our projects it's in our best interest to use this process, but on these multi-year fairly difficult modifications, I believe this will be a good opportunity to try that process. And the idea is you hire the contractor, and they will be involved in weekly meetings right alongside the architect and district personnel in making the designs. And the philosophy is bringing the contractor on, they can, even though they're charging a fee for it, they believe they can reduce the costs of construction that will exceed their fees by working with the architect and saying, well, we're having a hard time getting this beam, or if you used a little different product for this area, we can cut you cost savings. And so that's kind of the general idea, is the folks that have been building, that are experts in the construction side of it, will be able to help the architects in making decisions on the best methods for the construction process and material.
Are you recommending this because remodels can have unforeseen complications,
Right.
and it really benefits us to have that?
Yeah,
Exactly.
and
Like with Bingham. Like Bingham's a great example, and Bingham turned out awesome. But what happened with that was, we're used to building a school, for example, and so we'll hire an architect who will design the school, and we'll take it out to bid and bring the low bid back to the board, and that's how we move forward. In this case with Bingham, for example, we designed phase 1, and we brought that, and it was X, and so that was approved, and we got a contractor on board who started the project, and then into it. The second year, I can't remember which years we had different contractors, but there were a couple of different contractors in there. And what was difficult was this contractor has to try and figure out where this one left off and order all the materials for that year only. And so the continuity was a challenge. It turned out great, but just having the same person on the whole time would be, I think, beneficial. So I think, Ms. Wood, you nailed it.
That's one of the big benefits, as I understood it.
Correct.
Multi-year project, a multi-summer project, and maintaining the same guys doing it the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, and also, this isn't just a summer project, right? That's
Correct.
why we can do it more quickly.
Yes.
So
yeah. So it would have been approximately 6 summers, but that's why the board in their wisdom chose the 4-year plan, so it doesn't become so overwhelming. Because like I said, that last year at Bingham, we all wanted to be done with each other.
And they were
go away and don't come back. It turned out great.
Walk me through how the $80 million come in. So right now we're approving the bid for the
contractor's
$3 million.
fee. And that is just
And
the
then
contractor's
at
fee.
what point and at what schedule are we going to pay for the $80 million?
So the $80 million was just an estimated cost. What's going to happen now, Dave, please correct me as we go through this, is the architect will start working with the contractor immediately for the design. And what could happen in November, for example, in 5 or 6 months, we come back to the board and say, they've designed it to this amount, or we're right on, which it probably won't be right on, or maybe we're over a little bit. And when we bring that back to the board is able to then say, let's say we come back and it's $90 million. Then we adjust the scope of the project and the design.
But we're looking at one bid. We're still looking at one bid for the whole project.
So when we come back, like I say, once we get 80 to 90% of the drawings complete, then the general contractor will give us a maximum guaranteed
price.
price.
Okay.
So they'll say, with what's been designed, we guarantee
No more than.
no more than,
But possibly less than.
but possibly less than. So
Yeah.
it's kind
That's
of a
great. One
guaranteed.
single bid. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it would be a multi-bid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be one, but they've got to have 80 to 90% of the drawings complete for them to be able to have a close enough
How
estimate.
quickly will they need the 80 million? Your best guess as to, is it 20 million a year for 4 years? Is it 50 up front? Is it
Good question.
what's the rollout of the dollars?
I would imagine it should be fairly even between the four
There you
Okay.
years.
go.
So we're looking at about 20 million a year. Okay.
When we get the contractor working with the design, that they will help us with the schedule as well, where they'll be able to say, yeah, we feel like we can get this much done during the school year, and this is how much we could get done in the summer. So they'll help us a lot with the schedule as well.
Okay. Great.
And I need a little bit of education here. As a district, do we have certain protections against things not getting done or done on schedule where we would hold money back?
Liquidated
or they're bound,
damages.
Or,
Yeah.
okay.
Dave, do you want to talk about that, bonding
well,
and liquidated?
And they're also required to put in a bond. So for some reason, if the contractor went bankrupt or walked away from the project, they got too far into it and wasn't able to do it, then we can go back on their bond and hire another contractor to complete the work. So
And are there incentives for them to finish by the date we've given them, or it's just good faith?
yeah, we haven't given any incentives to finish early, but we do have the liquidated damages if they don't complete it on time.
The incentive is you don't get a difficult phone call from Dave, and that's incentive enough.
And I will say, these guys have worked really hard to create. It is a privilege to work for Jordan School District. And if you want to continue to do business with Jordan School District, you play ball. You do your very best, and then you can stay in their good graces. I know it's very competitive to do business with Jordan School District.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I thank you. Just Westland Construction that you'll potentially be approving tonight. They're the ones that built Mountain Ridge High School. They performed very well for us. And you're right. It was very competitive. We had some great contractors put in for this.
They got an award for that too. I think.
I think
Mountain
they
Ridge
did. Yeah.
Building project of the year or something
Mhm.
because low cost and they're able to provide and quick to get it done on time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I noticed that our start date is pushed back a few months. Is that because the design process is more involved, or are there other reasons leading to that push?
Just a little bit of a learning curve for us, and it took us a little bit longer to get the information to get it out onto Periscope. And
Well, I didn't mean to highlight that, but thank you. Thank you for being transparent.
We are excited about it. We think it'll be good. Yeah.
I have a random question that probably is too late, but I haven't been by West Jordan High School, so I haven't seen all the stuff's been going on out front. But I was curious what happened to the grass in the front area,
Good.
and if that's something we could have relocated to other fields that needed help in
It's a great question because it's asked almost on every project. So it's great. So what we do is we turn these projects over to the contractor, and then once that happens, they basically have what we call demolition rights, and they come in and sometimes for cost purposes they just scrape it off and put it in a big pile. I think Ms. Dean, you called me and asked me the question, people, what can we do with the grass? And I imagine if there's a big pile of sod sitting there, anybody could just come and pick it up. But we don't do anything with it because they're just trying to move it out of the way. Now, in some cases, the contractor may come in and cut it up. They might cut it out and actually try to reuse it or repurpose it, or sell it if they can. So, but
it's
we
up
don't
to them.
usually repurpose it. I guess we could if we had projects. If the timing was such that we needed sod, I would imagine we could take advantage of that.
yeah, and the price of sod is really pretty reasonable, and it's quite labor intensive on trying to harvest it.
Yeah, that's a good question because it's asked a lot. So that's good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I have a random question
Okay.
too. I don't know if you've been by and seen the big hole.
I have, yeah.
What are those big, huge chunks of concrete?
great.
Is
Well,
that very typical to have those giant chunks
we saw that too. They must have been the footings for the
And
old
they
marquee.
dug deep. They went down
like
deep.
they're huge. Like what is that?
That was something we weren't expecting. We didn't.
Let's hope it's the last time you say that.
Surprise.
Yeah. Well, Dave and I drove by. I said, "What is that?" I mean, they're massive, and the only thing we can think of is they must have been footings for an old marquee or something. They're big.
Yeah.
We hope we didn't, dig into the city's infrastructure somehow, maybe the sewer, but
They're not ancient ruins, are they?
yeah, I don't think so.
And they have to over excavate that because that front area was some drainage, and so there's going to be some underground
Yeah.
retention for the new parking lot as well as some of the existing parking lots. So you'll see that go down and a lot of gravel brought in, and
Which is why you're asking why the hole. They are excavating down a little bit, but yeah.
I'm not even asking about the hole.
Just the
those
big, massive
giant
footings.
chunks of concrete. Yeah, yeah.
Very large.
Yeah.
Remind me what the plan is during construction for the high school students.
Perfect.
That's the reason for the portables.
It
We're not
yeah.
busing them off anywhere. Everyone
No.
who goes to West Jordan High is still going to go to West Jordan High for that time period.
Correct.
There's no effect on Joel P. Jensen that's right next door.
That is correct. Yeah. So we're going to be self-contained during the entire project, and the whole idea behind that, and it was actually Dave's idea. What are we going to do? How can we be more efficient and get this done quicker, and be less of a burden on the day-to-day instruction that takes place? Because one of the things that happened at Bingham High was we had 9 weeks to do. We had this much time to do this much work, and so the board was great during that time period. And that we're going to have to spill over a couple of weeks on the end and maybe start a couple of weeks early. And I'm not saying we won't need to do that, but the risk of having to come back to the superintendent or the board and be very uncomfortable and saying, what are we going to do those first 2 weeks? That'll be minimized. What we'll be able to do is move students out during the school year and I don't know for what length of time, let's just say a quarter or a half a year, we'll pull out 10 to 12 classrooms at a time, giving the contractor a chance to get in and update and remodel those classrooms, and then back in, and then the next group comes out. So it'll all be staged. So that's the intent, is during that time we just are moving people in and out every 10 to 12 weeks, for example. That would just be an example, but it may be longer. Just so everybody has a home. I mean, everybody's going to have a chance to be in a portable for a while.
And go ahead.
Oh, no, you should.
There will be people who their entire West Jordan High School experience were during the portable years. I went to West Jordan during the portable years. I didn't know a normal West Jordan High School.
Yep. 10th. If you start as a 10th grader, you're going to graduate. Yeah.
But you're welcome to come back and see what your younger siblings get to experience.
Your sacrifice gave
That's right.
everyone else.
That's
Get to see some of it.
It was
right.
I just want to point out to those listening that would not have been available at Bingham just because of space. We don't have the space to put 14 portables on site. But I appreciate the creativity because that does allow for some flexibility and for things to happen more rapidly. But it's unique. It's uniquely possible because of the size of enrollment and the size of the property there at West Jordan.
that was one of my concerns or questions to the contractors, as there's going to be students that this is going to be their whole high school experience. And so how can we do this work without impacting this and keeping the impact very minimal for the students? And, we indicated, we don't want just a wall of plywood in there. How can we make that more appealing? And talked about, maybe having some signs on it or some elevations of what the finished product is going to look like as the students walk by. So that'll be
Should
one
give them
of
their first pick at graduation times that those years.
You should at least get that.
What about the gym? Are we going to displace them during basketball season or those types of seasons where they might lose their gym their senior year?
Yeah, and we'll work, and luckily the work that'll be done in the gym is going to be very minimal. Over the years we've done some upgrades in there, but yeah, and that's where we'll work with the administration, working around their programs and scheduling what works out best for which areas. We'll have some challenges more, in the CT areas where, we can't move that whole program out to a standard portable. And so that may be more of a summer work in those areas. So it's definitely going to come with some challenges, but we've got a large team assembled between architects and general contractors and the administration that will be able to work through the
There's a lot of excitement behind this project already, a lot of enthusiasm.
West Jordan's old enough that there's a heritage, there's a tradition, there's a legacy, and I think everyone will pull together to say we're making this whole thing better for all of us.
Yeah, which was mentioned.
I noticed
in our
that's what happened at Bingham.
Yeah, we had some visioning sessions, and that was brought up. That exact thing was brought up about the history and culture of the school.
So I am really grateful for the innovation that I'm hearing here. Thank you. I'm going to turn to this side of the room and talk about, as a teacher, completely moving out of your classroom is a big ask. How can we support the teachers that are doing just the nuts and bolts of packing up a classroom and reorganizing a new classroom mid-year? Do we need to provide, extra sweeps who can help move materials, or, a stipend, something that can help with what we're asking?
In the olden days when we were year-round, we did have stipends set up, and we have had stipends set up for teachers who have to move things out of their classroom. So there's a structure in place for paying for teachers to do that. We have generally done that when they only under certain circumstances. And having recently remodeled Bingham, I'd like to ask, what did we do at Bingham, and how is this different from what's happening at Bingham? Because we have done exactly what you've described, provided stipends. We've also provided support. I know that we've had certain moving companies come in and teachers box it, and then they get to tell the movers where they want things and how they want things put around. So we've used staff internally to help support teachers in moving. We have used outside companies, and we've also paid stipends to teachers under various circumstances. But I think these two would know better what we did for Bingham and how West Jordan might be different.
I appreciate that. So there's been two different structures. One is when we say to a teacher, hey, within your classroom, we're going to be doing some work, but you're really not relocating. So you're just going to box your things up or move everything to the center of the room. Or we've moved people, and some of the remodels, like down to the gym, has been the staging area. But we have hired moving companies to help move their boxes. So we really haven't given them a stipend in that sense. When we move people from one location to another, like you're going to pack everything up, move into a classroom, and then have to move back, then we have paid people up. And I just can't remember the amount, but there's a move in and move out stipend that we've been able to.
People might be holding their English class in the gym.
No.
No,
I'm talking during the summer. So like at an elementary, if we've gone in or any of our schools, and we've done like a summer project only, we've moved everything into the cafeteria, the gym, and they've boxed up their classrooms. We've moved them in there and carefully tried to keep track of everything. It's a big deal. And then they move. So then they're back in by the time school starts.
Yeah, when we were doing the year-round school, so if a school was being renovated and they had a year-round, the teachers would get a stipend because we'd move them out on Friday and they had to be set up ready for class Monday morning.
Right.
That's where the stipend, where they're just boxing it up, and they won't physically have to move them. We'll have staff staff or contractors that will move their boxes from their existing classroom out to the portable and then back in. But it's still a lot of work for them because they got to box it and they have to unbox their material.
I would be interested in maybe bringing back some of those steps, anything to support these teachers. That sounds
Extra
very
health and
stressful.
wellness day at West Jordan High School.
We will bring something back for the board.
Lunch or something.
Yeah, we'll look at that.
One more question. One of the challenges we found at Bingham is we came in and we remodeled and modernized so many parts of the school, and yet other parts, they were still left with 30-year-old equipment, desks and tables that were 30 years old. And then the poor administration had to figure out how do I update what wasn't updated. What percent is that? We're going to face that again at West Jordan, that we're going to have tables and desks and equipment that is still 30 years old. Guys, I don't think they're getting a whole brand new school. And where is that going to be budgeted? I just want to raise the flag to say that was an issue at Bingham. We need to make sure that we don't burden West Jordan as soon as we're done and now have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to modernize some of the equipment.
Haven't corrected all the Bingham problems either.
We haven't.
And John, can you speak to the FF&E, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment with Bingham, how that worked?
I'm not sure I know all the answer to that, but
Okay.
Bingham was the principal used some funds, and then the district also put in some funds, and it was phased in over a matter of, I think it was 3 years.
Contributed from a
Get it.
furniture budget I have as well. But I think that's another item we can bring back.
The Alumni Foundation also contributed.
Yeah, there were lots of different groups that pitched in. So let's bring that back along with information about how to compensate teachers for moving back and forth. Does that sound okay if we combine that in a future agenda item?
Yeah, because we haven't included any movable furniture
Right.
in the cost estimate.
And I don't think we should. I'm not directing that to you. I'm just saying
No,
in
it's-
general,
Right.
we put a burden on the administration to all of a sudden say, wait a minute, we've got these beautiful fixtures in the hall, and
And
yet
these
in the
old-
classroom we have 30-year-old desks.
Right. And I think in most cases, Mr. Shaw did replace a lot of furniture in there.
There was a lot spent at the school level.
Yeah, there was.
I am actually interested in including that. So I know you said you're not, but I am. I think a remodel should be a new school.
When Bryce says this school's been around since, for a lot of years, it's a legacy. I remember it being built.
Yeah.
And that was when I was in high school, my senior year. And we paid $15 million. I just looked it up for that school. I don't know what that's saying about me. It's been a long time, but it is a school that has a lot of history.
And then we put parking for cars in it a few years later.
Yeah, we do.
It says 1,300 students the first.
So we're excited. We appreciate the opportunity. We think it'll certainly be a nice project, and will showcase how important West Jordan is to all of us. So we're excited.
Yeah, I'm excited about
Yeah, fun journey. Anything else?
Is everyone comfortable with this as a bid on our agenda in the business meeting? Great.
I guess I have one more question.
Okay, great.
How far behind is Copper Hills?
So Copper Hills was built. We were just out there today looking at a few things. 95. So Copper Hills is not. West Jordan was an 80. I think it was a 79, 80.
81.
81 when we finished it.
Bingham was 76. We finished in 75.
Yeah. So 75, 81, and then 95 was. So
Okay.
it's 30 years old. Copper Hills is 30 years old.
We'll be long gone before anyone remodels Copper Hills.
it'll be a bit, but yeah. Right.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's exciting. Okay. Up next, we will have our discussion on esports in Jordan School District. Mr. Brad Sorensen and Mr. Brian Veazey on the hot seat.
Yes, we're excited. We're excited to have a conversation about the upcoming sanctioning of esports with UHSAA. I did want to mention my daughter was an Alta construction graduate meaning she was one of those students that was under construction the whole time. So it is tough. It's tough to do that, but she turned out great. We just wanted to come and update you and just kind of formalize that we as a district are prepared and ready to move forward with esports as part of the UHSAA sanctioned activities and events. And we provided in board docs a document. I want to thank our esports committee members, Cammie Taylor, who's back here to my right, actually, who helped put together this document along with Spencer Campbell and Mark Halliday and who am I forgetting, Brian?
Anthony Muto.
And Anthony Muto, who have kind of served on our esports committee since we put it in as clubs back in 2020. And we're kind of excited about the involvement of esports and where it's gone. And so I'd like to turn the time over, if I can, to Brian, who can maybe walk through our document or share, if you have any questions about the document, but ultimately what it means, and specifically with UHSAA as it moves forward as a sanctioned activity. So, Brian?
Yeah, you bet. As Brad mentioned, we are excited to be adding esports to the sanctioned activities of the Utah High School Activities Association. And it's been kind of an interesting evolution. Prior to 2020, we had several students who were actively engaged in participating in gaming and who were really pushing in their local schools to create clubs. Clubs in 2020, clubs were created, and I think they became quite popular in all 6 of our high schools, as well as a number of our middle schools in their involvement. And then it ultimately ended up going through the emerging sports process and protocol of the Utah High School Activities Association. It got to a point where it met that threshold and met the criteria for being considered and being voted on as a sanctioned activity. And I believe it was about a year and a half ago, it was proposed that it be sanctioned, and that it be sanctioned starting the 2025-2026 school year. Right now we have very strong club teams in all of our high schools. Every high school has at least a head coach, and some have an assistant coach. There has been points added to the activity differential to cover a stipend for that esport head coach, even as it's been a club. There was a time in 2020 where the district funded the startup of those esports clubs in order to get the equipment and the supplies and the technology necessary to run those events. We've had several of our schools that have competed at a very high level, several of them winning various regional, various divisional, and some state competitions at the state level. By way of information, Utah High School Activities Association is obviously still learning about esports and learning about its structure and learning about how to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of operating the esports structure as a sanctioned activity within the Utah High School Activities Association. There are some things that they've definitely solidified. Ken Garf has been the big front runner in providing esports opportunities to students and to our communities. They provide tournaments in the fall. They provide tournaments in the spring. They have a spring celebration where there is a state competition, but there are a lot of trainings and a lot of breakout sessions where the kids can go and coaches can go to learn more about the college opportunities available through esports, the career opportunities available through esports, the different types of opportunities that are available for them through esports. And so the Utah High School Activities Association knows that it's going to continue in partnership with Ken Garf. But now that they're taking it over as a sanctioned sport, they're confident that that partnership will look a little bit different. They're just not quite sure what that's going to look like, and they're in the process of kind of defining the partnership with Ken Garf and the ownership and operation of esports through the Utah High School Activities Association. They have created a season that will be January through April each year. They've selected the 3 games that they will be competing in. Those are Rocket League, Mario Kart, and Super Smash Brothers. I've had an opportunity to go to the spring celebration at the University of Utah for the last 2 years, and I've had an opportunity to observe the culture and the climate of an esports event, and much to my surprise, it was very much like a lot of the other activities and a lot of the other athletics programs that you would see. They had a big screen right in the middle of the basketball court, if you will, facing one side of the arena. They had everybody, the stands were full of spectators and fans. They had teams down right in front of the screen that had all of their communication device. They had their gaming chair. They had their uniforms on. They were side by side. They actually had 2 students that had been that are actively involved in esports who actually did commentary throughout the esports competition. And so I was actually really impressed with a couple of things. Number one, I was extremely impressed with how tight-knit of a community the esports community is. We talk about in education the importance of looking for places where students can belong and communities that they can be an integral part of. And esports just provides us with one more opportunity to create a community within our schools that allows for a specific type of student with specific interests in gamings to come together to be a part of that community, to be a part of creating and enjoying that culture, and to be a part of creating a climate that allows for the excitement of not only the competition, but equally as important, the opportunities for scholarships to be able to continue on to college and career opportunities right out of sometimes during high school, but right out of high school and certainly beyond their college experience. All of the Utah High School Activities Association eligibility rules will apply. So one of the changes that'll happen in going from a club to a sanctioned activity is that there will be the eligibility guidelines. Students will be required to maintain a 2.0 GPA with no more than 1 F in the term prior to the season. And so depending on where that January date falls, it might end up being second quarter that determines eligibility. If it's late in January, it could end up being third quarter that determines eligibility. Now, if they're not eligible, it doesn't mean that they can't be a part of the community. It doesn't mean that they can't be a part of the team. They just can't compete in the competitions that they have. And so there are still opportunities. But that's kind of a summary. Like I said, the Utah High School Activities Association has formed an esports formation committee in hopes of trying to get this right the first time that they put it together. I've worked very closely with the Utah High School Activities Association, asking a lot of questions, trying to gather a lot of information, trying to get an understanding of what direction that they were going. And I finally got to the point where I asked Jan Whitaker, who's kind of the associate director overseeing esports, if she would be willing to or would have room on her committee for some of the members of our committee, should they be interested. I know Cammie Taylor has participated to some extent on that committee. I know that Spencer Campbell is currently very active on that committee, and they are working to advocate for what we feel is best for our students, and they're working to advocate for what we feel the entire platform and the entire experience should look like as a sanctioned activity through the Utah High School Activities Association. So with that, if there are any questions, I would be happy to attempt to answer them.
I have a couple questions. So, would students be able to participate in esports and in other winter sports? Because, like with UHSAA, I don't think that a student can participate in 2 fall sports or 2.
Yeah, generally you're only allowed to participate in one activity or one
activity,
one sport per season.
Generally.
Generally,
You can.
there
But
there
with
are going to be.
esports,
Well, no, what I'm saying is there are kids who actually participate in multiple sports during the same season. So I would think
Yeah.
this would be
okay,
very
this
similar.
would be okay.
Yeah, for example, I was trying to think of one of the softball players of Bingham High School. One of the key softball players at Bingham High School who played in the state championship games this last weekend. Actually ran track or did the javelin and actually won state in throwing the javelin. And so, yeah, generally the expectation is you participate in one sport. However, you are allowed to participate in multiple activities or sports during the same season. Obviously, it requires approval and cooperation of the two coaches, and it requires kind of an alignment of when those activities are being held.
And then another question I have is, do you have any idea about the ratio of boys to girls in the clubs? Because I imagine that will probably follow with sanctioning the sport.
Yeah, I don't know the ratio.
We definitely have more boys than girls.
Yeah, there's definitely more boys than
Are
girls.
there any girls that participate?
There absolutely are girls that participate, and it is a mixed or co-ed sport. There isn't a boys team and a girls team. It's a combined team. And I'm quite confident that as it becomes sanctioned, I mean, there's already a lot of interest, but I'm quite confident that as it becomes sanctioned and as there's more time and attention spent on bringing light to the opportunity, that our esports programs will grow. And the hope is that they continue to grow for both boys and girls.
Okay, thank you.
So what does competition look like? Does Bingham go to Riverton and play Riverton, or does everyone come together and have a series of competitions? What does competition look like?
Yeah, so they've determined that the competitions will actually be online. There's actually an online space, and I apologize that I don't remember the
Playversus
name of it. Yeah, there's the Playversus. And Playversus will be the platform, and so. Not only will the teams meet up online, so they'll ultimately, most of the events will be played at their home site, and they'll actually just play their opponent online.
Okay, so it's one school against one school.
Yeah, usually it's one-on-one, and usually there's some kind of a bracket, and usually it results in eliminations as you get closer and closer to the state championship. Yeah.
But the school will all come together. They're not sitting in their house alone.
I would anticipate that. I think that we've got spaces set up in the schools where they do a lot of their practicing and where they spend a lot of their time, and I would anticipate that they'll create kind of a game-like venue out of those spaces, and they'll all come together and actively participate as a group.
Thank you.
I have one more question. So are there individual events and team events, or is it all team?
I'm pretty sure it's all team events. Yeah, and I think it's 4. It's been based on what I've seen. Every team that has stepped up to the competition table, if you will, has been 4 students participating in that.
I've played a couple
Cammie's
of
shaking
these
her head that
games.
yes,
Yeah.
it's team.
I've
So-
played a couple of these games, and it's been 4 against 4. So.
Yeah. Yep.
Did we get fees approved in time? So they have a fee approved, they'll have a uniform. I assume what we budgeted recently was for coaching and equipment.
It was for
When
coaches.
back
yeah.
in 2020, yeah.
No,
Coaching.
just recently, this most recent budget.
It's for
Coaches.
coaches.
Okay, so coaches are covered, equipment has been covered, and the fees will cover uniforms and all the expenses, because I would envision they're going to have a uniform, a Bingham High School esports team.
They will.
They make a shirt like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And in 2020, we purchased equipment
Right.
as a district. And I want to acknowledge Cammie Taylor, who's also here, who helped launch that as a district administrator at the time and has remained very involved and was instrumental in helping prepare, along with others, the document that you have in preparation for today's discussion. But that was the early days of just knowing that this was a club activity that was gaining traction, that could really engage a lot of students who, through COVID and just generally, did not feel connected to school. So I appreciate your work in bringing that in and monitoring what's happening with UHSAA as well. But so we adopted it early in the early days. The equipment was purchased, but that equipment gets outdated, and schools. It was a launching point for schools to then include that in their budgets going forward.
Yeah, I think the efforts that were put forth in 2020 to not only fund the opportunity and to not only make it become a school-sponsored club, but definitely Cammie and the rest of the committee and the work that they did to figure out all of the logistics of the process. We're definitely ahead of the game. I am involved in a cohort of 13 other districts, and their individual assigned to oversee athletics and activities. And they've all been coming to me with questions, which has been a little intimidating because I'm not a gamer. But just for the infrastructure, how are you going to pay your coaches? How are you going to get the equipment? How are you going to provide the uniforms? Are there going to be fees? I've been able to answer all of those questions for other districts as they've started to scramble to be ready for this next year's competition season because of the great work that was done in 2020 and because of the great work that's been done by our committee and because of the commitment and the passion of the coaches at our schools and the players that have been involved.
And I visit Region 1, Region 2, Region 3 meetings, and when esports comes up, it's a very different conversation in Region 2 than in Region 1 and Region 3. Region 2 had the foresight to see that it was coming. Some of these other schools didn't even give it a thought until all of a sudden it's sanctioned, and now they're scrambling to say, wait a minute, what do we do? So there's quite a difference among at least the 17 6A schools at how they're approaching esports.
Yeah.
And I have I have another question. So will there be a cap on how many people can be on a team, or will people just have to take turns? Will there be a specific number of consoles or PCs dedicated? How does that all work? And then who pays for the replacement, the district or the school or?
Yeah, it was set up, as was mentioned before, kind of a startup. So we gave them the initial money and then asked the schools to kind of plan to prepare to replace. So that's very typical with all of their sports and activities that we have. So the schools will kind of be and have that responsibility to replace equipment as it's needed to be updated or adjusted. As far as the number of kids that can participate, the UHSA doesn't necessarily put out a number for any of our activities or sports. A lot of that is just school-based and determined. I'm not sure how that will look, if they'll have a JV group, but certainly they're only going to have so many consoles available, so they'll have to rotate as to what that can look like. And ultimately, that could be the determiner for how many students that they keep on a team. Yeah. Uh-huh.
They have, most sports, any of the equipment that's used, there are specifications that it has to adhere to. Golf clubs can't be whatever too long. The basketball is a certain size. In an e-sport environment, if one school has superior equipment than another, that's a definite advantage. So I'm curious if there are specifications for the equipment that's going to be used, the consoles, how fast
I haven't
CPUs
heard, Brian,
are.
review.
We just invite Cammie to the mic.
Cable, if
Will you join us?
Yeah, we need you on a microphone.
Watching you respond. Yeah, come sit on this side and you'll have your own mic.
Yeah, so 2 of the games do use Nintendo Switch, and that is the same specification for everyone. There isn't a Nintendo Switch that has higher and better technology than another. I think the one game is Rocket League that does use the Windows PC, and I think there could be some questions about equitable playing fields. I'll let Cammie talk a little bit about the specifications.
I first have to say that I'm not a gamer, so I think it's very funny that I'm the go-to person on this. But yeah, Rocket League has standards, and it's in the game itself. It tells you what to use, so everyone has the same parameters. Frankly, having watched kids, it's all about their technique. You asked a question about who can be on the team. If you think about it kind of like track and the relay, we have 4 kids that run the relay because they're the fastest that week, but maybe next week someone else subs in. That's kind of how it works there too. So depending on who figures out the tricks in Rocket League, it's who can bounce the ball off the car, off the nose. I mean, there's just different things they learn how to do, right? And like any sport, they specialize. So kids who are great at Rocket League probably don't also play Super Smash. So we have the ability to have lots of kids involved and still specialize in the areas they're good at. So it's really open to a lot of kids. Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons we use Play Versus It's the platform that everyone has to use to go online. So it does minimize the fact that some may have an advantage over another. You have your own equipment, but everyone's using Playversus.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Now, the other thing that I was going to mention that I found really interesting is because these games are played online and because they're played on the platform of Playversus, it is amazing to see the expertise that the students have, and it's amazing to see that one of them's really good at one thing, so the team just kind of trusts and depends on them to go do their thing while they're over doing other things as a part of the overall game strategy. The thing that actually impressed me, though, is there's a platform called Twitch that allows spectators to come in and watch the games being played online. And so we could actually even have a spectator and fan base on Twitch watching and supporting the kids while they're playing the online games on Playversus.
Can I ask Ms. Dean, what's your character of choice on Super Smash Bros.?
I forgot his name, but he's an evolved Pokemon. He evolved from this little cat. I don't know. He's really good at just button smashing. So,
I prefer to play GameCube Smash Brothers. We've got the classic at our house, and I like Kirby. So.
Oh, Incineroar. That's who I like. Incineroar.
Incineroar. So
Yeah.
Kirby in the past, but Incineroar is the wave of the future. Okay.
Well, I mean, because you could
Bring
just
your
do a lot of
GameCube
button
control.
smashing.
That is what makes the difference for kids. They bring their own controllers, and that's how they strategically think.
Like their own tennis racket or their own
They bring
golf
some have
club or
GameCube,
whatever
some
it
have
is. Yeah.
Xbox, some have whatever. Yes.
If you'd like to see a competition, email Brian and he can connect you so that you can see it firsthand. It really is exciting and the kids are really engaged.
Can I bring my Atari?
Yes.
Yes, Grandpa.
Yeah.
As long as you
Still
don't
have
mind
the
if there's some
original.
lags involved in that.
Like blow on
I was
the
wondering
cards
if our
first,
board
yes.
wanted to challenge another board.
But I have to be honest, ultimately, when I think a lot of people in the athletics and activities space heard about the sanctioning of esports, there was a lot of eye rolling and a lot of questioning why this was happening. They were trying to align it with the activities of performing arts and drill and dance, and they were trying to align it with athletics. And while it is kind of unique, it is definitely a very popular space, and it's something that definitely meets the needs of a specific population of our students. And it's what brings them together as a part of the school community. It's what commits them to coming to school and being motivated to succeed there. And so I'm really excited for the opportunity, knowing that in my position that I was going to have a role in kind of overseeing esports. I kind of dove into it and have learned some things about it and have gone on these spring celebrations, and my eyes have been opened, and obviously I've learned a lot, and it's just a great opportunity for kids.
And it doesn't make the girls' wrestling team have to practice in the tech atrium.
So, a couple of questions or priorities for me. First of all, I hope that Jordan will prioritize socialization through these experiences. I'm a little disappointed to hear that we're not going to travel to another school to play. I hope that we can set that standard for our schools, that practice is in person and that we are spending time with human beings. That's one of the huge benefits that I see in this program, is taking kids out of the basement and having them experience face-to-face interactions. The next question, and this is more general, but man, a 2.0 GPA with no more than one F sounds like a pretty fiddle-diddle expectation to me. I am really curious if that is a challenge for some of our students to make the grades, or is that a high enough expectation?
It's an established expectation from UHSAA. So certainly we have seen some coaches that create a higher, so that's a minimum, right? That's what UHSAA requires. And the answer is yes. Sometimes that is really challenging for some students to meet that criteria, but it's important for them to kind of target that in order to be able to participate in something that they love and that they do. So not many coaches veer from that minimum expectation, but we have seen some that have kind of held a higher standard. But like I said, that is what's established by UHSA as a minimum.
Yeah, there's a reasonable amount of my time spent working with schools and with athletic directors and with program coaches on eligibility issues related to students in question as to whether or not they did or didn't meet that 2.0 and that no more than 1F criteria, and when makeup dates are and are not, and when new eligibility can be established. And so it is a minimum. As Brad said, our programs can set higher expectations. Generally, when we have programs that start to grow beyond what they can manage, they'll start to increase some of those expectations and benchmarks to make it more of an elite program and more of an elite opportunity to be a part of that team. But we want as many of our students participating in those extracurricular activities as possible. And we find that those that don't participate or those that aren't eligible run the risk of that ineligibility becoming repetitive, whereas those who might just barely meet the mark, as they continue to be a part of the program, that becomes less and less of an issue as they go on.
And we've never allowed them to play from home, just so you know. We require them to be at school. That's the only way they can play.
As I answer questions to constituents, those will be the two pillars that I say, here are the benefits. And so, yeah, I hope we will set high expectations and introduce students to the real world. All right.
I have a couple of just comments. I don't even know if they're necessarily questions, but I do have reservations about promoting screen time. I see potential benefits with the sociality. I just think the research on this is not yet mature, meaning I'm not reassured from a mental health or physical health perspective. So I may be an outlier on this here, and I am open to being persuaded. So I would love an invitation to an event where I could observe it firsthand. I just have to be transparent. I do have serious reservations about promoting screen time or gaming. Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment on the presentation in board docs. There's a slide called esports related professions. I mean, that looks like a pretty optimistic list there of all the possible professions that can stem from esports. I noticed in the upper right, very upper right, legal counsel. I was wondering, Paul, what you think if a good esports career can lead to a legal counsel career.
Pokemon Go PvP.
I understand that some of these obviously make sense, and maybe some of them are a stretch.
I'd like to pretend we made this part. We did not. It's from the National Association for Esports. But I will give you an answer on that because it happened to us. We had a logo created for one of our teams, and we had to change it because it was too much like a logo that already existed. So legally, yes, there is a reason to know what you're looking at and to be prepared for that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
There will be a lot of jobs that are not even created yet that will come out of this space. That's according to educational experts.
Excited. I'm excited for co-ed teams. I really hope that we get a variety of students coming out and playing together. So.
Hope there's a pep assembly for the esports team as they go off to the state tournament.
Jerseys are the coolest. Have you even seen their jerseys? You should see their jerseys. They're amazing. And they have their gamer tags on the back. They're very cool.
I watched the KSL video about the Harriman High School club, and I loved to see that they had uniforms and they were a team. It was great.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here tonight and also for being an innovator in this field. We want every student to find a place in our schools, so we recognize that and appreciate you.
President George, are we planning to in later to get your approval in that? Okay.
Yep.
Do you need the group to stick around for that, or do you feel like you have the information needed to move forward with your vote?
Board members, does everybody feel like they have the information they need in order to vote on this?
Perfect.
I think you're okay.
Hey, thank you.
So
Thank
thanks
you.
for coming. All right. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break before we start our business meeting. Welcome to the Jordan Board of Education meeting. This is so fun for us to have so many people here. Oh, I feel like my mic is on now. Thank you for being here for the Jordan Board of Education meeting for May 27th, 2025. We have all board members present, as well as our board attorney, our superintendent, associate superintendent, and business administrator. And most importantly, all of you, thank you for being here. All right, we are excited tonight to have South Jordan Middle School with us. And presenting our Pledge of Allegiance will be Lily Hermanson, Mason Carlisle, and Aaliyah Carlisle, student body officers. So we'll turn it over to them.
Please stand for the flag of the United States of America. Color guard attention. Repeat the pledge after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The audience may be seated.
We'll now invite Ethan Peterson, a student body officer at South Jordan Middle School, to offer our reverence.
Hi, my name is Ethan Peterson. Today I want to share a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. "Only in the darkness can you see the stars." I chose this quote because it reminds us that even in tough times, there's always hope and light to guide us. Last year, I faced one of those dark times. I was at a new school and learning at a new level. It was really challenging for me to grasp so many ideas. I found myself unable to sleep, and my motivation slowly faded. But as I learned to find my stars, my friends and family, they were always there for me. They listened and reminded me that it was okay to struggle. But I always had to tell myself, this will get better with time. Having these things in my life helped me get back to my old happy self who is motivated and can do anything. In conclusion, I learned that even during tough times, we must power through and focus on the good in life. I want everyone here to remember, no matter how dark it gets, you have the strength to find your stars and get through your hard times too.
Thank you. All right, and we'll invite Weha Langi up, and you can correct me if I destroyed your name, I'm sorry, to celebrate South Jordan Middle School with us.
My name is Weha Langi, and it is an honor to represent South Jordan Middle School this evening. Sojo is a special place. We have students on target to excel in high school sports, already breaking Brigham track records. We have students overachieving in science and scoring the highest in the state. And some of our band musicians have competed at the state level, and our theater kids continue to inspire us both on and off stage. Whether it is in national speech competitions or American Ninja Warrior competitions, our students place at the highest levels, making us all proud to be snow leopards. However, none of these achievements would be possible without our teachers. Our students are some of the best at what they do, but with our teachers, they become masters of their craft. Every student needs a teacher. We're called students not because of the fact that we're in school, but because of the fact we have mentors to guide us along the way to become our best selves. Without our science teachers, our 8th grade class wouldn't have the highest RISE scores in the school. Without our band teachers' unmatched dedication and passion making her Student of the Year, our ensembles would never create beautiful melodies just months after picking up an instrument for the first time. And while not every teacher will be involved in shaping a student to achieve the highest rewards or become winners in their categories, we have teachers who know our limitations and are patient and compassionate when our personal lives impact what we're able to give to the classroom. Nevertheless, our students can't learn, nor can our teachers teach, without the unseen heroes known as our staff. Our staff have created a foundation for our education to take place and continue to support and create the space that supports us all. Behind the scenes, they work hard, balancing our budgets to ensure that our needs are met, maintaining a clean and safe environment that is conducive to learning and teaching, and creating food that sustains and creates our minds, our bodies healthy and strong throughout our school days. All these achievements make Sojo stand out academically, artistically, and athletically. What truly makes Sojo Sojo is not something that can be measured at a contest. It's the people. It's our hallways filled with kindness and respect. It's the way that each of us can find our place by the end of each school year with people who accept us and are there for us, not only on the big, flashy days or when we soar to our highest potential, but on the ordinary days, the days when getting out of bed is harder than normal, when our grades don't reflect our efforts, and when friendships get strained or when hearts get broken. On these days, there's always someone to walk with you, to catch you when you fall, or even to lift you up that last step of the way. This school isn't perfect. Every single one of us has weaknesses or hindrances to our performances, but what truly matters is at the end of the day, we stand proud and tall, eager to improve and leave a Sojo a better place than we found it. We'd like to thank the Board of Education for recognizing our efforts to try to improve this school and rise to meet the challenges before us with kindness, courage, and respect. Thank you.
Sounds like an amazing place to be. Thank you for being here. Can I just ask anyone who is here as a supporter of South Jordan Middle School, will you please stand and let us applaud you if that's parents or faculty, staff? And students, we would love to invite you up. Just start at this end. We'd love to shake your hand and thank you for being here in person. And we also have a little gift for you. All right, let's move into our resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Dean.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed. Whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. Be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Michael Richard Cederholm, Human Resources. Galen Costley Carling, Teacher and Teacher Specialist. Stephen Dell Moffitt, Mechanic. Rodney Wayne Sims, Bus Driver. Ressa Lene Moss Villarreal, Behavior Support Assistant.
Thank you. It's always a fun night when we get to welcome our Jordan Education Foundation to the microphone. They are here today to recognize our outstanding education support professionals.
Thank you, President George. My name is Mike Haynes. I'm the director of the Jordan Education Foundation. Thank you to the full Board of Education, Superintendency, and John Larson. Thank you for all you do. So this is really exciting for us as well, being able to recognize some great and outstanding individuals, employees within the district that makes Jordan District so amazing. So if I think you all know who you are, if you could all line up over here against this wall so we can expedite the process of handing out gifts. And then once you receive that last gift over here, if you would come stand over here to my left as I read a little bit about you for everyone to hear. So those of you in the audience that may not know, we have our licensed educators, and we have about 3,600 of those, and then all the other employees in the district are classified as education support professionals. So these are our top 10 education support professionals that are here tonight to be recognized. So we'll start. First, we have members of our foundation board and staff over here with us today to help support us in this recognition. So first, Laurel Bigler. She is the athletic administrative assistant at Harriman High School. Principal there, Todd Kornberg. And Todd, she's got some fans here. So Laurel is celebrated for her unwavering dedication to student athletes and the broader school community. She proactively monitors academic eligibility for athletes, helping Harriman earn more academic all-state recipients than any other district school. Come on over here, Laurel. Right up in front, so everybody can see you. And her proactive planning helps keep things running smoothly. Laurel attends nearly every event and fosters strong relationships with staff, students, and parents. She is the go-to person for anything related to athletics or the performing arts, whether it's grabbing a portable sound system, helping with cash boxes, or grilling hot dogs. She's always willing to help with even little notice. She'll jump in without hesitation. So congratulations, Laurel. And now if you can stand right over here, and we'll just wait for everybody. Right here. So along with these gifts, we've got a Betty's blanket donated from the Betty's Company. Angie White, is she here tonight? Angie is one of the co-founders and owners of Betty's and is a volunteer board member for the foundation and has donated these blankets for you. So, and then also some Stanley mugs and you'll be receiving a $1,000 bonus in your check coming on your next check for this recognition. So that is fun. And all of this is made possible by great donors that we work with across the district, even the state. So we're really appreciative and grateful for such great donors that support our employees. So the second is Michelle Emmons. Michelle. She is at Oakleaf Elementary. Michelle stands out with her exceptional ability to connect with both students and staff. Her positive, upbeat personality, combined with her many years of experience as a teacher, has given her the necessary skills to help students in the Wellness Center. She is very attentive and intuitive to the needs of the students. Michelle organized Wellness Wednesday breaks for all of the school faculty. So she is so thoughtful and caring and makes Oakleaf a better place to be, not only for students, but for the teachers and staff as well. Michelle is a ray of sunshine and joy to be around. Congratulations. All right. Next is Allison Coons. Allison, she's over at Joel P. Jensen Middle School. She is an assistant full-time custodian. Allison is a beacon of kindness and hard work. Her ever-present smile and genuine warmth create an inviting atmosphere, making her a beloved figure at Joel P. Jensen Middle School. Allison's unwavering dedication, even while battling cancer, is nothing short of inspiring. Despite experiencing extreme pain, Allison consistently came to work with a smile. Allison spearheaded an initiative for students to work off school debt or complete court-assigned community service by helping with custodial duties. Allison's commitment goes beyond assigning tasks. She invests time in understanding each student's strengths and challenges. She creates an environment where students feel supported, valued, and capable of success. Congratulations. Susie Leong. Susie is the nutrition manager at South Jordan Middle School, and we've got some fans from South Jordan Middle School with us today. So everyone knows that nutrition is a vital part of the school day, but no one takes the responsibility as personally as Susie. Susie is proactive in making sure breakfast and lunch service happens without a hitch. Susie is the definition of practicing what you preach. Come on. She has high expectations of her team, but is the first to arrive and the last to leave. No one in her cafeteria works harder. No one is more supportive of those around her than Susie. Her team is quick to rally to any cause because she sets the tone that we do what it takes to give our students the best food and best experiences possible. And her cinnamon rolls are legendary. Dan Parco. All right, Dan. Dan is a technology support lead in the information systems and works with Mike Heaps and Stephanie Ellsworth. Across the district, Dan is known for his willingness to help and his unwavering can-do attitude. He has a genuine commitment to going above and beyond to ensure that students, staff, and the entire school district have the support they require to thrive. Whether it's troubleshooting Chromebooks, mentoring new tech staff, or volunteering to provide support at after-hour events, Dan consistently exceeds expectations and tackles every task with enthusiasm and efficiency. Not only is he great at addressing issues, Dan is adept at recognizing and celebrating the accomplishments of our staff. He fosters a culture of excellence in our district. Congratulations. Brian Purcell. All right, there we go. Transportation people. So Brian is a mechanic, a senior mechanic, works with Paul Bajera in transportation. So as the lead mechanic, Brian is tasked with ensuring our bus fleet is running at a very high standard. Not only does Brian have the qualities to diagnose and fix buses, he also has the unique quality to set bus drivers' minds at ease and always remains calm. Brian is on call many weekends and holidays and never seems to be put out when asked to address an issue or drive a bus route. In addition, Brian has been a mentor and coach for JATC students in the diesel mechanic program. He is respected and admired by not only the other mechanics, but by all with whom he comes in contact. Congratulations. Thanks. And if I'm not mistaken, we have about 280 buses in the district, somewhere around there. That's a lot of buses. All right, Luann Sullivan. Luann. Luann is an instructional assistant at South Valley School. Principal there, Tammy Raychek. So Luann exemplifies the spirit of community, collaboration, and innovation. With impeccable attendance, she offers stability and support. She created a year-long cooking curriculum and organizes community events that teach life skills. Luann goes the extra mile with an after-school bowling team for former students. Her personal touch, such as delivering cards, meals, and small gifts, has enhanced the overall school culture. Her positive influence inspires others. One teacher said, "She makes me a better teacher." Luann's achievements have left a lasting impact on the school and its students, making her an exemplary instructional assistant. Congratulations. And Natalie Terry. Yeah. Natalie is an administrative assistant at Oker Hills Middle School. Our principal there, Lisa Jackson. Natalie's kindness, helpfulness, and unwavering support have made her an indispensable part of her school. Natalie consistently goes above and beyond, whether assisting administration, supporting teachers, or contributing to school events. Her reliability and dedication ensure that the school functions smoothly and effectively, and everyone around her feels her positive influence. Her willingness to take initiative and her proactive approach to problem solving set her apart. Natalie doesn't just meet expectations, she exceeds them. Her ability to foster relationships and build rapport with staff has made her a trusted figure, contributing to a positive school culture and enhancing overall student well-being. Congratulations. And Jeff Welch. Yeah, whoa, here we go. Jeff is a custodian at Elk Meadows. Principal there is Tiffany Smith. Jeff's expertise extends beyond traditional custodial duties, encompassing remarkable proficiency in general maintenance and repair, allowing him to fix anything. His contributions extend far beyond his essential duties. Jeff's creative initiatives, such as his mini falcon hunt, annual Christmas mural, and Elf on a Shelf, bring joy and a sense of fun to the school day. Perhaps most notable is Jeff's willingness to take pies to the face for a fundraiser. His daily interactions with students in the lunchroom, from opening milks to assisting with prize distributions from his Home Depot apron, showcase his caring and approachable nature. Congratulations. And if you haven't noticed, we've been going in alphabetical order. So, Chris Wishart. Chris is administrative assistant in purchasing, working with Kurt Prusy. So, Chris's professional and personal qualities make her a great asset to purchasing and Jordan School District as a whole. Chris administers 2 critical programs for the district, the P-Card program and the Amazon business account. In everything she does, Chris supports the responsible stewardship of public funds. She is exceptionally attentive to detail. Beyond her professional abilities, Chris always has a positive attitude. She greets people by name and treats everyone with kindness. She can also speak Spanish to help every visitor feel welcome. Chris goes above and beyond in performing her work, and her support allows everyone else in purchasing to do their jobs even better. Congratulations, Chris. And we have one additional award that we like to, this is our second year recognizing our Award of Excellence for our Child Development Center. And this year it goes to Carolyn Crow. Carolyn. So Carolyn is a speech and language pathologist working in the Child Development Center with Christy Whiteside. Carolyn is an exemplary speech and language pathologist whose impact on students and their families is profound. Her dedication to teaching and supporting both peers and families makes her an invaluable asset to the educational program. Carolyn's bilingual ability enables her to connect effectively with Spanish-speaking families. She consistently steps up to help staff with teaching, learning new skills, and overall development. She serves as a leader and mentor among her colleagues. Parents hold Carolyn in high esteem, expressing immense gratitude for her. They commend her patience, kindness, and dedication to fulfilling the unique language learning needs of their children. Congratulations, Carolyn. Now, every year we get a number of nominations that come in across the district from some great people, and we have to score them and select a top 10, which isn't very easy to do. It's very difficult, but I think what you've heard today, we have some wonderful, exceptional employees that give their all for the district and for the students that we serve, and thank you very much. Appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Oh, we want a picture. Oh, yeah.
Board members, do you want to come around and we'll do a quick picture?
Betty is
Yeah. because I thought, she's not blowing me a kiss, is she? She's not blowing me a kiss.
Were you grabbing me? All right. As they're filtering out, I just want to extend one more huge piece of gratitude to our ESPs across the district who keep the district running. We're so grateful for their hard work. And also for our amazing Jordan Education Foundation. They do so much to enrich the experiences of our employees and our students in the district, and we're so grateful for their efforts. So thank you for being here and for the work that you do. Okay, Maycember is in full swing. There have been so many fun events happening around the district, so brace yourselves for an amazing board member recognition. I will turn it to board members.
Okay, I have 3. So the first one, a couple weeks ago, Language and Culture Services hosted a certification night at Bingham High School where 45 parents and family members of Jordan School District students received certificates for completing English classes taught at Copper Mountain Middle School and Joel P. Jensen Middle School. These families come from all over the world, and our most recent students were from Venezuela, Colombia, Afghanistan, Mexico, Chile, Guatemala, Ivory Coast, and Iraq. I am very pleased that Jordan School District supports students by supporting families this way. 2 of the parents that participated this year secured a job with the school district. Last year, 3 of the parents that participated secured jobs with Jordan School District. These classes increase parent engagement in their students' education. So thanks to Language and Culture Services for supporting our Jordan School District students this way. I also want to recognize Zane Lowry and the combined West Jordan High School and Copper Hills High School Chamber Orchestra. This is Mr. Lowry's first year teaching at West Jordan High School and Copper Hills High School, and he and his combined chamber orchestra received all 1s at state this year, and they sound amazing. They sound so good. So thanks to Mr. Lowry for bringing these 2 schools together to create something wonderful and beautiful. And now I have like a bunch of VIPs here. Will the West Jordan High School girls softball team and their coaches come up to the front so we can recognize you? So while they are coming up, I want to name their coaches. Their coaches are MC Danner. Oh, and your coaches can come up too. MC Danner, Kara Givens, Julianne Tielavea, and Coy Christensen. So this is a historic event. West Jordan High School girls softball team. You see this big trophy? No, just stand up. Stay standing. You just stand all up here so we can see you. Like you can, yeah, this is for us, for the board, so we can see. Or okay, it's for them. Okay.
Face them. Thank you.
Okay, or you can turn around, whichever. So this is a historic title. This is the first time ever that the West Jordan High School girls softball team has brought home a state title. And actually the first time, yeah. And the first time in 42 years that a girls team from West Jordan High School has brought, and I keep saying brought home because West Jordan High School is my alma mater, and my kids go there. So anyway, have brought home, it's been more than 40 years that a girls team has brought home a state title. So thank you. And And so as a whole, the team's coaching staff is in its second year as coaches for the softball program. And there are 4 seniors who led fiercely, that knowing that a state title was the goal. Not only did they accomplish that goal, but they did so with class. And I can attest to that. I was able to attend your Thursday game. It was amazing. You are so classy and adorable, and I love the rapport you have with each other, with your coaches, even with the other team. You guys are a class act. Okay, and all 4 seniors are going to be playing at the next level. Rieta Vita, who is the pitcher, where are you? Raise your hand. You are amazing. You are so fun to watch. So she signed with BYU. Lafiana Fifita signed with UVU, and Ariana Felsted, and Andrea Tagoveloa, they have offers but just haven't decided yet where they are going to play. So thank you so much for coming and bringing home a title. And I hope that this will be the first of many. So thank you very much. And can they shake our hands? Will you guys all shake our hands? You can just set the trophy right here for a second while you shake our hands.
To touch it. Okay. Did you want to hold?
Can I feel it? Oh, yeah. Great job. Great job, you guys.
Exciting. You have to know my husband
It was
brought
so
it up
fun to
over
watch you
dinner.
pitch. Oh my goodness.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Nice job. Nice job. I love watching all your little at-bat rituals. That was awesome. Good job. Excellent. I am so proud of you guys.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. This is awesome. So thank you.
Good job. Well done. Good job. Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you so much.
I'll go. So I invited Mountain Ridge High School's 2005 Indoor Percussion Ensemble. Can they come forward? 2025. Did I say 2005? I said 2005.
Pretty close.
They were not even born yet. Shows you how old I am. Awesome. Just as they're coming up, I just wanted to introduce this indoor percussion ensemble. There's 34 students, 8 seniors, 11 juniors, 10 sophomores, 5 freshmen, and they have a staff of 8 and 3 designers. So I'm not sure everyone's here, but it shows their dedication to show up on the eve of graduation and the end of school, for them to be here. Thank you so much for coming. In their spring competitions, they performed super well from February, placing either first or second in every competition. And it was interesting for me to look at who they competed against and who their competition. And it seems to be Canyon School District has a combined ensemble. So like we have them individually in our schools, but their district has collected throughout their district, which shows a little bit difference with our program in our district and how strong it is. So again, winning first or second in every single one of those events. In April, they went to the WGI World Championships, and it was the first high school team in Utah to go there in the last 20 years. So that's a great accomplishment. They made it to the semis, and also they were able to go and compete against other high schools, universities, and private ensembles in Ohio while they were there. So they kind of put
Mountain Ridge and Jordan School District on the map. Then when they returned, they went to the state championships at Weber High, and they won first in the preliminaries and finals, and they are the 2025 state championships champions for the state of Utah. I had the opportunity to attend several of their events. I wanted them to play, but it is quite a challenge to bring all their instruments, and I don't think we have the room to move around and do it. So what we did is we got a video, and the video is their competition piece. It's called Echoes of Ash, and it kind of encapsulates, it portrays a volcano erupting, and at the end, I think everyone freezes in time. It's pretty cool. So let's play that video for us. But while they're playing it, just notice the talent these kids have.
She is alive in this mountain.
Thank you to our 2025 state champions for indoor percussion ensemble. Appreciate you guys for coming. Congratulations again. That's thousands of hours of hard work. We know it. And they're one of our club organizations in our school. Come and shake our hands for the students. Way to go. Good job. Thanks for coming. Good job. Good job. Thanks for coming, you guys. Thanks for coming. You're amazing. You guys are amazing. Thanks for coming. Congratulations. Did you guys get a pin? Congratulations. Did you guys get a pin? Congratulations. You guys get a pin? I'll make it now.
Thanks, Daryl.
Thank you. Good job, you guys. Good job. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job, you guys.
Yeah, you just like camp yourself out.
Good job. Congratulations.
For the show.
Good job.
Nice to see you again.
Thanks for coming. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, for you students, if you didn't get a pin, come grab a pin. There's a pin up here for you. I know some of you missed it. Good job. That's the most important.
Right here.
Thank you for your time, board.
Okay, other board members?
Thank you.
I've got a long list, if you don't mind. So I'm gonna go all the way back to the end of April. After our last board meeting in April, I got to attend the musical at Kari Sue Hamilton. They always put on a spring play, and I got to go. It was Shrek the Musical, and it was so much fun. They did 3 different days with 3 different casts, because they have so many students and they wanted everyone to be able to participate. It was so much fun. I loved going to that. Also, kind of end of April, beginning of May, side note, I got to go and observe a few of our staff members, and I got to sit in with one of our SLPs, with an occupational therapist and a physical therapist. And that was a really great opportunity for me to see what our employees do. And I especially had a really fun time with the physical therapist because she was at Kari Sue Hamilton, and she put me to work walking with the students in the hallways, and it was just a blast. I loved it. And then I also got to buy some plants at our JATC plant sale that the students, horticulture students, put on. They make plants every year, and they're in my yard, and they're super pretty. I love them. Back on May 5th, I got to go to our entrepreneur event for our CTE students that was held here, and they presented their business ideas. And a lot of those business ideas the students have already implemented and are making money from, and so that was really cool. There was a one selling cookies. There was one that does corsages and boutonnieres. There was a girl who does English tutoring who I passed on to my neighbor. I was like, hey, you should send people to her and give her some business. There was car detailing, homemade tortillas, all these wonderful, wonderful entrepreneurs. Let's see, I've got more. So also in April and May, there were our art shows. So by the middle school art shows and the high school art shows that I got to go and look at all of the pieces at one of my favorite art pieces from the high school was a self-portrait by Madison Bargerson from Mountain Ridge High School, which she did a relief print. And that's where you get either a block of wood or what is it? Another block that's softer, and you carve out the picture, and then you roll ink on it, and you put the paper on it. And I think that's super cool, but that one was so fun. And then for the middle school art, there was it was a linoleum block. That's what it is that you do. It's nice and soft. For the middle school art, there was a drawing of a giraffe, and it was just done with pen, and it was super cool and detailed, but I loved the description on the artist's statement. It said, "I was bored in math class." But they did a fabulous job. Hopefully they also learned math. But, and then let's see, on May 12th, I got to attend the Unified Special Olympics golf event that was held at the Glenmore Golf Club. That was a lot of fun to see our students there, our middle school students, participating in that. On May 15th, I got to go to our CTE film and video showcase for our students who did that, and they rented out a theater down in, is it Fat Cats, I think, down in Bluffdale. And that was so much fun, and the students got to see each other's films on the big screen, and that was a blast. I loved seeing all of those students' work and their creativity. On May 16th, I got to go see the Soaring Singers Choir at Riverside Elementary, and their theme this year for the choir was like old TV show theme songs. So they sang like Gilligan's Island and the Addams Family, all the originals. It was so cute. They did a great job. Also on May 20th, I went to the CTE. I did a lot of CTE stuff in May. I went to the Internship Mentor Appreciation Showcase, which was a luncheon where we honored or thanked our mentors from community members who do internships for our students. And that was really cool to see how much connection we have to our community and how many businesses are willing to work with us and help our students, give them opportunities. That was really lovely. I loved going to that. Also, quite a few of us attended our employee retirement dinner honoring our employees who have retired. That was a lovely evening. I got to go to the Columbia Elementary, was rewarded a grant from ZZ's to help with their lunch debt, and that was a wonderful presentation. And then on May 22nd, I got to go to the JESPA negotiation ratifications over at Transportation, which was the first time I'd been to Transportation. It was a beautiful building, but I'd like a bigger tour. Paul maybe can take me. But I did so many things. It was definitely Maycember, but I loved getting around to different parts of the district and seeing all the wonderful things we're doing. So.
Okay. It's funny, I have my list up and I'm like, I'll just mark off the ones that haven't been mentioned yet. And it's incredible how much is happening in the district. I didn't get to mark off many. First of all, I wanted to congratulate the Majestic Arts Academy, who held their annual spring soiree. It is so fun to see the progress of that school. I've gone year after year, and as now the school has been around a few years, the students have been playing for more time. It is just astonishing to see how talented these students are and the way that art is woven into their educations throughout the day. One of my favorite things about Majestic is that the teachers learn alongside the students. And so they go to band or orchestra or whatever instrument they choose right along with their students, and they learn the numbers, and they sit with the students and they play along, and it is really cool to see that kind of humility and effort. Also, just a huge shout out to our CTE programs. I know they've already been called out. I was able to come to a couple of events, the CTE Choice Awards and also the Academy Awards. I'm sure I'm saying that one wrong, but such cute themes. And every time I am in this building, I find myself learning, just like, tell me more, what other options are there? And there's always something new to learn. Spring plays have been so fun. I got to see Seussical at Jordan Hills and at Fox Hollow, which was really fun. And another shout out to Fox Hollow for their 4th grade music performance. That was absolutely a breath of fresh air. Antelope Canyon put on The Lion King, which was super fun to watch those students perform. That was their first ever play that has been held at that school. So that was neat to see the establishment of a new tradition. And there are many more, but a huge thank you to those teachers and administrators who are pulling long hours, and those of you who are watching on YouTube going, so many recognitions. We'll make up for it in the summer when we have no one to tout on. Okay, anyone else?
I have one.
All right.
It was 6 years ago and 11 days when I, as president of this board, met with a young Anthony Godfrey at a rainy night in West Jordan and signed the document that contractually made him the superintendent of Jordan School District. And it was 6 years ago tomorrow that this board ratified that and officially announced him as superintendent. And I think that's worth pausing and mentioning. The national average for superintendents is just barely over 2 years, and Anthony has done 6 with no end in sight. I can't even imagine being in charge of an organization that had 57,000 customers on a daily basis that were in your presence for 7+ hours. Tens of thousands of employees, countless volunteers, so many moving pieces in this district. It would be easier to manage a small city than to be superintendent of this district, and to do it as well and as excellently as Anthony Godfrey has done is worth pausing and recognizing. So I want to recognize our superintendent. This is my 9th year on the board, and I honestly can say that I believe that to be the greatest accomplishment to which I have contributed. So I wanted to recognize Anthony Godfrey as Jordan School District Superintendent.
Okay, anyone? All right. And can I just take 2 seconds to say thank you to board members? This is a very busy time of year for us, and also a huge payday. We don't get lots of those as board members, but being able to see what happens in public education is an honor and a privilege, and I'm so thankful to work alongside people who are invested in cheering on students. So thank you for that. All right, Dr. Godfrey, superintendent's recognition.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunford, for that kind tribute. It's a true honor for me to get to serve in this capacity, and I've appreciated the board who put me in, and every board member subsequently. I've been universally supported, and we've been able to do things as a district because of your support. That picnic table at that Maverick is meaningful to me. It always will be. I'm very glad to be here. I can't imagine loving my job more than I do. After 2 years, it was really fun to say I was finally above average, because I had outlasted the average term of a superintendent nationally. We've been able to do exciting things together, and there's a lot more to come. And I've said often that I get a backstage pass as superintendent to the great things happening. I get to see your work as a board. I get to see individual classrooms, individual ESPs. I get to go to many of the things that you described and just get to see the results of thousands of hours of hard work from families, students, and especially employees. So thank you for making that possible. Just to echo what the people we've already honored tonight, it's our education support professionals are really incredible. We have, I think, 11 families, job families, and we have I don't know, we have the best around. And you heard the variety of jobs that they do, but they go well beyond what's assigned and expected. They connect with students, they connect with each other and support each other and really do incredible work. So I appreciate the foundations honoring them. I was able to go to the Friday softball game. You had Thursday covered, I had Friday covered. And they have to win twice. They have to win 2 out of 3 games. And that's tough to do. They did it with class, as you described. It was really fun to watch that team and many others this spring who have been very successful, and other state titles that we've had. It's really hard to keep up with. And our percussion group, really, you really have to stick to it with percussion, and they've done a great job of really representing us well, and it does take thousands of hours, as was referenced. It's really a great joy for me to see the results of the work that's done. Who else did we have come up today? Who am I missing? Did I get everybody? It's tough to keep track of. South Jordan Middle did a great job. It is a great place to be. But just so many good things happening in Jordan School District. So I look forward to graduation and a strong end to a great year. I love how cyclical education is. Every month feels a little different. And May is a really fun time. And this year, June is a really fun time too, because we get to go into June a little bit and enjoy graduation coming up. So thank you for letting me be a part of this, and for your great support. And thanks to everyone out there who makes Jordan what it is.
Great. We'll now move into the public comment portion of our business meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement. We value input from our residents, students, and employees. The board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. If you have concerns on that vein, please feel free to email us. Those wishing to have comments heard by the board are asked to list the topic they intend to discuss, as well as their name on the sign-up document or email. The comments must be age appropriate. The board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. The board may ask staff to follow up on issues raised. We may address them at a future meeting, but silence by the board during comments on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message given. The board will take public comment at this time on items not listed on the agenda. In-person comments will be heard first, followed by comments received electronically. Both in-person and emailed comments can last a maximum of 3 minutes. So please do your best to be respectful of that time. When you're called to the podium, please remember to state your name. So I will announce the person coming up and the person who will be next, just so you kind of know what to expect. So we'll first invite Katie Orion. Sorry if I said that wrong, please fix it. When you come up, and then Jenny Cohen will be next.
Hi, it's Katie Irian, but that's okay. It's fine. It happens all the time. I wanted to come up today and address the board about the book Speak by Larry Hall Sanderson that, if you're aware, has just been banned in Jordan School District. And I want to start with a story. A couple months ago, well, first of all, I'm an educator, I'm a parent, I'm a community member, and a couple months ago, my daughter, who's 14, wanted to earn some money. And I said, I have a good idea for you. What if we start a book bank? Because she was currently only reading teen romances, which I was curating for her, but I was sick of her. I wanted her to read something different. And I said, if for every book you read that I pick, I will give you money in your book bank. And so the first book I picked for her to read was Speak. And this is before any of this happened in our district. But she read Speak. We had such an amazing conversation about what the book was about. We had it in a safe environment. I was able to talk to her about what happened and what she should do if it happens to her. And one reason I felt very strongly about my 14-year-old reading this book is because I teach young adults, and every year I teach Speak. I don't teach in the Jordan School District, but every year I teach Speak, and for the past 5 or 6 years, every year I have more girls coming to tell me they've been sexually assaulted. And every year, not one of those girls has reported it to the police. And just in March, when the newest girl came to tell me she'd been sexually assaulted, she hadn't even told her parents. This book should be taught in an experience that is safe and with trusted adults that can talk to young women and young men about sexual assault. It really gets me that we're equating graphic sex or pornography with sexual assault. They're totally different things. And I could stand up here and passionately defend this book, but I just wanted to end with a few things. This book has been taken out of every library in Jordan School District because of 3 people. We have 3 people that sit on the board to take books out of libraries. They're not required to read the book. I don't care if that's law. That's pretty base for us to allow. And if there's a loophole right now in our school district that if a book is taken out of libraries, it's immediately ripped from curriculum. If you were to challenge a book in curriculum, then it would go through a huge process of being vetted by multiple people that have to read the book, that have to be educators, parents, or librarians, and they would then vote on whether or not that book should be pulled out. Speak bypassed all of that. So I would urge you, board members, to read Speak before you decide what to do with it next month or whenever, and to figure out how to close that loophole so it can be harder to ban a book, not easier. Thank you.
We'll now hear from Jenny Cohen, followed by Cindy Mitchell.
I'm not as eloquent, so I have to write my things down. My name is Jenny Cowan, and I have had children in this school district for 16 years, and I have many more years ahead of me. I have, since the fall of 2022, I have read 72 plus books for the school district. In just 3 school years, I volunteered hundreds of hours, reading books as a member of the literary selection committees for both the high school and the middle school, and also for the library appeals committee. I volunteered this time while serving as PTA president for my elementary school, while serving in my church and my community, and while raising my 5 children who are very active and involved. But I have never minded spending this time reading these books because I've always been happy and I believe so strongly in the power of books. It wasn't until a few months ago when I heard about several books being banned that I really started to realize that my time has been wasted, hundreds of hours. How does 1 or 2 or 3 complaints supersede this process that I've been a part of? In order to serve on any of these selection committees, a volunteer has to be trained on district policy regarding acceptable literature for school use and also be familiar with the Utah Code governing sensitive materials in schools. These committees include parents and students and teachers and administrators, and we usually have 15 to 20 people on these committees. When a book is submitted, each member reads the selection in its entirety. And then we come together and we discuss these books. And we come from all backgrounds, we come from all beliefs and feelings. We make a decision as a committee whether this book is appropriate for its requested use. And these decisions are specific to each grade and even for use. Is this book good only for literary circles? Should we use it in only honors classes? Is it good for the entire grade? These are things that we discuss. This process is thorough. There have been many times when I haven't agreed with the decision that my committee made, but I've always had confidence in the process. And the person requesting these book bans realized that they could skip this entire process by requesting these books be removed from the library with vague complaints of sensitive material. I don't believe that these individuals have even read these books if they think that these books are graphic in any way. Remove a book from a library, and like Katie said, you remove it from the classroom. They've found the workaround to this rigorous process that I've been a part of. So again, I'm asking why we are allowing these few complaints to supersede this process that is so rigorous and involved. Finally, I'd like to address what I see as a lack in our policy. When I served on the appeals committee for the library books, the form to request an appeal had one question that was so telling to me. It was simply, have you read this book? And without fail, and I mean without fail 100% of the time, the individual had not read the book. They haven't even read the book that they want to ban. And this seems to be so unnecessary to state, but reading the book in its entirety should be the base requirement of asking for its removal. Thank you.
All right, sorry, got taking notes. All right, so next we'll hear from Cindy Mitchell, followed by Brian Call.
Hi, my name is Cindy Mitchell, and I've been a teacher in the Jordan Schools District now for 35 years, 25 years as a librarian, and I'm speaking about the 3 books that have been banned recently in our district, not just Speak and the Speak graphic novel, but Story of a Girl, who is written by Sarah Zarr, who is from Utah, Utah's own. And all 3 of these books have received numerous awards and accolades. And as has been discussed, they have also all been through the district approval process for literature, which is a highly detailed and well thought out process for getting something approved for just classroom use. But I want to first of all state that I believe that book challenges need to go back to the school first. It should not be going directly to the district level. They should be addressed at the school of the person that is bringing forth the challenge, because that is taking the school and the school community out of the process and putting immediately at a district level instead. I also believe that the only way to evaluate a book is on its full content according to the Miller test, which is the only test for a book to be banned, which has been established by the Supreme Court of the United States, which has stood since 1973 and has not yet been superseded. The Miller test means that there are 3 prongs that you need to use to evaluate a book before you pull it, and you must read the book in whole. I do not believe that we should be following our ill-advised state law, which equates books in school libraries with pornography and prurient and titillating depictions of sex. Because if you have read even the excerpts that were submitted, there is nothing titillating or pornographic about these excerpts. In fact, the passages that were pulled for the report, the passages that were submitted were pulled from BookLooks, which is now a defunct website that was supported by the Moms for Liberty group. And so there's nothing in these that was personal from the person that brought forth the challenges for these books. And so I think we need to revisit this entire process. We need to look at the book reconsideration policy and revamp the entire thing. And these 3 books need to be back on our shelves, and they need to be back in our classrooms because both of them passed the district approval process for literature. Thank you.
All right. Up next, we'll have Brian Call, followed by Amy Ledlow.
Hello, my name is Brian Call, and I have 4 children in the Jordan School District, and I'm the father of one of these awesome percussion students. I also have served as the School Community Council Chair for Mountain Ridge High School for the last year, as well as at South Hills Middle School, and have been involved in Community Council for a number of years. One of the things I love is the emphasis we have in community council of figuring out how do we support all students and use the land trust money to do that, whether it's helping with educational intervention to raise test scores, or increasingly at the secondary level, I see a lot of emphasis on making sure we have the mental health resources that we need at the secondary schools to help every student succeed. And one of the things that we know really helps students is when they can be part of a group and feel successful at something. And that is something I've loved so much about the indoor percussion group, is how it has helped my son to feel part of something and feel successful. But one of the challenges we have is the way the policies are written, and I think an unintended consequence is that the indoor percussion group has to pay a lot more money to use school facilities than other school groups. And I think this is an oversight that might be a bureaucratic mishap that isn't leading to the outcomes we want. And so what I'd like to ask the board to do is consider, how do we classify these groups that are related to curriculum, that are doing things like music, and ensure that they can have equal and fair use of the building for their competitions and activities without having them have to pay undue fees different than what other groups do, just because they may be a club and not an actual sports team or something like that. I believe that every student should have the opportunity to feel included and successful, and that we do a lot of things right in this district to support that. I think this is just one case where the policy maybe needs a little refinement, or the interpretation thereof, to make sure that all these groups can have their activities and provide these wonderful opportunities for students. And so that is my request, is that we look at that and make sure that we are charging appropriate fees and not overcharging groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Amy Ledlow, followed by Cindy Demur.
Hi, my name is Amy Ludlow. I'm a speech language pathologist for Jordan School District. I've worked here since 2013. I love my job. It's really fun. I also mentor a bunch of people to teach little baby SLPs how to do the job. It's very fun as well. I love it. I'm here today advocating for SLPs to be considered as you guys are looking at budgeting things over the next little bit. Right now, SLPs are on a teacher pay scale, which is totally great. However, we're not allowed access to the same funds that teachers are allowed to, including national certification. We are nationally certified. We also, other school districts like Davis School District pays us for Master's plus 30. Our master's degree is 66 credits compared to a Master's of Education, which is 35 credits. So we are already doing 30 plus to get our master's degree. And lastly, the TSSP money, now called Shine money, was originally intended for positions that are in critical need at the school district level. SLPs have always been at a critical need, 4.0 critical need from the Utah State Board of Education, which other professionals like special ed teachers are getting that because they're at the same critical need, but we've been left out. But now school districts have the ability to choose to put us on that so we can get our positions filled to meet our students' needs. I think that's it. Thank you.
Cindy Danamore, and then Crystal Hansen.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Cindy D. Namer, and have been in the district for over 20 years. Currently, we have a student who's a senior at Mountain Ridge High School. Thank you for having the indoor percussion ensemble here today. They've worked extremely hard, and this season has been extraordinary for this group of students and staff. And we're also thankful for the amazing parent support that we've been given through the school and the district. While we recognize that the academic studies are the core of an education, our students' involvement with performing arts programs have been equally important to driving the pursuit of learning, setting and achieving goals, and most importantly in today's world, communicating in person, together, and within a team environment. Today I wanted to share some information with you, and I have a handout that I'm hoping I can share with you, that provides some details about the impact of the current Jordan School District building rental policy that it's having on the indoor band program within the district, taking away thousands of fundraising dollars from these school programs. Throughout the years, the district has been participating, starting with Bingham over 20 years ago, and they have built a strong foundation for the percussion program in Utah. And as Mr. Darrell Robinson noted, our district is unique in that almost all of our high schools have their own separate indoor percussion programs. At Bingham, Copper Hills, Harriman, Mountain Ridge, and West Jordan. Additionally, there are also indoor guard programs at those same schools, as well as Riverton High School. The band directors and staff are employed by the district, offer these percussions to not only 9th through 12th graders, but also 7th graders, as well as the elementary programs for the guard programs 5th and 6th. On Saturdays in January through April, these competitions occur throughout the state of Utah, operating under local circuit organizations, Intermountain Percussion Association, IMPA, and Utah Color Guard Circuit, UCGC, both governed by the World Circuit known as WGI. All of these programs provide educational, performing arts competitions and are nonprofit 501c organizations, and students throughout the state host these competitions for our students at our district, as well as a few independent collegiate age groups. Over the past 2 years, Mountain Ridge has been charged for one Saturday $4,060, $4,330, and $5,730 for facility, building rental, and custodial fees. This is at our own school, with our own students, in buildings provided by our community and citizens, specifically for use of these students. This has not always been the case, and before 2024, there was a no-charge policy with the guidance of partnerships in hosting these Saturday events. We certainly agree there's a fair level of custodial fees that should be charged, but at $50 per an hour per person, 10 hours, resulting in $3,420, it is neither fair nor reasonable, and there are over 50 parent volunteers and students who help set up with the events. Previously, these dollars would be donated to the hosting school as a fundraiser, and we ask you to please review the rental application and fees throughout the district, not only at Mountain Ridge, to see where these updates can be made, and we also urge you to please review what has happened this year before the fiscal year ends. We appreciate your support of these student programs. Thank you.
All right, we'll now hear from Crystal Hansen, followed by Angie Lucas.
Hi, my name is Crystal Hansen. I'm a parent of children who grew up in Jordan School District, one who still attends Copper Hills High School. I've also worked as a librarian in the district for 12 years. And I would also like to comment on the 3 books that were recently banned from libraries and classrooms. I've read all 3 and find value in all of them. I've seen firsthand that they are meaningful and important to young adults who have read them, including my 16-year-old son, who submitted an appeal for the book Speak. These books should not be banned. As a parent and educator, I'm concerned about the overall trend of censorship that is happening in school libraries and classrooms. While a vocal minority who are challenging curriculum and books may have good intentions, the truth is, by bowing to them, we're taking away learning opportunities from a great number of students. Reading can help kids make sense of their world. By removing books like Speak and Story of a Girl, which have content that is difficult, but in no way pornographic, we're denying our young adults the opportunity to learn about things like the mental impact sexual assault has on its victims in a safe environment and at a level that is age appropriate. These books don't dwell on sexual acts or present them in a gratuitous manner. They mainly deal with the implications and the aftermath. As a librarian, I'm also concerned with the shift in district policy that has taken place this year. As has been mentioned, traditionally we've had a committee of parents, teachers, and librarians who would read challenged books to discuss whether or not they have a place in our libraries and classrooms, and this system worked very well. I was on these committees. Under our new policy that has changed in response to Ken Ivory's censorship law, we have only a few people review the books, and they don't even have to read them. They can look at one sentence out of context to make a snap judgment, which is what happened with all of these stories. It's not good policy, and it could result in countless valuable text being removed if we don't revisit it and make changes. We need more people on the initial review committee and at least one person on the committee who has read the entire book. To make these quick, harsh judgments to ban books violates the First Amendment and does a major disservice to our students and communities. Thank you for your time.
right. Angie Lucas, followed by Megan Holyoke.
Hi, my name is Angie Lucas. I am a published children's author and the mother of two current Jordan School District students, a second grader and an eighth grader. And I also personally attended Jordan School District from kindergarten through senior year of high school. I trust librarians, I trust their training, and I trust their expertise. I strongly oppose the idea that a few individuals should have the power to ban a book for an entire school, that a few schools should have the power to ban a book for an entire district, or that a few districts should have the power to ban a book for an entire state. I oppose blanket book banning in principle, which applies to all of these titles that are targeted for removal, including Story of a Girl, which I haven't read. But in particular, I strongly oppose the banning of Speak by Laurie Halse Anderson. I read this book years ago, and I was shocked to hear that there are attempts to ban it in my own school district. I recently read back through the book and confirmed my memory that there is nothing explicit or pornographic in this book, certainly nothing that rises to the level of objective sensitive material. Yes, it deals with some mature themes, but unfortunately, Jordan School District students also deal with mature themes in their real lives. And encountering difficult subject matter in a book before encountering it in real life can have a preparatory and protective effect. This book depicts a young woman's experience navigating high school after being assaulted while intoxicated at a party. The protagonist can't find the words to describe what happened to her for most of the book, and there's not a single scene that describes her experience in detail. The story emerges in flashbacks and fragments. There are no descriptions of body parts, no descriptions of the mechanics of sex. It doesn't glorify underage drinking or assault. In fact, it provides persuasive reasons to avoid underage drinking. I'm struck by the irony that we would try to silence a book called Speak, a book that helps girls understand and put words to things that so many have unfortunately experienced, a book that could help victims of assault find their own voices and clearly has, as we've heard others testify tonight, a book that will instill every reader, including boys, with greater empathy for victims of sexual assault. There's only one population that would be protected by removing this book from Jordan School District classrooms and libraries, and that's the perpetrators of sexual assault. Please keep Speak by Laurie Halse Anderson available for Jordan School District students. Let's trust librarians. Let's stop empowering a tiny minority of parents from controlling what other people's children get to read in school. Thank you.
Right. Megan Holyoke.
Hello, my name is Megan Holyoke, and I am very glad to be here tonight. Thank you for the recognition of the Mountain Ridge Educational Indoor Percussion Ensemble. I happen to be a member of that educational team, which I'm very proud of. I have for the last 2 years. I've been a member in the percussion educational organization in Jordan School District for the last 6 years. I also happen to be a member of the Intermountain Percussion Association Board of Directors, which my job is involving all of our event coordination and planning. I've been asked tonight to read a statement from our executive director of IMPA because he was not able to be here. The Intermountain Percussion Association exists to provide performers and educators in the marching, percussion, and wind activities a friendly competition venue to hone their skills, develop their craft, and enjoy life-changing experiences in the performing arts. Our board of directors is made up of active teachers within our community, elected by their peers. We have a central focus of providing the best possible experience in the performing arts to as many students as possible, while providing excellent professional development to young and experienced instructors alike, like myself. There are costs associated with hosting these events. They include airfare and travel and accommodations for our world-class judges, stipends for those judges and a select few event staff, administrative costs such as websites, insurance, and software costs. None of our board of directors is paid for their services, including the role of the executive director of IMPA. The only costs we pass on to our event hosts, which we typically see at Bingham High School, Mountain Ridge High School, and Harriman High School, by way of percentage of their ticket sales, are directly related to each individual event itself. These include things such as staff credentials, spectator wristbands, our ticketing software, protective covering for our gym floors, the awards, and the training for all of the independent staff that help run our events to ensure fair competition for everyone involved. Our directive from our member ensembles is to keep these events as cost-effective as possible to ensure the best possible fundraising outcome for all of our host schools. When rental and custodial fees are assessed at such a high rate that we are seeing in the Jordan School District, beyond what is normal for other school districts, it limits the ability of our hosts to raise money for their own programs by hosting an event. With the change in policies affecting school partnerships and the associated fee increase to secure school facilities, we have been unable to appropriately support these ensembles and host competitions throughout the Jordan School District without incurring large financial losses. We ask the board and district policymakers to re-examine the changes made in school partnerships to help us support our percussion ensembles throughout the district and the state of Utah. Thank you.
Thank you to those who have spoken in person. I understand we have some emailed comments as well.
President, we have more emailed comments that we could possibly read in the time period allotted, and we have a pretty heavy agenda. I wonder if we could ask Mr. Larson to summarize them, state who they're from, and then send them to each board member.
Mr. Larson, are you comfortable doing that? Board members?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
I have 12 emailed comments. 11 of them deal with the book Speak, and I can't remember the other book. Sorry.
The Story of a Girl.
Thank you. Those 11 comments all spoke in favor of retaining the books in the libraries. And you wanted the names?
I think that's important to let them know that we recognize that we've received them and that each board member will receive their emailed comments.
Okay. Those names are Rihanna Jensen, Melissa Zuckerman, Douglas Hendricks, Lindell Watson, Luca Hillary, Wendy Stewart, Denise Anderson, Jay Dilstra, Jennifer Nielsen, Rachel Frost, and Sidna Graff. There is a 12th email comment regarding SLP pay, advocating for additional pay for SLPs, similar to the other comment from tonight, requesting one of two options for SLP pay increase. That is from Wendy Barrett. And I will start forwarding these to the board now.
Thank you. Okay. Let's continue with our agenda with a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items A through C.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Dr. Robinson, excuse me, that we approve consent agenda items A, board minutes, B, the revised board meeting calendar for 2025-26, which adds the July virtual meeting, a brief July virtual meeting, and item C, esports in Jordan School District. Is there discussion? Okay.
I just want to clarify, this is the official board action that moves esports forward as a sanctioned sport in Jordan School District. This is the moment that you approve esports as a competitive, sanctioned sport in Jordan School District. All that we've done before was to approve it as a club. We approved expenditures as equipment. We've approved some finances, but this is the moment we approve the sport.
Ms. Wood mentioned in our previous meeting some hesitancy on advocating for more screen time, more game time. I've mentioned that same concern in a prior meeting. In this particular case, I'm willing to give it a try.
My concern remains. I think my perspective is I may be persuaded after today, but today I'm not persuaded.
So how do you give it a try? Because I think once we open this can of worms, there's no way to get the worms back in the can. You can't sanction the sport and then unsanction it. I think it'd be very difficult. So
I'm hearing a question of whether we'll be able to approve this group as a whole. I'm wondering if I could hear a replacement motion to approve consent agenda items A and B, and then take esports separately.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
I move that we approve consent agenda items A and B.
I'll second.
All right, we have a substitute motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Dunford, that we approve consent agenda items A and B, so board minutes and the revised board meeting calendar for the year 2025-26. Any discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. I'll now hear a motion to approve agenda item C.
I move that we approve consent agenda item C, esports in Jordan School District.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Dunford, to approve esports in Jordan School District as a sanctioned sport. And now I'll open it up for discussion.
The question was asked, how do you get all the worms back in?
Sorry.
I guess my response to that would be, we just went through something similar to that. Up until last December, we allowed cell phones, as an example, in the classroom. And there was a lot of discussion about it. It wasn't easy, but the board passed a policy, which is what the board does. We pass policies, and we removed them from the classroom. I'm just assuming that if further evidence showed that that additional gaming time had some significant negative impacts on students, that we would do something similar. It might not be easy. The cell phone policy wasn't something that was easy, but it's doable, in my opinion.
So I see this a little bit like unsanctioning lacrosse. That's where it's difficult. It's much easier to change a policy than to take away an activity from students that are highly involved in it. So I'd rather be cautious than, I just think it would be much more difficult than passing a policy on a phone. And that was huge. That was a heavy lift. But
I'm not familiar with the lacrosse situation.
well, I'm just saying, we are sanctioning the sport. And lacrosse was recently sanctioned. Girls wrestling was another one. So boys volleyball. So to go to boys volleyball and take that away from them and say, sorry, we decided that boys volleyball shouldn't be played in our district, can be done. It has been done in other districts and other states, but it's very difficult to take an activity away. If we have hesitancy, I would much rather have us explore it deeper now than try to take it away later.
And I feel like it's possible that if we do not approve this esports as it's been sanctioned by UHSAA, while surrounding districts do approve it and sanction it, even though we wouldn't be taking it away, it would still possibly feel like it was being taken away by the people who want to participate.
So I will not claim to be an expert on the ill effects of screen time. But I will say that in every study that I have personally read, it has spoken to the dangers of social isolation, of children who are spending time away from their peers. I see esports as an opportunity to take something that is a reality of the world we live in today. Video games will be played, regardless of the environment. And we're saying, would we rather have our students playing alone in a basement, or would we like to give them a venue? Just a quick AI search, I'm taking a page out of Dr. Robinson's book, of a few of the benefits of video games, specific video games. I'm not talking about scrolling. This is an activity. Can provide improved cognitive functions, enhance social skills, stress relief, boost in creativity, problem-solving abilities, and even hand-eye coordination. Additionally, video games can provide a sense of accomplishment, promote teamwork, and offer a healthy outlet from daily challenges. And as we live in a society that glorifies a certain type of accomplishment, I find the prospect of shining a light on a different kind of talent really exciting. I love the idea that kids who don't get a lot of opportunities to show their skill might have a different venue in this way. And so my concerns are lessened in those ways, and I feel really excited at the prospect of embracing this for our students.
Using the lacrosse idea, Davis District did not sanction lacrosse in its first year, so we don't have to sanction it today. They can still play it, but we could just keep it as a club. I'm not saying that I'm in favor of that. I just am saying if we approve it, it's going to be much more difficult to unapprove it. So if we have huge hesitancies, we ought to put the brakes on.
I have no hesitancy in approving today.
Call the question.
For a vote.
No.
All right, the question has been called. So the motion is that we approve esports in Jordan School District. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
Say nay.
All right, that motion carries 6-1 with a dissenting vote being Ms. Wood. Let's now move to our consent agenda. I'll take a motion.
I move that we accept consent agenda items A, B, C, D, and E.
I second.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow, that we accept consent agenda items A, expenditures, B, financial statements, C, personnel, license, and education support professionals, words are hard, D, certificates for home instruction, and E, the non-compliance report. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Let's move on to bids.
I move that we approve the bid for the Mountain Creek Middle School HP Chromebooks and licenses.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Dean, that we approve the bid for Mountain Creek Middle School Chromebooks and licenses. Any discussion?
I did have one question on it. It talked about how they are surplusing about 400 Chromebooks. That means that they are getting rid of those ones. Those ones are old and, right? Okay, just wanted to. What happens to our surplus Chromebooks?
Do you know what happens to surplus equipment?
No, I forget.
First of all, schools are given access. Anyone can take an old Chromebook, and then there's a whole hierarchy, and then eventually it goes to a public auction.
Okay, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. I always forget to say that. All right.
I'm on the CTE train today, so I'm going to go for this one. I move that we approve the bid for career and technical education CTE computer lab replacement.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Barrows, second by Ms. Wood, that we approve the career and technical education computer lab replacement. Any discussion?
Did have another random question. So it might just be a misprint, but on the bid summary, it says that this will be computer labs at 6 secondary schools, but then on the justification letter, it only listed 5 kind of individual schools. So it was just something I caught, and I wasn't sure if there's a school we're missing or if it's
Invite
just
Mr. Skidmore up to answer that question.
Thank you. Good question. There are 5 schools. One of the schools is getting 2 separate labs. So, if that makes sense.
6 comes in. Okay.
So that's why the numbers are
They're
just different.
separate labs then.
2 separate labs
Okay.
at that same school. So
Got it. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, ready for a vote? Last call? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously.
I'll make the motion to approve information system Google Workspace for Education Plus licenses.
Second.
Right, we have a motion by Dr. Robinson and a second by Mr. Barnett that we approve Information Systems Google Workspace for Education Plus licenses. Any discussion?
I had quite a few questions on this program. I don't know if there's anyone here that can address those questions.
I brought notes, so hopefully I can answer them.
Okay, awesome. All right, so I was curious, so this is just, seems like a step up from what we were using before. Now we're using the Plus edition or whatever. Is this something that teachers or educators have been asking for? And what kind of like review has been done on this program and the benefits we're gonna see?
So I think the answer to that is yes to all of those things. It impacts our classroom environment, our information security environment, the accessibility environment for all of our students. It's been a multi-year process to investigate all of these different features and benefits. Members of the board also went and traveled to Google as part of this evaluation with the superintendent and cabinet members. So there's been a lot of preponderance of all the ways it fits things for multiple needs.
You. Also, I was curious because we put this out to bid, but I was kind of confused because this is a Google product. So why aren't we not buying this from Google? What are these companies that put in a bid offering us? Like, will you help me through that process?
Yeah, so Google, in terms of interfacing with institutions, does not sell anything directly. So when we buy a Chromebook or we buy a license for Google like we're doing now, or a Google Voice license, that type of thing, it's all done through resellers who are authorized and trained to sell their product.
Thank you.
Which gets us a pretty much better price. We're getting it almost 40 cents a user cheaper than Google quotes it as. So we're feeling pretty excited about how good we got the price.
Thank you. Those were all my questions.
Can I ask if you can talk a little about the security features that we're gaining?
Yeah, you picked my favorite subject as the security guy. So one of the biggest challenges that we have as we interact in today's learning world is the fact that everything is attacking our students and staff all the time, constantly. whether that be rogue hackers, that be all kinds of things, right? Even just the content on the internet that's delivered to our students. And one of the significant abilities this allows us to is when we identify objectionable information, I can pull it in a matter of seconds instead of potentially hours and days, depending on what it looks like. It allows us a greater deal of visibility and to be able to understand what happened and when it happened. So for example, if Nikki happens to be in Aruba today and just logged in 3 times from Aruba and in West Jordan, one of those things is not like the other. And that's the type of thing with this premium focus. Google would be able to alert us and say, hey, is Nikki really on vacation? And we go, yeah, she's probably in Aruba, right? But we also, the proactive amount of what they push off for us is significant, but what it continues to push off is gives us an additional amount of information and control about what's going on so that we can see greater detail around it.
So individual schools will still need to make decisions on monitoring software in terms of something like Land School, or I know there are others, but that's the one I'm familiar with. This is separate from that.
Many of the features that programs like Land School and GoGuardian have are built into this licensing.
Oh, okay.
So it will provide potential options for schools to make individual decisions about using additional software or not.
Great. But at least now every school has something, which is nice.
In response to the questions that have been asked, this addresses a lot of the security concerns that have been brought up by parents, by teachers, by board members. You've heard from parents. This addresses many of those issues, and we'll reach out to those who've brought this up. And there's an advantage to having features all within the same system. And Mr. Bowman and other members of the information system staff are very thorough in vetting this. I really trust their judgment. And these are the people that other districts go to find out what's going on in many cases and for help when they're in a difficult situation. So, as I said, Mr. Heaps is here as well, and the entire staff is really, really sharp on all of this. And as Mr. Bowman said, it's been a long process of making sure that this is what we need to do. And we'll detail for you, if this is approved and we go forward, the ways in which this will address the specific concerns about YouTube, individual device security, monitoring from a teacher perspective. This gives a lot more control to parents. That's something we'll need to roll out in a meaningful way with teachers and with parents and with administrators over time to be sure that we don't catch anyone off guard and everyone can take full advantage of the features. At the same time, in the same way that we described other programs earlier tonight, this doesn't automatically replace. If Land School is what you want to pay for at a school level, you can still use that. But with some adjustments, these features could make that unnecessary. So I really appreciate the team's work and the questions from the board and the engagement from parents. I think that going into next year, we'll be able to offer, if this is approved, a lot of the features that have been asked for, that people have. They haven't said specifically, could we have this program, but this allows us to accomplish what many people have been asking for.
I met with the Google folks at ISTE conference last year and was super impressed with their presentation, their knowledge, and I totally trust our staff that they're picking a product that we need, and it'll be a great blessing for us.
Okay. Other discussion? Not getting anyone off? All right. All in favor of the motion to approve Google Workspace for Education Plus licenses, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, that motion carries unanimously. Thanks for answering our questions. I'm really excited about this. Okay, we'll take a motion.
Could we do them together?
Please no, because I really want to do F.
All right.
Okay.
That's true.
So combine
We're talking D and E.
Oh,
D and E together.
Oh, D and E.
I move
The
that
two
we
special ed-
approve bids D and E, special education comprehensive individually administered academic achievement tests, and special education complete standalone preschool curriculum.
I second.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Mr. Dunford to approve items D and E. Any discussion?
I just want to highlight the process that I've learned about. So we had several on our RFP evaluation committee evaluate the two bids, the two programs. And they evaluated them based on 23 technical criteria and 7 mandatory minimum requirements without knowing the cost. And it's great to keep the integrity of our curriculum based on the curriculum itself and not the cost to the district, which was the case in this.
We need to include you in an RFP process, don't we?
And I'll just add, I know we're talking a lot about the curriculum, but what an important process it is for students to be identified and evaluated for special education services. This probably seems like a no-brainer, and it should be, I think, to approve this testing. But as a special educator who spends a lot of time reading and interpreting these tests and then developing plans based on the great information that they provide, I'm excited that we are moving forward with that process. Okay, any other discussion?
Now, Lisa, I'll build it up. Oh, wait, we gotta approve it.
We need to
Sorry.
vote first. We need
I was
to
excited for you, Lisa.
Thank you, indoor percussion.
It was so fun to watch them drum on their thighs and their chests. Anyways, okay, all those in favor of approving bids D and E, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay,
Okay, Bryson.
All right, now, Lisa, ready?
passed unanimously. Go.
Okay, I move that we approve the bid for Facility Services Construction Management General Contractor, otherwise known as CMGC, services for West Jordan High School remodel.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow, that we approve the bid for construction management general contractor services for West Jordan High School remodel. Any discussion?
I'd like to make a comment. I don't know if taxpayers understand exactly what we're doing, because in other districts, they would take a school like West Jordan, bulldoze it down, and rebuild a new school that would cost well over $200 million. We're saving taxpayers around $150 million with the decision to do a total remodel instead of a rebuild. And I think that shows just how fiscally conservative we are, how our schools, when you walk into Bingham, which we did this to, if you're blindfolded and walked into Bingham, you would not know that was Bingham High School. We did such a good job. So I think this is going to be great, what we're doing. It's a good use of money, and I'm super excited for West Jordan. And
And I
super
would-
excited for taxpayers, too.
And I would encourage every current and previous student at West Jordan High School to go in and take as many pictures as you can. I regret not doing that at Bingham.
Thank you for saying that, Daryl. That was very nice.
It's going to be amazing. I'm excited.
It's going to be painful for 4 years, but it is going to be fantastic.
We're all very excited about this. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously.
Go Jags.
Congratulations, West Jordan. Can't wait. All right, let's move on to our special business items.
President, I move that we approve the negotiated agreement for licensed employees for the 2025-26 school year.
I second.
We have a motion by Mr. Dunford, a second by Ms. Dean, that we approve with a grateful heart the recommendation to approve our 2025-26 negotiated agreement for licensed employees. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously.
I'll
Did you
make
call
the-
for a public vote? or
Oh.
public-
Oh,
I apologize. I'm getting ahead of myself. Are there any here from the public that would like to make comments? All right.
I'll make the motion that we.
Wait.
Oh, do we have one?
Oh, yes.
Thought Janet made a motion to come speak.
Sorry, I didn't see that, Janet.
Thank you. We're excited to welcome Janet Sanders.
I was debating, since you'd already passed it, but it's all good. It's all good. Just want to say thank you. I'm Janet Sanders. I'm a teacher at Mountain Ridge High School, longtime Jordan School District employee, and the current president of the Jordan Education Association. Just wanted to thank everyone for your cooperation. And
Wait, could you say with whom we negotiated?
with whom you negotiated. And we just want to thank everyone for your respect through this difficult season when we have had the HB 267 bill pass and then the referendum happening, that you guys have continued to treat us with respect as professionals, and the negotiating team continued to acknowledge us and work in a really fair way, and we're just grateful for the opportunity to continue working together. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for the service that you give in our district. We're grateful for you. All right, I'll take a motion.
I'll recommend that we approve the 2025-26 negotiated agreement for the education support professionals.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Robinson, a second by Mr. Barnett, that we approve the recommendation for the 2025-26 negotiated agreement for education support professionals. Is there anyone here who wanted to speak on this item? All right.
I will.
Discussion.
So part of my assignment on the board is to work with education support professionals, and they're just such a great group. They're the backbone that helps this district move forward, and I so appreciate every one of them and the job that they do for helping our kids. They're the silent heroes sometimes.
Absolutely agree with you. It's always so fun to go to their approval nights. They're a warm group, and we appreciate working with them. All right, any other discussion? Okay. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, that motion carries unanimously.
Can we pause and ask Superintendent Godfrey for a timeline on announcing or sending all that information? What's left to be done now?
We sent out the information that it was a negotiated agreement. We sent that out to ESPs and to our licensed employees. So then we will send out an email indicating that that has been finalized. And then we have a meet and confer with administrators, and we'll announce compensation for administrators separately.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion. Are you accepting motions, President?
Yes, please.
That we approve C, D, and E, recommendations to approve revisions to administrative policies AA 418, discipline of students, AS 67, discipline of students, and DP 378, employee code of conduct.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Ms. Barrow. Sorry, didn't quite get in there, Mr. Dunford. Oh, it was Mrs. Sorry, I need to look up. By Ms. Wood, a second by Ms. Wood, that we approve Administrative Policy AA 418, Discipline of Students, Staff Responsibilities, Administrative Policy AS 67, Discipline of Students, and Administrative Policy DP 378, Employee Code of Conduct. Is there discussion? I would just like to say thank you to Dr. Godfrey and his team who have worked hard to get these reviewed and bring recommendations to the board. Okay, those in favor, oh, sorry.
Can anyone tell me the difference between an AA policy, an AS policy, and a DP policy? AA is the administrator. That's the superintendent. AS is administrators of schools, and DP is district policy for schools. So it follows our structure. Policies that govern administration are AA. Policies that govern the cabinet are AS. And policies that govern the school level are DP. Just FYI.
I did also want to mention that along with the discussions that we've had as a board on these policies, one thing that it won't show up in the policies, but one thing that was agreed to was that the district would put together an educational video of some sort and present it. When is the first presentation of that, Anthony?
In our fall faculty meetings, we'll ask principals to show that video.
Okay.
And it will be part of our crucial concerns and policies, so it'll be registered that each educator has viewed that video.
Yeah. And then
Every employee, really.
That's was that going to be an ongoing training? Okay.
Yes.
I remember a time when I was sitting in the audience that I was like, they don't even talk much about these things before they make these big changes. And so for those who may have been like I was and are new to this process, please know that these policies have been reviewed multiple times during study session and refined and honed to perfection, we hope, and prior to us calling for this vote.
I remember you emailed me after that. You were very concerned.
More than once. I have good mentors. Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote. All right. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. I'll take another motion.
I move that we approve the recommended revisions to Administrative Policy DP 380, Maternity Parent Leave.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood. I didn't look over again. Was it your voice? You two sound alike. That we approve the revisions to Administrative Policy DP 380, Maternity and Parent Leave. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any-
Aye, sorry.
Oh.
I was thinking, do we have comment? We don't have, do we ask for comment on any of these?
I should have asked
Okay,
for comment.
but I meant to say aye when everybody else said aye.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping me on the right track. Is there anyone here who would like to make comment on this item? Okay, now. I know, all the many that I'm skipping, I'm sorry. All right, so now we'll call for a vote. So those in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. One more.
Ms. Wood motions to approve revisions to Board Policy GP 104, Board Officers and Appendix Procedures for the election of board officers.
Mr. Dunford seconds.
actually like this. Let's always do it that way. And I'll just say, if you say more than one word, I know your voice easily. All right, we have a motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Mr. Dunford, to approve revisions to Board Policy GP 104, Board Officers and Appendix Procedures for the Election of Board Officers. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Let's move to the superintendent's report.
Just, it's been a great night, honoring lots of people, lots of work being completed with some votes here by the board. And I just want to mention that on the 9th of June, and I'll send you an email to this effect as well, you'll get to learn about all the features in Google for Workspace Plus if you would like to come at 1 o'clock, June 9th, to the ASB auditorium. Google will be here themselves to present. And much like, you know, you have your smartphone, but you don't know what all the features are, and then you discover, oh, wow, I didn't know it did that. This will be the meeting where you find out all the things that that suite will do for us and the things we're able to accomplish. Maybe ask questions. Of course, you can always contact staff and ask those questions as well, but this would be a chance to hear that directly from Google. So the 9th at 1 o'clock at the ASB auditorium. Cabinet members will be in attendance there as well, and just have a chance to learn about what that does. But thank you for supporting so many great things happening in Jordan. Like I said earlier, your support makes that possible, and it's really exciting to watch. So thank you.
Thank you for that invitation. Sounds interesting. Okay, committee reports, excuse me, and comments by board members.
Quick update from Facilities Committee. I wanted to report on a few of the items that we've been assigned as a Facilities Committee. One was to analyze potential feeder alignment for Midas Creek Elementary. This is in progress. Dr. Anderson and his staff have spent some time on this already. They have some options ready to present. As a board, at some point, we need to decide the timing on that presentation. Let's see. We were asked to investigate the potential options with the Warriors. This has been completed. An agreement was not able to be made that satisfied both parties. We were asked to review all our properties and identified which could be considered surplus. This has been completed. The only property that was identified as surplus by the committee was a Riverton property on 126 in Mountain View, and the board decided to retain that for now. We were also asked to create a boundary change map focused primarily on reducing bus routes. This one has been completed. Paul Bergera from Transportation created some sample boundary changes that focused primarily on reducing bus routes. The result of that exercise, we decided to give Paul, I guess, an official seat at the table when we're discussing, when staff is discussing boundary change issues. The last one I wanted to mention was to create a guideline for boundary change triggers. We'll be reporting on that in just a few minutes in the continued study session.
Can I just clarify, you said you're ready to present on Midas Creek whenever the board is ready to hear it, or you need more time? Sorry, I should have typed faster.
As far as I understand, Dr. Anderson can correct me, but they are ready to present some options whenever the board is ready to hear them.
You have the busing questions. I think that's part of the presentation. The proposal that I would like to see, at least one of them, is that we don't affect students currently going to a middle school. It's just the coming out of Midas Creek sixth graders would go to one middle school, 3 years later would go to one high school. So the question is, what would the impact be transportation-wise, given those 2 years, where we've got 7th and 8th grade going to different schools than 6th grade. I would love to see part of that be in the presentation. If you're not ready for that, please take your time.
Yeah, we're ready to talk some options. We've got a couple of different options that could work. We would need to take a little more time to sort out the busing question, especially if it was going to be phased or tiered, but that's a discussion I think it would be worth having with the board to see where the board collectively stands on that and what we'd like to do with that. In addition to Midas Creek, we're also ready to begin at your request that talks about other areas that have been discussed in facilities as well.
Okay, we'll make sure that is on an upcoming agenda.
Let me clarify. One other item we had was to study the potential boundary changes to relieve the over-enrollment at Sunset Ridge. Last I heard, minimal progress had been made on that one, but are you saying that you're ready to make presentations on that as well? I think we're ready for a discussion on what, conceptually, what the board would like to look at. We have some ideas down. We haven't made any maps or options at this point. And the same would go for I believe there was another one regarding the areas all of these would potentially have domino effects to other boundary changes. That's why I think it warrants a larger discussion, because if you tinker with one area, there are other areas that could be in need of tweaking as well. So I think last time we talked as a group, the board expressed interest in not having these discussions in the summer, so that we could, once the school year gets back, we can be in contact with parents and communicating to them. But we're ready to have them whenever. We just want to keep that in mind, and knowing that one change may beget another.
So I'm curious, if we're speaking high-level conceptual, are board members comfortable having boundary discussions when school is not in session? Or do you want to wait for all discussion for school to start?
Speak to Sunset Ridge. How urgently do you want to start those conversations at Sunset Ridge?
I don't mind talking about them philosophically, but I wouldn't start the clock. We're supposed to give a certain amount of time. I wouldn't start the clock until school's back in session.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We don't
want to see the October numbers.
No.
Well, I say September. I mean, I'm okay with moving early. One of the problem with waiting for the October numbers is then it's so late in the game. Like I'd rather see the process start in September, and maybe we adjust it with the October numbers.
Do the October numbers vary greatly from September numbers?
Some years.
Sometimes?
Some years.
The September numbers are just like our official count for this school year. But
I think the October difference is the October number, they've digested it, settled down, But I think when we're talking about general moves, we should kind of know what we're doing.
Our student services team gives us projections every year that go out 5 years, and they have remained pretty consistent. I think we can rely on those. And the problem is this conversation happens over and over where it's like, we get an October number, and now we're in the holidays, and we can't do it to people in the holidays, and then there's something that pushes it out and out and out. And so at some point, you've just got to hold the conversation. And where we're speaking, we're not bringing maps, we're speaking conceptually, what are the priorities? I'm really comfortable beginning those conversations in June, but I am only one voice.
I am as well.
I am too.
I favor that.
I'd like to do our homework right before we start the big project or whatever,
Well said. I agree. Okay, so we'll make sure that both of those come on
June 10th.
hopefully the June agenda. Could be a big one. But don't worry, you'll get a break in July. Okay, other reports.
I have a couple things. So the Jordan Education Foundation 2025 Links to Schools Golf Classic is the 26th of June at Glenmore Golf Course. And there are sponsorships and foursomes available. And if anyone wants to participate and needs one more person, I am happy to be in your foursome, but I am not an asset, okay? So, also, but anyway. And also for Salt Lake County Parks and Rec Advisory Board, I would like to read part of a media release. So June 1st, we will celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the My County Rec Pass. And also the outdoor pools opened just this past weekend.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, and so Salt Lake County is proud to announce over 78,000 school-age children have registered for the My County Rec Pass. And this initiative has had a profound impact. 76% of participants had never purchased a pass to a Salt Lake County Recreation Center before. Of those, 62% said cost was the primary barrier to participation. The My County Rec Pass is giving children the opportunity to create lifelong healthy habits and teach them about recreation skills they can use and share with others throughout their life. And that said, I'm also sorry to announce that the youth golf program, the My County Rec Golf program, is completely full. So an additional goal of making wellness and recreation more equitable and accessible, the My County Rec Pass is removing financial hurdles and opening opportunities for thousands of families. So who is eligible? School-aged youth age 0 through 18, and they must be a Salt Lake County resident. What does it offer? The membership or pass to access and use Salt Lake County operated recreation centers and amenities, including open plunge at swimming pools, public skate at ice sheets, drop-in open gymnasium, weight room and fitness area, walking track, and there are some age restrictions that apply, climbing wall, once again, some age restrictions, and also triad events. If you look on the Salt Lake County Parks and Rec website and look at the different calendars for all the rec centers, some rec centers even have arts and crafts for kids with the My County Rec Pass. And how do you sign up? Parents and guardians may sign up their 0 through 17-year-olds at a Salt Lake County operated recreation center with proof of Salt Lake County residency. ID will suffice. 18-year-olds do not need an adult present and must bring ID. The pass will automatically renew every year until a pass holder's 19th birthday. Youth 9 years old and under must be accompanied by someone 14 years of age or older at all times. So anyway, there's just some information about the My County Rec Pass. I think it's pretty great that it just automatically renews every year until the kid's 19th birthday.
I don't have a committee report, but I am interested in studying what Mountain Ridge Percussion brought up about the fees that we're charging our clubs. I've not only had complaints from them, but Harriman Rugby is another one that's reached out to me a lot. A lot of our club organizations, I think, in talking to like Harriman Rugby, they want to be sanctioned because we're not playing fair with them. This is a group that, is consistently has national recognition. And there's several others too. I just want to make sure that we're fair with them and they're students. So I'll put that on the list.
I've added that.
Oh, you've already
I've
added it?
that.
Okay, put me
Yeah.
down
as a supporter.
as a supporter.
Okay.
Me as well.
Thank you.
So I met with JLC since our last meeting. They have prepared a recommendation for the delegates to now review in June. That's ready to go. So we have the, excuse me, the delegate assembly. So we have the night before, there's going to be a legislative panel on the Friday night. And at that panel, They are collecting questions. So if any of you have a question that you would like to add to that panel discussion, this is your opportunity. Will you please email those to me, and I can send them in on behalf of our full board. And again, that's for the pre-delegate assembly. So June 6th at 7 o'clock, you can go to the pre-delegate assembly. You don't have to be a voting member. Anyone is welcome. They usually do a lovely dinner. And then the delegate assembly at 9 o'clock on the 7th, we'll have our voting members. Anyone's welcome, but voting members attend. All right, any others? Perfect. I'll take a motion to adjourn the business meeting. We do have one more agenda item, so we'll return to study session.
I move that we adjourn the business meeting and go back to our study session item.
Second.
Motion. All right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett, I think. I don't know, you guys were neck and neck.
I jerked them at the corner of your eye.
I know, why are you guys sharing a mic? That's not working. Oh, no. All right, so those in favor say
Send me the
aye.
email. I
Aye.
And any opposed?
know you-
All right, the business meeting is adjourned.
For always helping.
Yeah. right, welcome to the continued study session for the Jordan Board of Education. Today is still May 27th. We still have all board members present, as well as our board attorney, our superintendent, our associate superintendent, and our business administrator. We have one item left to discuss, and that is enrollment considerations. So, Mr. Barnett, Dr. Anderson. we'll
Thank
turn it to
you. Facilities Committee was given the assignment to review, research, put together a document that kind of encapsulated some trigger points related to when we should be discussing boundary changes. We spent the past few months, Dr. Anderson and his team, putting together a document. The purpose of the document, as I mentioned, is just to provide some guidelines. It's not a binding policy. It's more of a guidelines document on enrollment, increasing enrollment, decreasing enrollment, and how that affects our boundary change discussions as a district. It also defines what the parameters of those triggers are. And in just a few minutes, I'm going to let Mike explain that to us. But just as a kind of a high level, boundary changes are generally the last resort of a particular problem. Staff, Mike and his staff, will do their best once a particular school has risen to the level of we need to be made aware of this. Mike and his staff will try to resolve the problem through other means, because boundary changes are very disruptive and difficult on teachers, students, and families. And so we don't want to use that except as a last resort to solve problems most of the time. So some of the ways that they would address those concerns would be modifying the number of permits, increasing or decreasing the number of portables, among other things. Mr. Dunford mentioned in our last board meeting that I guess the history of boundary changes for Jordan School District has been primarily because of enrollment issues. We have been a growing district. We've kind of plateaued now as far as that goes. And so most of the boundary changes that were made in the past were done based on we don't have enough seats for students. And so our hand was kind of forced. And I was personally very grateful for that enlightenment, because I was under the impression that enrollment is the only trigger. That's the only time we ever talk about boundary changes. But we have the luxury now, now that we're not such a hugely growing district, to consider some other possibilities for boundary changes, and those have come up, specifically with Midas Creek, and I'm sure they'll come up in other areas. But what I'd like to do is turn the time over to Mike and let him just kind of review that document and answer any questions that any of us might have, and then when he's finished, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the document as the district's boundary change guidelines, added to the appendix of our board policies, something along those lines. So, Mike?
Yeah, thank you. When we were talking esports, right, the agenda item prior to this, I got in my head, I'm like, I wonder if we can somehow gamify this boundary change process and let the students game it out and let them come up with scenarios and on their games with esports. I mean, we could call it Clash of Campuses, Boundary Bash Brothers, or Pocket Bus League. You know, any of those. It would be nice.
Too close to home.
Yeah, too soon perhaps. Sorry. But yes, thank you, Mr. Barnett. We've been just going over some considerations for how to deal with this issue in twofold. One, what to do when our enrollment growth exceeds school capacity, and they get to a point where we've got to do something, or the school will be on an unsustainable trajectory with growth. The other half is what to do with schools that are declining in their enrollment, such that it actually is going to hit. We already have a trigger point established in policy when in policy A13, it's outlined in there. We have a link to it. When it reaches 50% or less of capacity, it will be flagged for additional considerations for the facilities committee. And we took that number and we bumped it up to about 65%, so we know when to start watching a school that is in declining enrollment. So there are 3 pages, and then the third page is just additional boundary considerations. It's, to Mr. Barnett's point, we don't want to be constrained solely by enrollment, either increasing or declining. There are other points at which we would want to perhaps talk about and consider a potential boundary change, and such is the case with Midas Creek Elementary, for example. It's not because of their enrollment, it's not because of their capacity, it's because they've expressed the desire to have a single feeder system, or at least not have 3 feeder systems in which to go into. So that being said, if we can look first at the page 1, which are enrollment considerations for growth. Appreciate the work done with Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Feston and Student Services in helping me with this. Number 1 is that we would annually evaluate our school enrollments, and we'll do that. In the past, we always have evaluated it, but we have not used a formula like we've got established here. We've looked at trends, we've looked at long-term and short-term trends, but in this case, we've developed a formula that takes the enrollment plus the development times the yield rate. Now, the development is the type of housing. It can be an apartment, it could be a condo, it could be a single-family home, and we know the yield rate for each type of home in each particular elementary feeder system, for each elementary boundary, I should say. We know what an apartment in Copper Canyon Elementary yields. We know what a condo in Sunset Ridge Middle School yields. We know what a single-family home in South Jordan Elementary yields. And so each one of these...
That's changing, isn't it?
We evaluate it.
Reason Aspen didn't grow the degree that we thought it would was the yield rate was different than we thought it would be.
The yield rates change. Sometimes the housing types change. Developers come in with a plan. We know the number of permits they pull for single-family homes, but that can change and alter to, maybe they switch over to condos. So that changes sometimes as well. And yes, the birth rates have changed pretty dramatically over the last few years, and so we're continually updating that. But that's the formula that we plug in. Enrollment plus that number equals a number that we look at, and is that greater than or equal to the building capacity plus 6 portables? And the example we used in there is Sunset Ridge. At their current capacity, plus that number that gets plugged in with the development times the yield rate, that is 1562, and that is greater than their architectural capacity plus 6 portables. And so that, in this case, we would put Sunset Ridge Middle School on what we call the aware list. These are schools to be aware of. We used to call them schools to watch. That was, this is just, it's nomenclature, but it's just a different way to express it, and it's bound by this formula.
Can I ask? Oh.
Yeah,
BP
questions anytime, please.
BP stands for building and portables?
Yeah, building capacity plus 6 portables.
Okay.
And I have a question. So the development times yield rate, that takes into account the students that will be leaving the building, like that will be going into 10th grade?
The current enrollment is what takes into account we know what the enrollment.
Okay, what's already,
yep. And then
what will be there.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
We know what we think is going to be there, but then we also know the number of permits that have been pulled for single-family homes, townhomes, and so forth, and we know the yield rates for each one of those types. And so we add that to the enrollment.
Yeah, I get it.
No, it's great.
That question. Okay.
Yeah, it yields us a good approximation of where we're at, and then does that number, is that greater than or equal to the building plus 6 portables?
Can a yield rate be negative?
I guess it could, yes. I mean, if it's, it would be zero, right?
So it'd just be zero.
It doesn't yield anything, yeah.
So, will you please remind me how we determine the capacity of a building?
Yeah, we've looked at the number of instructional areas, and we've ascribed that, depending on the level, we ascribe a number of students to that, and we multiply that by the number of instructional areas, and that is our...
So sometimes we count areas as instructional areas, like I'll use the example of collaboration spaces where we've built these schools so that in a pinch we could create this space as a classroom. Do we consider that when we say what did you say, a teaching area?
An instructional area.
area, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that included? Is this, because that to me feels like DEFCON 9. This is, we're in trouble.
That's
We're
rad.
going to remodel. So, but is that, that's not what we're looking at here.
We not to that
This is
level.
just actual classrooms. We're not taking over their library or their computer lab.
Well, the areas that we do look at, like, for example, the gym, we account for in the gymnasium that there can be 2 different classes going on at the same time in there, for example. But
I think what you're asking though is addressed in number 2,
and
it isn't included in the idea of whether they make it onto the aware list. But once they're on the aware list, then what you're suggesting is considered as a remedy.
But President George, I think what you
We're
were
not starting there.
what you were referencing, like with the stage areas and with the common gathering areas as a classroom instructional space, we do not count that as a
Perfect.
in our counts. We had not. I think in the past we've done so, especially when the school's in a real growing area. We just needed to know how much can we fit in here. We do not currently use that.
I think that's what I've been saying along, is I just want a number of a school without all those extra spots, without all the portables or whatever. We can use portables, we can use common spaces, whatever we want, that's fine, but I just like to look at that raw number, because 6 portables with all those spots taken care of is different than 6 portables with none of those spots being used.
Right.
So having a baseline, and then we can add on whatever we want, but having a baseline, so I would say, oh, that school's, I think my schools that were on the watch list are all over capacity if you take all the portables away. So,
And
Considering 6 portables as an appropriate amount.
we had a discussions in facilities committee about that. Historically, we've taken the building capacity plus 6 portables, and the board historically has felt that's a comfortable, manageable level, which to that's okay to go up to 6 portables. Beyond that, not so much. But that's why we kept it. We discussed it in facilities committee and decided to keep it as our number baseline.
6 portables is, I wouldn't say comfortable, but we can do it, right? Like, we're talking about lunches that start at 10:50 in the morning, and we're talking about some uncomfortable things.
Yeah, comfortable probably is not the right word, but it's a manageable point at which to operate.
I would not go
so
higher.
see, my feeling is if a school has 1 portable, it's over capacity.
Maybe.
Well, I think we can house more people by bringing portables in, but if we're looking at 2 schools, and one has 6 portables and that one has no portables, I can't compare the 2 schools. I don't mind if we say 6 is where we want to go, but I just need like a stripped down number so we know that school's over, that school's under. Because when we look at East West Jordan, are we going to look at those schools with a capacity of 6 portables? So if I compare Heartland to Black Ridge, or is Heartland's number going to be with no portables?
Well, I think this formula does exactly what you're asking.
Yeah, it's all with 6 portables.
You can compare any school to any elementary school to any other elementary school with this formula.
And Mr. Robinson, what you just described is addressed on the second page where we talk
We're
about
getting ahead of
enrollment
ourselves.
decline. Yeah. No, it's a great question.
It's also important that we say there are schools right now that have maybe 6 or more portables on the campus, but they're not active classrooms.
Exactly.
Sometimes that's just something that's still there. It's convenient, so we haven't needed to move it yet. And so we need to take that into account. Because I have schools that have more than 6 portables, but I don't think they're all classrooms.
So once we've established the aware list, we would look at those schools on the list and consider possible remedies, such as permits. Do we need more portables?
Mike, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I think it's important that number 2 says district administration will review the aware list.
Thank you.
Not we.
Yeah,
Right.
correct. Yeah, when I say we, district administration in this case we consider as district administration, what could we do with that school to is it a question of looking at their permits status? Is it adding a portable or more? Do we look at storage space that's being used to President George's previous point about how are their portables being used? Are there programs that can be evaluated? And after that, the facilities committee, we would bring the updated enrollment forecast data and the potential action list from that. Like, okay, we've done this, but these are schools that still we would like to discuss about potential leading. Really, the question is, are these schools on a potential boundary change list? And that's what we would bring to the facilities committee. Doesn't mean they have to be a boundary change. It could be changes to the building. It could be facilities committee considers a remodel or, reconstruction. It could be, are you going to revoke permits to 90%, which is under law you can do? Is it transportation considerations, changing up bus routes? Is it, or are we talking a boundary change or even construction of a new school at this point? Those are the things that we bring to facilities committee as part of the next step. And then the facilities committee would bring it to the board after they've discussed it.
Like for high schools, how long does it take to construct a high school? So how much lead time do we need?
Yeah, important question because that's why we do these and we try to forecast out 5 years of high school from beginning to end. I want to say, and Mr. Thomas, we're talking 4 years from beginning of discussion to completion. 2 full years of construction usually.
Mountain Ridge, we approved the bond in the November 2016, and we opened it in August of 2009.
So let me clarify. So
we had a lot of work done.
That's it. Yep.
Because we were authorized to do a year's worth of work anticipating the bond would pass. So an entire year was done ahead of time.
You
Really
turned
a
the shovel
4-year
like the day
process?
after it passed or something. It was.
Mountain Ridge is a great case study. We knew in 2015 that we were going to need to do something there. Harriman High was going to be growing. We knew by 2018, 2019 that they were going to be over 3,000 students. My own kids were there at Harriman High at the time. And so the board talked about it in 2015, did a lot of groundwork leading up to the bond, passed the bond, and then 3 years later in the fall of 2019, Mountain Ridge opened.
So do these formulas and processes work whether it's an elementary school or a high school to give us enough lead time?
Yes, we believe it does. And in that case, where a high school requires about 4 years of total lead time, 2 years of construction, but a year or so, in the making of it. And if there's a bond, a high school is likely to need a bond because of the cost of it. That's where we have the 4 years. But each October, we'll bring you the 5-year forecast numbers. And so we can start those discussions early enough.
The part is the bond pass.
Yeah.
I would love, Mike, if in October when we get the projection that we spoke in terms of green, yellow, orange, and red, and you presented the school in either green, yellow, orange, or red, so that the very document that we had immediately told us this school's in the green. And what I mean by green is they're comfortably in this zone of capacity. Yellow is a little bit more, orange, and then red. So red being low and high, if I'm looking through that document and I see anything in red, that's a critical, urgent need, and we better be talking about it. Orange, I'm concerned about. Yellow, I'm watching, I'm waiting for. And then I'd love to resurrect our capacities documents.
We're almost there. We've got that.
Okay, I look for them all the time. I know it's not there and I lament it. I loved I know we can't have a PDF version anymore because it's so dynamic, But I loved the capacities document that was a page per school and had all the information on it. Even to produce that on a year-to-year basis, color-coded, so that each school was either green, yellow, orange, or red, with its capacity information right there. That's the information I would love to see.
Is red on both sides of the extreme?
Yeah.
High and low.
Is that something the board would like to see as a?
I also really relied on that. It was like I don't think it was a PDF though. The one that I'm talking about was a Google Sheet. And so it was real time and it was great and I referenced it frequently. And then one day it was like, oh, stop using that.
Yes, we have a beta version ready. It's in, we haven't color coded it as you described, Mr. Dunford. We do have enrollment, a tachometer that is in there that is color coded, so that might suffice what you're talking about. It is a Google Sheet, which means that it automatically updates as we update it. If you want a PDF, we could certainly export it. It would just be static. It wouldn't be able to get updated as frequently. But we do have that. In fact, I've got it open right here as a test, and we've got it ready to go. We've added a few more bells and whistles to the dashboard, so you can see that.
I, for one, use that all the time.
Yeah, me too. So, number 3 on this page, the only thing that makes me a little antsy is we're at a potential action list, and we have not done the courtesy of letting the board member who represents those schools know. I really would at least want to know that we have identified this as a potential action item and facilities is discussing actively one of my schools. I need to be looped into that. I want to respect committee work, but I have to represent my schools.
Would it be?
I was going to say, is that something that committee chair would present, at board meetings when they have something present to say, hey, this came up in our committee meeting? Would that give you enough time or comfort level, or do you want to be told?
The brilliance of doing this in committee is we're not alarming communities before we're serious about working on something. So I'm comfortable with just an email that says, letting you know, these are the schools on your list that are potential action schools. And then that just lets me know how closely I need to be following. I'm going to be reaching out frequently. It's not lost on me that all of the example schools on this document are mine. Like, that makes me a little uncomfortable. So
Shouldn't 3 first say come to the board and assign to the facilities committee? Because it seems to me that it's circumventing the board.
I don't know where I fall there though, because we have discussions about enrollment frequently. I don't want communities to feel like they're on high alert all of the time if we're not going to do anything.
The other side of that is I want the community to know in a very uncomfortable school that we are talking about it.
Yeah, me too.
So there's two sides to that. I don't want to panic them, but I want them to reassure that, yeah, we're aware of your situation and we're talking about it.
Yeah.
What's the role of the board? What's the role of the committee? What do we want to make sure board members know and when? And what do we want to announce to the community and when? That's the clarity we're looking for around all of those issues, because once we know there are trade-offs, however you choose to do it, and once we know how the board wants that arranged, then we can execute on that.
So, and anticipating this, sorry, I did put on board docs, using the formula that I've outlined, all of the schools that would make the growth aware list and the decline list. And then I also put on there, to Bryce's earlier question about gradients or degrees of, color, whatever. I put a list of schools that would make an approaching that list, either for enrollment growth or decline. Is that something that would suffice, or that would satisfy your question? If we
I
did
think an
something like that?
aware list is something we should be talking about publicly in a transparent way. what was the other list called? The action list or something? Was that the next one up? At that point, I think we're a critical need. Something is going to happen for this school. And I just, as the representative, the person who's interacting with that community, I want to be able to say, yes, we are talking. A plan will be presented. I just need to be in that loop. So to me, that's different than an aware list.
What would help me is if I understood, because I see we do this annually.
Mm-hmm.
So what time of year annually do we do this?
Typically in October, after we get the October 1 counts, we would come back and we would update. By then, we've been talking with the cities, we've been talking with the planning commissions, we've updated our growth rates, we've updated we know the number of permits that have been pulled for various housing units, and so that's when we would come back with the list, so to speak.
And when do we need to make a decision about a boundary change for the next school year?
Typically, we'd like to have those ready to go by January so that schools can start making staffing decisions and anything that needs to be done there. So we've typically tried to wrap up our boundary process by late November or into December.
So we're voting before January.
Typically, that's
so we've
that's
got
correct.
2 months to identify potential action items. You propose boundary changes, get feedback from constituents, and then vote after public comment. That's a lot to do in 2 months' time.
I think we would be able to bring, we had this discussion earlier that the numbers may not fluctuate that much. We can run the numbers now. Like what we've just done is based on last October's numbers, but we have this list ready to go right now. This is what we would kind of go off of because we're going to be talking about this, sounds like in August in earnest about boundary changes and so forth. So we could have it earlier than that. I'm just saying the update would come in October after we get all of the data in from the new year.
I wouldn't mind starting the clock a little earlier than we do. So start it like in September, here's some boundary changes, and then the real numbers come down in the process, then we can make adjustments. But no boundary change really should be made off 1 year numbers ever. Anyways. Like it should be trending. And so that would the numbers would then give us that confirmation that it's still trending in that direction. But if we started it earlier, I think we can get it done and not rush it before holidays.
I think the timeline you just described works.
Yeah.
A lot of times if we start the discussion after school begins and in September.
Because you'll have first day counts by then, like 10 day after, don't you do it kind of a number?
There's the 10-day kind of drop where kids were signed up, but they don't show up. And then get an update through the process. Hey, what do the numbers tell us now? What's the latest? And we've had as the goal to finish in December, but then we've had January as a spillover if we needed it. We don't have trouble getting people's attention when it comes to boundaries. It's not like they lose track because it's the holidays. They're very aware of what's happening. And so it builds in some slack. Really, January is the drop dead. Sometimes we get it done as early as November. There is a negative trade-off, in my opinion, doing it in the spring before or taking a longer time to do it and starting the discussion and having it over a long period of time. I don't know that you gain a lot by doing that. We can do it on whatever timeline you choose, but the shorter timeline means that there are concentrated discussions and you don't get pulled in so many different directions.
Yeah, I would like to
we put
approve
out a
it in
survey.
November with the spillover December, because every 2 years you could have a re-election of new board members, and you never want to spill a boundary change into a new board member.
A lot of times it's done in November. Sometimes it goes to December. January is rare, but it can happen if other issues pop up. And that's why we can do it on what might seem like a shortened timeline. It's because there's a lot of prep work, there's discussion, and if we have clarity around these questions that have come up, when do we bring it up? Who do we bring it up to first? What's the flow? What's the process? Then it allows us to be really prepared to make the most of that timeline when it does happen. That's just That's not to try to move it in a particular direction. We can do it however the board wants to do it. That's why it's really good
But
for
you
us to be
think we
talking
could do
about
it in
this.
3 months' time, September to December, and then that gives us a buffer if we need to go into January?
Totally
I think
doable.
so, yeah.
Typically, we do start the process. We've always started the process in September. We get the more certain numbers in October because that's when all of the information comes together. We've got the yield rates, we've got the building permits, and now we've got the firmer student count. And based on those three things, we can then get you numbers that are pretty solid. But having said that, we're talking about these schools here. They're probably not going to be a lot of shifting between here and October. There may be one drop on or drop off, but it's going to give us a pretty good idea, and we'll know that year after year moving forward. What schools we're watching.
Can I review something real quickly? Number 1 on this document, enrollment growth. It talks about district staff identifying schools based on that formula who exceed building capacity plus 6 portables will be placed on an aware list during the annual forecast review. That annual forecast review is given in a board meeting, is that right?
That's correct.
So at that time, the entire board will know whether or not one of their schools or multiple is on the enrollment increasing list. In other words, one of your schools triggered the enrollment trigger, whether going up or going down. So that's the notification. Facilities committee didn't get that information any sooner, most likely, than the entire board. Does that make you feel any better? That you're made aware of it as soon as anyone is. Okay? So during that annual review, the entire board will know at the same time whether or not, or which schools are on the increasing or decreasing enrollment list. And then
Let's add one more thing to that. That changes in October. You still have the previous Octobers. Even these 2 board members should know if a school is on the previous action list. No one should be surprised. Maybe 1 school gets added or 2, but you've not only got that year's list, but you've got the previous year's list that says, look, this school is still on the list. So there should be no surprises here.
If there's a school on the action list, I hope that we're dealing with the issue and not pushing it off year after year after year. An aware list, I understand, but action list, I think that means we act. And that's where sometimes I think we get a little bit of frustration in our communities, is it's like, well, it's been a problem going on for year after year and nothing is changing.
So let me ask, how much time is between 1 and 2? When administration shares with us, here are all the schools on the aware list in September or October, simultaneously, are they also saying, and we've identified these as potential action lists, or does that come a month later? Or
Well, there's a
the meaning of
time.
that?
It could be a really
Find.
shortened amount of time.
Simultaneous
Yeah, it
even.
could. Yeah, simultaneously or with days, weeks. I mean, it could be pretty quick.
The other thing,
Sorry, go ahead.
one other thing I wanted to mention, there was some concern about the facilities committee doing things unbeknownst to the rest of the board, or specifically to the one board member whose school it is that's being talked about. If you look at that document that Mike included on board docs, there's 7 schools on either the growth or decline aware list. Does the board want to go through 7 schools in a board meeting like this and go through the types of things described in number 2 and 3 for each of those schools? Or does the board want staff and possibly facilities committee to go through items 2 and 3 and then come to the board with recommendations?
I think if the board gets a document like this and we're made aware of it, then we can flush it out because we can flush it out in a committee and bring proposal back. I think that this board has had a history, the prior board, of surprising somebody whose school it was, and that can't happen. But I think if we have lists like this and are updated and we're talking about it, and we should have a plan for each of those schools. And it might not be a plan we have to act on now, but we should have a plan. What are we doing about those schools on the aware list?
And the plan might be,
it could be just
we're going to
keep it
wait a
there.
year and see what happens.
We don't have, the plan could be let's do nothing, or the plan could be let's close that school in 2 years, or the plan could be let's build a new school, but we're not ready yet, you know. But we should be able to, on that aware list, be able to say we have a plan for you, even if the plan is just let's hold it. What I don't want is there are some districts around us that have to close like 25 schools because they didn't do this. And so how can we just use our facilities wisely that we don't grow too fast, and then we're not closing schools. We'll just have to make smart moves now to help future boards not have to go through what other districts are doing, because it's really painful to close a school all the way down.
I would appreciate knowing as soon as the facility committee realizes it's on the potential action list and not wait to hear with everybody else at a board meeting that it's on there. If it's mine, because then it gives me a chance to ask a lot of questions instead of being unready to ask those questions before I may be getting questions.
There's my problem, because I have a plan for the schools that I represent. I know facilities has a plan. I know the administration has a plan. But I don't think anyone should. I think it's the right of a board member to have a plan for any school on the aware list or the action list that they represent. I don't know what belongs to facilities, and I don't know what belongs to the board member when it comes to that school. I am very invested in Aspen. I go there all the time. I talk to the principal. I go to the community council. I meet with parents. I'm very invested in that. And I would hate the facilities committee to say, well, we're going to come up with a plan, when I, as the board member that represents Aspen, have been involved in obtaining that plan for years. So I don't know where I end and facilities starts when it comes to the schools that I represent. I'm doing the same. I've been doing the same thing with Harriman ever since I got Harriman and could see that it was on an action list. And so where does the board member that represents the school and all that involves, where does that merge with administration and facilities?
But everyone knows Aspen's on the list, that we have a concern. The question that we have to flush out is a boundary change the right thing, or building a new school? And I think that's something the whole board needs to know. I think facilities can work through it. They can talk to you, but the problem is some of that changes will affect my area, so it gets kind of really tricky that way. But I think if it's a school on the awareness list that we know that something needs to take place, then we talk about it publicly and openly. Everyone knows that Aspen is a concern of ours. I don't know that we've solved that concern.
So I, looking at number 2 on the enrollment considerations for growth, and it's also very similar for enrollment considerations for decline. I like that the district administration will review this list and discuss the potential actions, and then bring those actions to facilities, I think. And then I think it's fine for facilities committee to have a recommendation for the board, but I don't necessarily want the facilities committee to be the ones coming up with the options. I'd rather have administration looking at all the options and bringing it to the facilities committee instead of the facilities committee coming up with the potential actions.
I agree.
So, yeah, I like that it's
I think that it should be the board member who represents the school working with administration. Because what Bryce just said is exactly right, that we're sitting in the school community councils. We're the ones who are connected and engaging with those specific constituents who need a voice at the table. And so I need to be a part of those conversations.
And
Privately.
And I feel like I don't need to be part of the conversations when the school district employees, I feel like I don't have the expertise or the background or education that they do as far as looking at a big picture of the whole district. And so I don't want to be in the conversation when they are working out the possible recommendations, like the different, not recommendations, because I feel like the facilities committee can give us recommendations. I feel like staff will bring possibilities, what is it called? Possible actions.
Potential action. Yeah,
potential actions. And I don't mind not being part of the either discussion. And I think it is courteous to get a little email or text that says, you know, you've probably noticed that this school in your area is on the aware list or the potential, what's the other one called? So approaching growth aware list or growth aware list, decline list, or approaching decline list, and then say, this is being, potential actions are being discussed for this school. I think that it's nice to know that that's being discussed, but personally, I don't feel like I need to be in on those discussions and I feel like I could still represent my constituency, because then when those potential actions are presented, then I can say, I have a problem with this, or this one sounds better for my community, or anyway.
You're saying you don't want a voice if we're going to close one of your schools.
I
that's
don't
what
feel like
happened
that's
with
what
your
I said.
predecessor. Is your predecessor was in a meeting and she heard that we're going to close her elementary school for the first time. And what we're trying to do is set up a parameter where you would have a voice before that was public.
And I don't feel like that's what I said, but but maybe that is what
That's kind of how I took it, but I think that what you really want is
what I heard.
What you really want is you do want a voice. If your school's on those watch lists, you do want a voice in the remedy before we make it public.
I mean, my thought is, you've got to persuade me as a board member to vote on the boundary change. So what does it matter what your conversation is with them? Are you going to persuade the administration or the facilities committee to make a recommendation instead of me? I mean, that's where I'm saying, what's the problem discussing it publicly?
I think we should, but I don't think it comes publicly until you, as a board member that represents that school, already knows about it. Because if you announce something like that, we're looking at closing XYZ school, the next day you're going to be flooded with calls from people. And if you're not prepared to know the backstory of why we're making a proposal to study that, ultimately we'll all decide. But you've got to be ready to know this is the reason why the board is considering this.
I would like to be notified, but I don't feel like I need to be having a discussion with the facilities committee. If I'm notified and I've got questions, concerns, or things I want to say, I can ask those questions, but I guess I don't feel like I would necessarily be trying to persuade somebody.
Yeah, I think persuade's the wrong word. I just think you just need to know what's going on.
And the thing is, right now, I can say most of us probably already know each other's voice, that we don't want any of our schools to be closed down. And we don't want any of our schools to be packed to the point of extreme discomfort. And so I don't know what else I could say, if that makes any sense. I trust the judgment and the expertise of staff. I think that we can see the growth aware list, the decline aware list, and so I realize, okay, these schools will probably, if we adopt this document for the appendix, these schools will probably be discussed, and potential actions will be discussed and then eventually presented to facilities. Facilities might decide, hey, we want to recommend this one, but then I feel like all of them will be presented. I'm hoping that all of the potential actions will be presented to the board, and then the facilities committee can explain why they support one action over the other. Anyway, I don't need to be part of all of that other part until it comes to the board meeting.
And that's weird, because I do. I have to be part of that. I want to contribute to the possible solutions conversation. I don't want to wait until solutions have been identified. I want to contribute to that conversation. So how do we deal with the fact that we have board members that want to be involved at different levels?
Well, I think it's very important to me that I say it has nothing to do with distrust or questioning the expertise of our employees. Not at all. We have different roles. And my role is to hear. My role is to be among my constituents and my communities and to understand that perspective. That is a role that is valuable. And I don't think that we should discount that, because my job as an elected official is to represent that voice. And so cutting that voice out of the most basic part of this process makes me feel like I'm not doing my job.
So I'm wondering if we can add something, but this is the way I'm viewing it. We all get the aware list after the projections come out and this is made. So we can all look at it and we can notice if any of our schools are any that need to be addressed quickly. I would then, as a board member, if I saw one of my lists, I would email the facilities chair and I'd say, hey, I see my school on this list. I've been having discussions. I'd kind of give them the gist of it. Like, please take this to facilities committee in mind as you are aware of this, and or I might say, I feel very strongly about coming to a facilities committee. Would you consider someone sitting out and I can come in and give you my spiel? And that's how I would kind of approach this as a board member, and then have them have staff go through, okay, these are the possible actions. And then when those actions are presented, I didn't see it as we're presenting this to the board, this is what we're doing. I saw it as, these are the actions we can take, let's discuss it. So I felt like maybe in the past what has happened is facilities came and said, we made this decision. But I don't see that as
We didn't have this list either. I think this list is so helpful to be able to see that, okay, these are the schools critical, these are...
So here's what I'm saying is...
There'd be no surprises now.
So if I have ideas or contributions to make based on my experience and my knowledge of that community, and I wait for them to bring a recommendation, those ideas or contributions never have a place.
I have a question too. So are there other ideas besides permits, like changes to building, changes to enrollment? Because I feel like those kinds of ideas, maybe we could add them to this document. already? Because Bryce, you were saying that you have plans. So are they different than remodel, building an addition, reconstruction, or revoking permits, or transportation
We're not
considerations?
talking about the aware list right now. We're talking about the potential action list.
And I'm talking about
And that
these
is
as
a very
potential
different
actions.
list, right? Because potential action is we're going to change a boundary, we're going to close a school, right? Those are actions.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. So like,
We're not going to revoke permits and
but I mean,
action item.
I thought
that's
that
what it
was
says
an action item, a
enrollment
potential
consideration.
action item. I thought those were like potential action items, was like a remodel or building addition or reconstruction. Those are for the growth. And then and then on page 2 is like different, like A13. And so I feel like, do we have other action items that are different than the ones, like potential action items? Because I don't know what other kinds of things we could do for potential action items besides boundary changes, closing a school, revoking permits, remodeling a school, busing kids somewhere else. Like, I don't know. So I feel like if we have some of those ideas, maybe we could put them right here, right now, and that could be the contribution of it for a consideration when people are, I mean, anyway.
I don't
Does
have
that make
additional
sense?
items, and I wasn't talking about additional items. I was saying the boundary areas to consider.
Oh, like in drawing a boundary.
Have feedback on that. I might understand division of neighborhoods differently, having lived in that community.
Okay, I was going to ask for an example because I couldn't think of like what is an example of what you might add that's not on this list. And you're saying this street would make more sense.
Let me give you
this complex would make more sense.
Yeah, let me give you an example. Staff drew up a proposal for Oakleaf Elementary School. We decided not to move forward with any boundary change. After the fact, I went and met with parents, community members, the principal. I met with the SCC, and they brought up some points that were not reflected in the proposed boundary changes that staff brought us. And it was eye-opening to me. I never would have considered that. I never would have thought about that as a factor for this boundary change. And so staff, bless their hearts, were looking at the numbers. They were looking at streets, but not living on those streets and not fully understanding traffic patterns and the ramifications of living in that area.
Who's on the school community council?
Who's
the
on the school
PTA?
community council? Where do your volunteers come from? Where do your volunteers live? That was information I was able to gather that no one in student services would have been able to gather. So in deciding maps, that voice needs to be represented. And I don't know at what point that voice comes into play. Because if we say, staff, you come up with the maps that make the most sense from your perspective without actually being in the community, and then at what point do we completely change the maps based on what's happening in the community? So usually what happens is staff comes up with a map, A and B, and then we get the feedback that becomes C and D. Well, why not get that feedback earlier so that maps A and B look more like C and D initially? That's what I'm trying to say.
I see.
See, and that's why I wanted to add into that process, meeting with the PTA, meeting with the school community council, and bringing open houses back, because that's where you get all that information. The other thing I liked is that you're kind of proposing like a transition period, like 3 years to move them out. And I think where there's not an urgency, like sometimes we have to move them urgently because the school just is over capacity and can't handle it. But if they can trickle out like that, then it just is easier on the community, and especially in Oakleaf, all the volunteers were on the Butterfield Canyon side, and we would have devastated that school without like a period of time where they could bring in new people into their boundaries. So
I think that there are overlapping questions here, and the essential question is, at what point does the input have an impact? So I'd like to describe some of what's happened and why it happened, with the caveat that none of it is intended to say this is how we've always done it and this is why we should keep doing it that way. I'm not making that argument in any way, but I want to clarify a couple of things. We view our job as a staff as giving you good information so that you can make a decision that represents the people that is representative of what your constituents are looking for. That is a difficult task, and we want to give you good information. We've done it a lot of different ways over the years, and when we bring a proposal forward as a staff, sometimes that has been changed before it goes out. So you can change it, and you can build that into the timeline. These are the proposals. Now, we don't want to send that out until we have a couple of weeks to see what feedback we have about those proposals before we even put them out for a survey. So you can set up that timeline however you want. We used to have committees, and a parent was actually in charge of the committee. The board determined, and the school community council determined which parents were on the committee. And they determined what the options were, and they determined what the recommendation was to the board. So the staff was completely out of that and was only a support to the parents that made those decisions. It did create hard feelings, and I think one question that you have to ask in this process is which parent voices are heard and in what way. Because if it's simply the people who happen to have been able to talk with a board member, then you may have people who cry foul and say, well, it's too bad I don't know a board member, so I can't get my point across. I say this because 15 years ago, that was our experience. So when staff brings something forward, it's an accurate description. We do our best to look at what makes sense for a neighborhood, but no one knows what makes sense for a neighborhood like people who live in a neighborhood. And I don't know that we have ever approved an option in the form, or the board has ever approved an option in the form it was brought by staff. It always gets modified. It's an essential question, at what point does it get modified? If a board member is involved in creating the option, then the board member owns that option. And it has been helpful to the board not to own the option and have the flexibility to react to that option. And if we built in time at various stages, you still have that option. But we could go back to a committee format. We can insert time in any portion of this, at any point in this process, for formal or informal input or influence. But that's why we've done it the way that we have. For those listening, we have never, as a staff, we don't have any particular need for a particular outcome on a boundary. We're trying to facilitate the process, and it's a huge responsibility of the board to establish those boundaries, to determine which schools to close, which schools to build. And so I really appreciate this discussion, because we want a timeline that feels good to the committee, to the board as a whole, to individual board members. And those community voices are really, really important. And it's just, at what stage do we access those voices, and in what way?
After this discussion, I'm questioning the utility of the facilities committee in this process, at least as it's outlined in number 3, 4, and 5 on the first page. You know, if we look back at the last 2 or 3 boundary change issues that came before the board, a board member raised a concern. Sunset Ridge, Midas Creek, Harriman High. I think those are the last 3 that I remember.
Aspen.
A board member raised a concern. I thought Aspen might have come from staff, but anyway, it came from the board. A board member raised a concern in a public board meeting the board directed staff, not facilities committee, the board directed staff to go away and come back as soon as possible with some options. We've done that with the last two, with Sunset Ridge and what was the other one I said? Midas Creek. And facilities committee wasn't involved in that, and I don't know that facilities committee could have added anything to that process. You know, Mike and his team went off and did their thing, and they're planning on coming back soon with some options. And so yeah, I'm questioning the role of facilities committee, at least as it's defined here. I would almost rather replace facilities committee with board member whose school it is, kind of a thing.
Well, here's the challenge, I think, is every situation is totally different, and one approach won't fit all. And so we just got to be aware, be very circumspect, and we're doing it. Where I see the facilities can have a play here is 3 high schools are the approaching growth areas, and one is a declining area. We as a committee, a facilities committee, ought to be discussing that, saying, what is our solution for that situation? Because if we don't do something about that, it's going to then raise its ugly head. But you know, is that boundary changes? Is that, you know, offering more classes in our tech area? What are we going to do, and what are we going to bring to the board? So I think I see facilities as big picture kind of stuff.
I would rather
what we're doing with transportation. That's facilities.
I would rather receive direction from the board after the board has seen that aware list. The board says, oh, we've got this example, 3 high schools and 1 high school here. Let's have the board take a look at that. Rather than the facilities committee taking the initiative and doing things on their own, I would rather the whole board sees the full picture in a public board meeting. The board says, hey, I'm concerned about this. I'm concerned about this too. Let's have facilities go take a look at it. That's worked for the past 4 or 5 months.
I have a question. So with the Aspen Elementary, and the elementary schools around, that I thought that was because of Juniper opening. I thought there was more to that boundary change. I thought it was brought by staff.
Well, there's a lot bigger of it.
I thought because there was that, all of those schools were noticed, and there were several options, and then
nothing to do with Juniper, though.
Oh, it didn't have anything to do with Juniper. Okay,
I think there were multiple layers of that.
Yeah, and so I thought that was not brought by a board member.
We were going to build a school. The board chose not to build a school.
And so,
we
yeah,
looked at boundary changes to.
Okay.
Then
so I guess in a way it was board directed, because instead of building a school, that we wanted to look at boundary changes.
When the board decided not to build a school, that's what facilitated them coming back with boundary changes.
And we cast a pretty wide potential net of potential boundary changes, and ended up just doing the minimal one, which alleviated, for a time, the issue at Aspen.
Okay.
What I would like is some bit of notification that I don't even need to know the boundaries, but Daryl, there's a lot of schools, because Bryce has been working with him about Aspen, but it's going to affect a lot of my schools potentially. And so when I'm finding out that information in a board meeting, then I'm overreacting and what's going on here. And so that's where I think it could be helpful, but you're not going to have one way to do this. Every school is going to be so different.
And I think what complicates this whole issue is we've never settled on who is the primary steward of that facility.
Yeah.
Is it the board member in whose boundary it lies? Well, we've always made no, you represent all schools. Yeah, but those parents vote for me. So who is the primary steward? Is it the superintendent who knows the school from the inside out? Is it the board member who is elected by the community? Is it the facilities committee? We've never, ever resolved that issue, and so we dance around each other. The staff is saying, oh, this is Bryce's school. How do we give him the information? And Bryce is dancing, say, oh, they have information that we've never, ever really settled on that. And I don't know that we can, but no one and yet everyone claims stewardship of that facility. And that's, I think, the heart of the problem is I am more interested in the facilities within my district. And I see them as more my stewardship than anyone else's. But I could make a very strong case that the superintendent knows a lot more what's going on the inside than I do. And he is the superintendent of that school. He is the steward of that school. And yet we have a whole committee that is built on the idea that our stewardship is the facility of that school. And so I don't know that we'll ever resolve that. But that to me seems like the fundamental problem is we have everyone and yet no one has been identified as the primary steward.
So my hope would be that facilities committee would look at the district as a whole and what will be the most beneficial action for the district as a whole, for the students and the taxpayers and the employees, not just in their own area, but in the whole district. And the thing is, I know there are painful choices to be made. And we are here as elected representatives to sometimes make those difficult choices and use our political capital so people who this is their job and their livelihood don't have to burn their political capital. And so there are painful choices to be made. It's very hard when it's in our own districts. And I say that knowing that there are most likely going to be very personally difficult decisions in my district. But I hope that the facilities committee will be the group of 3 with staff members that can look at the district as a whole and look at it with an unbiased eye and say this is a place where we need to recommend staff, find some, or like assign staff to come up with some proposals for this area. And anyway, that's what my hope would be that the facilities committee would be that entity. So.
How many boundary changes have we made that only impacted one board member's schools?
There's a few.
There are?
Well,
recently Aspen.
if you own the whole school, like Butterfield Canyon, if we're making that to Black Ridge, that's going to just affect me.
Aspen, I was the only one that represents Aspen.
But the problem is then it could trickle, if we made those other boundary changes, then it trickles over to.
Right.
It's just tricky. Every situation is going to be different. So I don't know that we can solve this tonight. I just think we just move forward with circumspect and say, hey, here's a good idea. I mean, all of us can bring ideas. Hey, here's 3 schools. They're on the aware list. Here's my solution for it. Because we need to find solutions for them, and not closing them is not always the solution. We can be innovative and figure out how to use those facilities.
I'm eager for a procedure so that we are sure. We want to support you however you want it to look. We want to give you information on whatever timing and whatever form helps you the most. And I worry about not setting a procedure. I would rather set one, think about your individual concerns when you have felt like you were not looped in at a time when you should have been, how it felt to make certain kinds of changes, and see if that procedure feels like it might meet your needs, and then adjust it frequently as opposed to feeling like we can't set one, because we are very eager to do whatever you need in whatever way you need it on the timeline that you need it. If we don't have clarity around that, then I worry that we won't give you what you need and you'll be left out there twisting in the wind.
So I wonder, President, if all 7 of us should submit what we think is the ideal timeline. And then let's see if we can make a group timeline based on our individual submissions.
Does there need to be a timeline? I really like these documents that Facilities Committee came up with. And I understand that a timeline puts pressure to get things done, but
I think you meant in order of events, not necessarily like dates and.
I would like to
6
take.
weeks between this and this.
Yeah, I think
would
he
like-
was saying like, okay, when we have this list, then here's who we tell in this order.
That's
I
a
would
good
like to
order of
I-
operations. That's a good clarification. Yeah.
I would like to take my own swing at this based on what I've presented, and I'd love to hear everyone else take us. I appreciate what facilities has come up with. I wonder if I had the assignment to go come up with the same list, if it would look different, and maybe there's value in the difference that all of us would come up with.
At a minimum, page 1, number 3 should probably include something about notification to the board member whose school we're discussing.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
That
Can
was
we
what I
add a
was
bullet
thinking.
point 2-3 that
affected
says
schools.
And I think there's
facilities
Affected
chair
schools.
communicates
Page
with
1 and
direct
2, number
board
3.
member.
Page 1 and 2 on number 3, because I mean, one is growth and one is decline, but
Yes,
they're
3 on both pages.
similar steps.
It's 3 on both.
And I would put that between 1 and 2, not down at 3. So I think each one of us sees it a little bit differently.
So before they receive the list, you would want them to notify?
Yeah. When the annual forecast is given, I would like to see every board member that has a school on the aware list somehow involved in some type of plan for that school.
Involved in the plan or just notified?
I want to be involved.
You can choose how much you want. If you're notified, you can choose to be involved.
Given the
Like
option.
if I have a school or two on that aware list, then I should be coming and figuring out solutions for it.
How does that look when you have a facilities committee with 3 people? Do you ask one to leave?
That's what we did with West Jordan Elementary.
Or, see, that what I'm talking about is what happens before facilities even gets it.
Who do you talk to when you want to be involved? What is that?
I would sit down with all the board members that lead to that school and staff.
Like for instance, there's a
I
situation.
would go out to the community. I would meet with this community council. I would meet with the principal. So as soon as I see a school on the aware list, I get into action. I jump into action. I would love to see every board member jump into action. And then at some point, we need to come together. All the interested parties that have gathered data need to come together and discuss a potential action.
Because administration's not doing all those things you just
They're not
described.
seeing what I'm seeing, and I'm not seeing what they're seeing. I will never see what they see, and I think they don't have the resources to see what I see. So before we start proposing, before we even get to what might be a potential action list, I'd like to be involved before then.
Can I make a motion? Because, so I move that any board member who would like to make their own enrollment considerations for growth, go ahead and do that between now and our next study session. And then at our next study session, we can look at them. And so, because right now, I don't necessarily want to be, I don't think I'm going to be convinced in this is going to be a long motion. My motion is,
Not restating this.
here's the motion. My motion is that any board member who would like to make their own version of this document, this draft document, make it, and then they can present it at the next study session.
Isn't that what Bryce already said?
He didn't make a motion though, but yeah. I think that's
I guess I'm making a motion because I want to move forward.
She said you may, you don't have to.
maybe Lisa didn't want to be compelled to come back with her draft.
Because I like this. So
Because she was on the committee.
Can
I was not on the committee. I'm not on the facilities committee.
Can I, under that motion, then be aggressive and say, hey,
there's nothing on this list, but I see a potential change. I talked to Mike about that in the break. Am I able to just go to administration and say, hey, here's something to think about? Because I didn't feel like I had that power in the past.
That might be answered on
Do
page
that.
3.
Can I just find out if that motion has a second?
I'll
And then we'll
second
have
it.
some discussion. Okay, so we have a motion that we leave a period of time between now and the next board meeting for board members to make edits if they so choose to this document and present them at the next meeting. Did I say it right? Did I get it all?
That is perfect. That's better than I said it.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's have a discussion. Sorry. I just want to make sure we're discussing a motion.
Can I get this document in Word? Thank you.
So, Daryl, what you were saying is, should you feel
I
able to
just
make
need
any
to have
change you want?
Can I make any recommendation at any time? I don't think I had that power in the past, where I can just go to student services or go to
on
Dr.
this
Anderson.
document or on
Just on
just
different
in
individual
general?
circumstances.
Why do you think you didn't have that power in the past? You've always done that.
I haven't always done that.
You vigorously represented your schools.
Well, I vigorously represented my schools, but I didn't vigorously have a voice before boundary changes were made.
I would argue that you have.
understood that last
I don't know
time
of one time.
our board agreed that you could bring any proposal to the board, right? Like, I would like this school studied, and then the board would make an assignment. Did I remember that correctly from last meeting? So yes, in answer to your question then, yeah, just bring it to the board before maybe going and, I don't know. How do you guys feel? Should he go to student services and make a plan before he?
Our general rule is if you're going to take more than an hour of staff's time, you need board approval. But if you're going to take less than an hour of staff's time, you may move ahead without board approval. That's been our general rule.
Does this have to do with the motion I made?
Kind of. It's the process.
So you're talking about using staff to make to make changes to this document?
No, I think he just meant in general when he has.
He's less concerned about what the
Needs
document says, and he has the freedom
The
to
document,
move in a different
the
direction.
I think the problem that we have with the document is, when does the board member have a voice? And that's what I'm asking. When do I have a voice? Do I have to wait till it's proposed? Can I go be progressive and bring it ahead of time? And maybe it's different for every circumstance.
Maybe much like the budget, we make our own version of this of how we want it to be, and then we see where
Was my idea.
we all land. So if you want it to be sooner, if you want a voice sooner in this process,
So that's the motion, is that we make edits. Are we ready to vote on that motion? And then if we need to have further discussion outside of the motion, we can do that. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And anyone opposed? Okay. Motion carries unanimously.
So I think we've covered this agenda item. And the next step is follow this motion. We're all going to take it home. We kind of have heard what everyone is
If we
thinking.
want to.
If we want to. And we're going to come prepared. Those of us who want to are going to come prepared to discuss the edits that we would like to see.
Just made a long one today. Mr. Van Komen.
I think, as part of that, you're welcome to come up with a good acronym for AWARE.
Oh.
I know. Actually,
That's what I've been working on.
Mr. Van
Education
Komen
way.
has been working on that and showing me some of his amazing AWARE acronyms.
Can I just say in closing, thank you for all this input. It's been a long discussion, but it's been a good discussion. And thanks to Mike and his staff for getting us started on
getting it started
on a good foot here.
And thank you for being very gracious with what already was a lot of effort. And then we just scrupulously
take a
looked
big
it
dump
over.
of
So this is not the time to suggest that we give our edits to facilities and they bring back a summary.
So just to clarify, would you like a copy of this document sent to each one of you so you can choose to, edit it as you wish? Okay.
The latest copy, I think I forwarded it to everyone earlier today.
You send a PDF. I would like an editable document.
Yeah, I'll send it in.
Open mine in Google Docs, and then I could edit.
I sent one today, but yeah, I think the original one I sent, might have been PDF.
Okay. I'll share it out. Thank you.
Docs works.
We've reached the end of the agenda. I'll take a motion.
I move that we, is it adjourn or go into?
Go into closed
Okay,
session.
it says adjourn right there. I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Mr. Barnett, that we go into closed session for character and competence, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security. We will do a roll call vote. Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Mr. Demford.
Yes.
Ms. Barrow.
Yes.
Dr. Robinson.
Yes.
Ms. Wood.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Also a yes, so that vote is unanimous, and we are in closed session. Thank you for joining us and hanging in until almost 11 o'clock.
Okay, I just felt like the discussion could go on forever, and I.